maintain and sustain the peace as we enter into the December elections. Remember, when you vote, go home, stick with your election command center and await the results. If you win, jubilate.
It's Friday. Welcome to the afternoon stretch as we continue our 2024 election coverage. We're live on TV3 3FM 92.7 and across our various social media pages and on 3news.com. As we approach the next phase of Ghana's political journey, there's a palpable sense of anticipation in the air. The National Democratic Congress has secured an interlocutory injunction halting the ongoing recollation of the disputed in Sawama Dwejiri constituency, which were ongoing at the Tesano Police Depot in Accra. The party's chairman has been warning EC officials to stop proceeding with what he believes to be an illegality.
Indeed, and as the hopes of Ghanaians remain high, with some still skeptical about politicians' ability to deliver, all eyes will be on the next administration to fulfill its campaign promises. The political landscape is evolving rapidly as well, and the success of this new government will largely depend on its ability to engage with the people and address long-standing issues such as unemployment, inflation and infrastructure development. Indeed, Ghanaians are looking for a shift towards greater transparency and accountability, with a focus on ensuring that the needs of the people are met and met well.
Exactly. This is your Election Command Center. We are live on TV3 3FM and across our social media pages and on 3news.com. As the clock ticks towards the next chapter in Ghana's political history, the stakes have never been higher. With the new government taking shape, it's essential that the leaders we elect now have the vision and determination to steer the country forward.
Remember to send in your comments on our social media pages. We would love to hear from you, hear your thoughts, your concerns and hopes for the future. This is your Election Command Center. Stay tuned as we continue our comprehensive coverage. My name is Berla Mundi.
My name is Beatrice Edu.
And I am Michael Lobodu.
I am Mawena Egbeta, Election Command Center. That's our name, and we will continue to bring you the details as they come through.
And responsibly, and if you lose, don't be a sore loser. There'll be another 4 years, another chance for your candidate of choice. Let's not throw away the peace of this republic. I'm Kemeni Amano, and I encourage you to maintain the peace this election. It's important to note that the power of the thumb is mightier than any weapon you can find. And that's why I want to tell you, encourage you to maintain and sustain the peace as we enter into the December elections. Remember, when you vote, go home, stick with your election command center and await the results. If you win, jubilate, judiciously and responsibly. And if you lose, don't be a sore loser. There'll be another 4 years, another chance for your candidate of choice. Let's not throw away the peace of this republic. I'm Kameni Amano, and I encourage you to maintain the peace this election.
Yo, what's up, Ghana? What's up, where I go by the name Stone Boy? And all I want to say is that come the elections on December the 7th, make sure that you go with a peaceful heart, with a grateful heart, that you are alive and living and everything is going to be all right. You don't need to fight nobody from any other political party. Just stay true to yourself, go in there, go vote and go home, wait for results and be happy. It's Christmas, you know, so we can't jinx it up. God bless you, stay safe, one love, Stone Boy. Beep. Yo, what's up, Ghana? What's up, where I go by the name Stone Boy? And all I want to say is that come the elections on December the 7th, make sure that you go with a peaceful heart, with a grateful heart, that you are alive and living and everything is going to be all right. You don't need to fight nobody from any other political party. Just stay true to yourself, go in there, go vote and go home, wait for results and be happy. It's Christmas, you know, so we can't jinx it up. God bless you, stay safe, one love, Stone Boy. Beep.
Hello, my name is Roland Walker. This election season, peace begins with you and I. Make sure your utterances, your behavior, your relationship with everybody else, could be your brother, your sister, your neighbor, a friend who is in the other political party or doesn't support your cause, be right. As you do that, go to the polling stations peacefully. After voting, make sure you leave that polling station and vote right. Peace is needed right here this election season. Be a good citizen. Ghana needs peace. Hello, my name is Roland Walker. This election season, peace begins with you and I. Make sure your utterances, your behavior, your relationship with everybody else, could be your brother, your sister, your neighbor, a friend who is in the other political party or doesn't support your cause, be right. As you do that, go to the polling stations peacefully. After voting, make sure you leave that polling station and vote right. Peace is needed right here this election season. Be a good citizen. Ghana needs peace. Hello, my name is Roland Walker. This election season, peace begins with you and I. Make sure your utterances, your behavior, your relationship with everybody else, could be your brother, your sister, your neighbor, a friend who is in the other political party or doesn't support your cause, be right. As you do that, go to the polling stations peacefully. After voting, make sure you leave that polling station and vote right. Peace is needed right here this election season. Be a good citizen. Ghana needs peace. Hello, my name is Roland Walker. This election season, peace begins with you and I. Make sure your utterances, your behavior, your relationship with everybody else, could be your brother, your sister, your neighbor, a friend who is in the other political party or doesn't support your cause, be right. As you do that, go to the polling stations peacefully. After voting, make sure you leave that polling station and vote right. Peace is needed right here this election season. Be a good citizen. Ghana needs peace. Hello, my name is Roland Walker. This election season, Peace begins with you and I. Make sure your utterances, your behavior, your relationship with everybody else, could be your brother, your sister, your neighbor, a friend who is in the other political party or doesn't support your cause, be right. As you do that,
my name is Pakwasi Asare. I'm a broadcast journalist with Media General TV3. It's just a couple of days to the December 2024 general elections, and I'd like to encourage you to go all out and vote. Cast your ballot as part of your civic responsibility. Beyond exercising your civic responsibility, do not do anything that will jeopardize the peace we're enjoying in Ghana. All we have now is Ghana. That's all we have. I encourage you to do everything within your power to ensure peace before, during, and after the elections. My name is Pakwasi Asare. I'm a broadcast journalist with Media General TV3. It's just a couple of days to the December 2024 general elections, and I'd like to encourage you to go all out and vote. Cast your ballot as part of your civic responsibility. Beyond
to the electoral officers there as well, asked the NPP to halt any collation process that was ongoing for the Nsawam Adoejuri constituency. And of course, you heard the chairman of the party, General Asiedu Nketia, also addressed the media, indicating that they were not going to condone any form of illegality that would characterize the collation process, especially because a number of these constituencies were already declared at the constituency collation centers per the CI 127, and so they didn't understand why there was a recollation exercise at the Tesano police depot, of which we know that about 3 or 4 of those constituencies have gone to the NPP. And so we'll cross over there, and of course, if our correspondents across the country also have any updates or developments, we'll inform you on that. We're on till 6 p.m. And as we do so, we'll be having conversations in studio. Speaking of which, we have a man who has been elected to go into Parliament, of course, to represent the Garu constituency. And he's a former medical director of the Ridge Hospital. Decided that it was time to offer his services beyond just medicine, but also when it came to legislation. And so he joins us in the studio. And of course, we should say congratulations officially to him. Dr. Thomas Naba is here with us, NDC MP-elect for Garu constituency in the Upper East region. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
Oh, good afternoon, actually.
Good afternoon.
I always say good morning.
Right, sure. I'm sure you
Good afternoon. I do the morning show, so I'm so used to saying good morning all the time.
Right.
But congratulations.
Thank you very much.
How are you feeling about your win?
Oh, feeling very fine.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
I was waiting for it. Right, so I just want to take this opportunity to thank you for giving me the space to be in your studios. I think it's a long time I've come into this studio again.
Yes.
And also thank the good people of Garu. Everybody in Garu, our chiefs, our traditional leaders, the landowners, the traders, the workers, everybody who worked for me to become successful in this election. I want to send my kudos to them.
Thank you. Well, I'll ask you later what that means. But let me also go on the phone lines because we also have a special guest joining us this afternoon. I'll start off the conversation with him before I introduce my third guest, or second guest in the studio. But this man as well has been very vocal about the NPP government, the Akufo-Addo government, and he said quite a lot, even expectations with regards to the 2024 general elections. Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo, he's a former Ghana ambassador to Serbia and Montenegro, as well as a founding member of the governing New Patriotic Party. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us on the show. Good afternoon, actually. Good afternoon. Forgive me. But first of all, I'd like to understand what your assessment of the December 7 elections will be, especially because you had told the EC and Madam Jean Mensa to uphold electoral integrity. Do you think they've done that? And overall, what will be your assessment?
I think first and foremost, to me, what happened on the 7th is a people's revolution. It's a people's revolution because Ghanaians have shown that they are maturing in the democratic process that we have put on ourselves. Now, secondly, it showed one thing clearly also, that ethnicity has no role or feature in our politics. Thirdly, our democracy is growing, and I think it's growing very, very positive. But if I set my mind back 30, 40 years ago, what happened today, or what happened a couple of days ago, couldn't happen. And also, to me, the NDC is just a conveying that to what happened on the 7th.
Okay.
Because as I said, it is the people's verdict. No one should take that sort of credit for him or himself. The people of Ghana decided that for once they are fed up and there must be a change. And the change came.
And so
whoever is going to be responsible for this country now should sit upright.
Okay.
Because if the person fails us, then that would be a big disaster for this country. That's what I'll say so far.
And would you then say that this was more Ghana against the NPP in the elections, like many have said? And in fact, a few have also said that this was more a verdict on President Akufo-Addo's performance and not really about the rest of the NPP.
Well, to some extent, yes. It was a verdict on the present president. And the people of this country have shown clearly that they were sick and tired of his rule. And that is exactly what brought out the results that we have now. That's why I say it is the people's revolution.
Okay.
For me, that's the way I see it. I look at it. Because if you study carefully how the results were announced and how national it was, you know that this is not the political party affair, it's the people's revolution.
Should the flag bearer of the NPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, take a part of the blame, or would you just say that he's a victim of bad governance?
No, I have said earlier in previous interviews, when they were having the primaries for the leadership of the NPP, my own political party, and the way they went about it, I knew that they would definitely end the way they have ended. Now, people were not allowed to vote freely. There was a lot of inducement of a lot of material things, monies and whatever it was. Bawumia really didn't win that election. He didn't, and I said it. Bawumia didn't win. Bawumia was pushed there by Akufo-Addo. And that is a fact. You follow me? And I went on further to say that when Alan Kyeremate came out, their problem is going to be worse. Because Alan Kyeremate can only stand firm in Ashanti region and nowhere else. And that is also nicely reflected. And once again, what I said previously, that our strength in Ashanti region is going to be weakened. Because now we have Bawumia as a rep of the party. And within the party itself, there are people who will not like him as a leader of the party. That I'm sure about. Anything true. Now, secondly, Alan Kyeremate Council, he also has his share of our votes in the Ashanti region. And the young man, Kwame something, I can't even remember the name now.
Nana Kwame
He had a share. Yeah, Nana Kwame, he had a share.
Yes.
Another minor political party. I normally don't regard them as any serious good thing. But they also got their shares there.
Yeah.
And this should be a big lesson to all political parties. Now, if you watch carefully, why I say the People's Revolution, voting that we had all across the country, particularly in the armed forces. Listen to me carefully. The armed forces across the nation voted overwhelmingly against the government. Go and look at the figures and you see.
Yeah.
At least starting command here. And even religious bodies. That's why I say this is the people's revolution. Religious bodies voted against the God.
Yeah.
So this should be a very strong signal for the political class that they cannot take the other person for a ride for a long time. So this is all that I'll say now.
For the NPP in particular, of course, many have called for them to do some deep introspection into decisions that they made culminating into the 2024 general elections. Now, one of them, many people have said, should be the fact that moving forward, maybe Dr. Bawumia should not be the one representing the party in the next election. What do you say to that?
Well, I cannot say much on that at the moment because I have not been in the party, but we have people in the party who know the party, who can, but I know that there are still a lot of wise people in the party who will sit down and assess what happened, analyze the situation carefully, and then what I would suggest is that before even they make such a move, they must have an emergency meeting. And that emergency meeting should come out strongly and boldly to bring out to the public or members of the party where our failures were. And be honest with themselves. If there's a need to change the leadership of the party now, which I think there's a need to change it, because the leadership of the party now, I mean, to me, doesn't really, show what the NPP is noted for. You follow me?
Yes.
Now, look at the pronouncement of a whole regional chairman in Ashanti region. Look at his pronouncement. This has never happened before in our party. Look at the pronouncement of, what do you call him? Afenyo Maki.
Okay, the majority leader.
Look at his pronouncement. Immaturity. Even the general secretary of the party, I don't believe is the right person to be there. But we have more experienced people who can hold that position. And the people should be bold and tell them. When we have people like Peter Alajete, Odui Site, BJ Dabucha, Kwame Pienim, these are experienced people. We have the numbers. And we can win elections and win elections convincingly. Not winning elections by already putting into boxes, already completed ballot papers. These people tell us all along we have been fooling ourselves. That is what came out through the vigilance of the opposing parties. It would have been a different story by now. So that's why I say what has happened is the people's verdict. It is the people's revolution. And anyone who takes it lightly will be shocked. So that is what I'll say.
Would you advise Alan Kyerematen to go back to the party?
Well, if Alan had listened to me earlier, he wouldn't have done that. Now, Alan, I told years back that number one, he had no business in joining the second term of Akufo-Addo. I told him point blank through the press. For the simple reason that if you know you have an ambition and you know there are a lot of infractions going on within your own government and you can't talk, then you just resign. But we don't have the culture of resignation, so Alan couldn't resign. If Alan had resigned early, believe me, he would have had a mass backing from not just NPP people, but people all over the country. And believe me, he could have probably spearheaded this beautiful victory that we are all now celebrating.
So practically it's too late for him?
You hear?
You're saying practically that it's too late for him?
Oh, as far as I'm concerned, I will advise Alan to work out for politics.
Completely?
I don't think he has any future in politics.
But he wants to be president. You don't think he should try one more time? Even though his numbers were not too impressive.
You want to be president, you try more time. Akufo-Addo tried. Some of us, we backed Akufo-Addo to become the leader of the party. But based on principles, I parted ways with him. Now, Akufo-Addo's 2016 victory, and I still stand by it. I said it. But I personally was not convinced that he won that election. 2016. I'm
2016. That was when the stretch was about 1 million votes between the NDC and the MPP.
Yes. But that was also when there was an external influence through so-called computing system of what. And if you could recollect, the electoral commissioner then, Mrs. Osei, announced on television, I heard it myself, that they have been receiving strange figures. But you Ghanaians should take everything for granted. In fact, that particular time, when she came out with that news, she should have taken certain measures to straighten issues. So, and I know Akufo-Addo didn't win that election. The figures were cool figures. They were cool figures. 2020, you see that we had a different figure. We had a hand pandemic.
Yes.
So that will tell you that the opposition grouping became a bit more vigilant. And now 2024, look at the result we have. So honestly speaking, to me, Akufo-Addo has not won any genuine elections.
He has not won any genuine elections.
I say any genuine election. Even when he became MP, I've been with Akufo-Addo for years. I know what I'm talking about. When he stood for the parliamentary election against his own case, Yamofa, we all know what happened. Some of you are too young to know this thing. Some of you are too young to know what happened. How he got into parliament. You follow me? When one has reached in one's life, what's the point in hiding anything? I don't care about anything. I don't need anything for anything. So I'll speak my mind. If you feel I speak my mind and you disagree with me, so you have every right to disagree with me.
Indeed.
That is what I think. He has not won a genuine election. When the opposition parties or the political groups, opposition now became vigilant and they went on the grounds and they stood their feet. What results do we have now? That is what is showing.
Yeah.
Massive win for the people. And the victory is the people's victory.
Yeah.
And as I said earlier, NDC to me was just a conveying belt.
But
and that is why I will advise the leadership of the incoming government to be very careful. Because Ghanaians are now very, very wise. And if there are certain issues that they would like to brush under the carpet, I can assure them they will all be brought down to the fore for people to see.
Now, in saying that this incoming government should be careful, what are some of the things they should focus on moving forward?
I think first and foremost, they must make sure that they straighten our economy. To me, that's the number one thing. Because you have a lot of young people who are not working. You have a lot of young businesses that, been run down. Even banking institutions have been run down. This is what and they do that first and foremost by having, to me, what I would call forensic auditing of our finances. Money that have been taken out of this country, and there are billions, if not in trillions. They have to look for the money and make sure they are brought back. That alone will push us forward. It is a duty. I think Mahama has come out with about 12 or 13 points.
Yes,
that you see
plan.
that these points are are solved within 120 days, you start counting. And you must be careful. You start counting. And all those who have committed offenses in this country, either by killing or whatever it is, the people will demand justice. And I believe strongly, Mahama will see to that justice is there.
If people should be prosecuted, would you have a list of people that you think have to be investigated and prosecuted?
I don't have a list of it. I'm not even part of their transitional team.
Yeah.
They know, a lot of them know what is happening or has happened in this country. They have to be very fair, because look, the number one thing that brought them into power, to me, is that the people want those who have really got this country be brought to book. That's the first thing. And if they fail to do that, then they should see themselves as a group that will equally be attacked, but by the same people who have voted them into power.
I see. Well, Doc, it's been a pleasure speaking to you this afternoon, and I believe as and when we will be calling you for your expert knowledge and advice on many things. But finally, before you go, you've asked that the transition team should be alert as well. I mean, really, what final advice would you give to the incoming government's transition team as well as the outgoing government's transition team?
No, actually, they are the simple thing I'll say. The outgoing, the incoming, they should see to the will of the people.
Okay.
The will of the people. Look, you come to govern because the people put you there. You don't come to govern because you came in by yourself, or you came in through your family, or through tribal affiliation. You came in to lead the people because the people want you. So that is the first thing. The first consultation should be to the people. As I speak to you now, there are a lot of things, money that have been wasted, that could have been used to improve our water supply, to improve electricity, to improve even houses for the ordinary people. That is where our attention should be. Not the individual coming into power and thinking about himself. If that is tried again, I can assure you, we shall have a different government in no time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nyawo Tamaklo, for speaking to us this afternoon. But finally, before you go, I had wanted to ask you. Now, we saw that the flag bearer of the NPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, conceded defeat 16 hours after close of polls or after the elections. And many people have commended him for his statesmanship. Would you say that was a good move as well?
Yeah, that was a good move. I know Bawumia very well. I know Bawumia very well. That was a good move. Bawumia's only problem is that he can't take decisions.
He can't take decisions.
I'm telling you, Bawumia cannot. Look, when Akufo-Addo was going to have Bawumia for his second term, he handed over Bawumia to me. Myself and late President, Vice President Aliu Mahama, we were handing Bawumia. He's a nice gentleman, I keep on saying. Well-disciplined gentleman. His problem is that he can't take decisions. I noticed that quite well. You follow me? And I discussed it with Ali. But then we were finding ways and means to handle him. One, unfortunately, the sacking of the national chairman of the party elected, that's Paul Afoko, Kwabena Agyepong, and Sammy Crab came up. And that was what really broke the camel's back, as far as I'm concerned, with Akufo-Addo, not with the party. And I criticized Akufo-Addo. And then they said they are putting me on suspension. You can put me on suspension. He would rather be sacked from the party now. Well, he has destroyed the party.
All right.
The party that it took us some time and pain and others to do, he has come to destroy the party. The whole party has to be restructured. That's all.
All right. Thank you so much for speaking to us this afternoon, Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo, founding member of the NPP. It's been a pleasure, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your day. But we're coming back into the studio now. This is the afternoon stretch on your Election Command Center, and it's the extended version or coverage of the 2024 general elections. Earlier, I introduced one of my guests to you, and in fact, he's the incoming MP for Garu constituency, Dr. Thomas Anaba. But also, next to him, we've seen him on the morning show a few times, and he's the NDC Economic and Finance Committee member, Dr. Sharif Mahmood Khalid. Good to have you in the studio as well.
It's been a while, Bella.
It has been a while. I've been good. How about you? You pop in and pop out and disappear for about a couple of months.
Well, it tells you how engrossed we were in the campaigns and trying to deliver victory. And by grace, alhamdulillah, victory has been ours. So the good people of Ghana has actually rewarded our hard work and actually spat back at the NPP for the grossest respect they've exhibited to all of us in the last 8 years. So for me, Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo, an elder statesman, that's how I'd like to describe him. Because we all know his politics, but he's well balanced when it comes to that. But my disagreement with him is that, yes, it is a referendum on the NPP, but the hard work of President Mahama, the running mate, the good people of the NDC, his base, also contributed significantly. Every election is a referendum on bad governance, anyway, if you look at it from that perspective. So I think it's a stakeholder embrace and results. So to give the credit must be given where all is due. But yes, as I said, we do take cognizance of the fact that yes, indeed, it is a reflection and a verdict on bad governance. Political parties are just only a vehicle to deliver that and to reflect the sentiment of the people. And that's what the good people of Ghana has done. And it has been resounding, not just done, it has been resounding victory. Look at the sweeping parliamentary seats. Right, seats that were not even expected to be the strongholds of the NDC are being flipped.
I know.
You look at the heat map, and it's amazing.
This
everywhere
is just your
turning
introduction.
green. Right. So we must express our excitement to the good people of Ghana, and I think that's really fundamental. We thank you very much, and we're promising you that the Mahama administration is going to deliver. We're not going to, be as disrespectful as it's always been. Your mandate is key. It's important to us. Right. The days of wanton corruption are going to be over, and we're going to embrace a new age. So the reset button has been pressed, and President Mahama is set to deliver that.
I wonder what Dr. Palgrave Bachinankwa will say, because I don't know if he also holds the same position as
he seemed
former Attorney General Dr. Ikotu, or lawyer Ikotu, who was here and said that the NPP only decided to give the NDC the win because they didn't come out.
Serious?
Hold on. Let me introduce him as well. He's a spokesperson on governance and security. Hi. Good to see you. You're still rocking your colors.
See you too. Absolutely.
NPP till casket.
Absolutely.
I see.
NPP till casket. So let me greet the good people of this country. Let me commend your media network for bringing us up-to-date reportage.
Thank you.
My TV has been on. It never leaves TV3. And I was telling Lawyer John Tua earlier today that I've seen that TV3 is already implementing the 24-hour economy.
Have we done well?
Yeah, you've done very well.
So 24-hour economy is possible?
I commend TV3.
So 24 hours economy.
I'll tell you something.
Is it possible or it is finished?
No, Bella, I'll tell you something. I was thinking about the 24-hour economy this morning, okay? Because whether we like it or not, this is the new government that is coming. And so we must all begin to akin ourselves to their policies, even though I didn't pay particular attention to their campaign because we were also busily campaigning in our area. But I know that the reasoning behind the president-elect, John Dramani Mahama's desire to have a 24-hour economy is primarily because he's just got only 4 years. And so he needs to double his efforts in terms of achievements of things that he has to do. That's my own reasoning that I've given to his 24-hour economy. But let me also congratulate him, President-elect John Dramani Mahama, for such a victory. It's a lot of confidence that the Ghanaian people have given unto him. As I thought about this morning, I realized that they've gone through some stormy seasons where we are now as an outgoing government. And they've been able to put themselves together. It's very clear in the composition of the transitional team that the various blocks are represented in terms of the people who founded the NDC. And also let me congratulate the flag bearer, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, for such an excellent show during the campaign. We did campaign very well. We worked very hard. the Ghanaian people have decided, they have spoken, and we respect that.
Okay.
And, whatever support that we can give in the governance processes of the new government, I mean, we'll render that.
How do you react to Ghanaians saying that this was a referendum on the president's bad leadership and governance, and not really about Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia?
One of the things that I will state as a leadership scholar for me is that you can never tell the governance or the leadership of an individual until the leadership has come to an end.
Okay.
And so I would state that it's early days. It would be good for us to wait until President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo exits, and then we can evaluate his leadership from the first term into the second term.
You've not started that already?
Oh, well,
Especially after the loss?
I haven't done that. I mean...
Has the party started?
I don't think so.
Okay.
So that's why I'm saying that. I mean, we need to evaluate all of that. And it's a collective responsibility of the Ghanaian people. We evaluate all of that. And we know that, we've always stated in the Ghanaian parlance that new trace are not using a chia-chia. To mean that if you are clearing the path, you don't know that there's a crooked path behind you. And so every leader has shortfalls. And there's no leader that is perfect. I mean, the leaders that we know that are perfect are supreme beings, as it is. And so every leader has shortfalls. And so clearly, there are some shortfalls of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, as there are shortfalls of President-elect John Dramani Mahama. But we'll make those evaluations when we are done, finally, and then we try to wrap up and mop up what is left for us to be able to move forward as a political party.
Dr. Naba, so like I said, former Attorney General Dr. Aid Quayotu says that the only reason the NDC won is because the NPP supporters didn't come out. So basically, it was handed over to you on a silver platter. And so you shouldn't celebrate too much. How do you respond to that?
One, it's a victory. We will celebrate it, whether he likes it or not. And we'll celebrate it elegantly. Two, it is not because NPP people didn't come out to vote, because no one has done any research to prove that those who came out to vote were only NDC members.
But if you look at the numbers, the NDC still maintained its 6 million figure, while the NPP dropped to 4 million, which is why he's saying that if you look at those numbers, then it's a clear showing of the position of NPP supporters.
He's a researcher, and he knows. We didn't bring 2016 electorates alone to 2024 to vote. There have been dynamics, there have been changes in the population, and there have been changes in the mindsets of people, education that they needed to know to decide to vote. They've gotten more education with TikTok, with social media, with the media houses going around, and the suffering of Ghanaians themselves. So no one can conclude that those who voted for NDC are those who voted in 2020 and 2016. No, it shouldn't be like that. To me, it is a non-starter. The impression I want to correct about this issue of a referendum is on Akufo-Addo is that I think it's erroneous. Bawumia is part of this referendum. He was part of this.
Okay.
He should have played a very critical role to help the development of this country, because he was picked by Akufo-Addo to help him manage the economy of this country. If there's anything that has made Akufo-Addo and Bawumia to fail, it's the poor management of the economy. More to the point, promises that were made to bring out people from poverty, one village, one dam, that was supposed to help the northern sector, particularly. And he is a northerner. He was chosen for geographical balance. He never saw to its execution. He never. They even promised a factory in his own hometown, Wale Wale. It's still standing there. It's an empty warehouse standing there. Conflict that has caused more economic hardship in the north. He, as a northerner, should have played a very crucial role to prevent those unnecessary conflict. He stood aloof. That is why from the northern sector you could see that though the two of them were coming from the north, we all suffered like all Ghanaians economically. But we also suffered insecurity. It's an security aspect. He knows without proper security, there is no economic development. We have suffered insecurity in the northern sector for several years, for the past 8 years, especially in the last 2 years. Let me tell you, traders from Wale Wale who deal in watermelon sell a lot of it in Upper East. They are unable to send their goods to Upper East to go and sell because of insecurity, especially to the Boko area, the Kosak area. And now I've interacted with them, and some of them, their businesses have collapsed. and they are looking for peace. That's why they gave him a resounding defeat in Walwale and voted more for Mahama than else. So no one should exonerate Bawumia from this referendum on Akufo-Addo's governance. He's fully part of it. The talk tax they are taking, who is benefiting from it? Is it not the same government? He came to tell us that, oh, when I come, I'll remove it. Why don't you tell the president to remove it?
Because he said that he only offered advisory support.
So why are they touting him for the digitalization of the country? Why didn't Akufo-Addo turn it? He doesn't only offer advisory support. He was chosen by Akufo-Addo to lead him in developing the country economically, and he has failed. So to me, I'd rather blame him because Akufo-Addo told all of us that he is not good economically. It is Bawumia who is excellent in economics. And the worst indicators of economics of this country in the Fourth Republic has been scored under Akufo-Addo. Who was handling it? Bawumia was handling it. So to me, let's blame Bawumia for all this. And we think that really coming back or not coming back to we is not a problem. What we know is that the nation builder, John Dramani Mahama, has the record of bringing this country from scratches to heaven. We would make sure that, because remember the single spine salary structure when it was introduced by Kufuor when he was leaving. It brought this country into serious economic stress. But we managed with Atta Mills, John Dramani Mahama, to execute it and implement it. Besides that, electricity crisis, energy crisis in this country was there ever since time immemorial. John Dramani Mahama came and settled it, and even the World Bank predicted an increase in our GDP, an increase in our productivity in the subsequent years. And he came and delivered it. So it means that the track record of Mahama is there. We would definitely take out Ghanaians from this quagmire that we are in now to a better level.
Dr. Kali, give me a minute. I'll just cross over to the University of Ghana, where Portia is having a thought-provoking conversation with persons, with disabilities. And in fact, they're making their voices heard in Ghana's democratic process. Let's take a listen.
A say in Ghana's democracy. Let me interact with them. And first of all, let me come to you, Mohammed. Let me find out from you, what are your expectations of the incoming administration?
We would want the incoming administration to at least continue from where the old administration had left. When they were coming in their manifestos, they did talk about employment. They did talk about giving free tertiary university to persons with disability, and we would like them to continue to take us through the educational system. And even it should be extended to people who would want to do their masters. Just recently, we had some of our colleagues who had been sitting at home for 4 years, 5 years, picketing at the Ministry of Education for employment. Just yesterday, I heard that just a few of them have been given, and we would like the incoming administration to take it very serious and then give them employment as well.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. Let me come to you, Benjamin. What are some of the challenges that you want the incoming administration to address?
Okay, so thank you and good afternoon to your viewers. So I think that, as Ahmed said, employment is very important. So we know that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has promised free tertiary for persons with disability. That is good, but that alone is not enough. After we are done with school, what next? So it's important that we understand that after we are done with school, these measures are being put in place for employment. Also, being a law student, I think that Act 715, the Persons with Disability Act, should be backed with an LI from Parliament so as to give force to the implementation of that act, such that all the provisions in the act with respect to employment, accessibility, and all that will be taken care of. When it comes to public facilities and all that, we realize that most of these structures do not even have elevators to assist those using wheelchairs and all. So when the act is given the force it needs, then people can be prosecuted or put before the courts when they do not go according to the provisions of Act 715, the Persons with Disability Act of Ghana. I also think that persons with disability go through a lot of challenges. Apart from the school, there are others who are not able to partake in the formal education, and so they require maybe some informal training and skills. And so if the president-elect can also factor that in his plans, that would help move some of the people on the streets and all those begging for arms and all that from there, and also giving a livelihood and a way to also survive without begging for arms.
Thank you, Benjamin. Let me come to you now. With regards to appointment of ministers, what is your expectation of the president-elect in appointing ministers?
Oh, okay. I think the president should not appoint ministers less than 100 so that our economy will be good for us.
Okay, what about you two? What's your expectation of the incoming administration?
Well, to add to what my brother said about the ministerial appointments, I would want the president-elect to include persons with disability in the ministers so that policy making will be easier, and then that would ensure inclusivity in the country.
So you are thinking about inclusivity. Let me come to our young ladies over here. What are some of the challenges that you want the incoming administration to address for you as a visually impaired person?
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. I think Ghanaians need change, and we voted for them to bring us the change they are talking of. So it's a huge task we are expecting them to perform. So the Common Fund for Persons Living with Disability, I for one, since 2018 that I wrote to them that I need a computer in support of my education, I haven't received anything. So I think since we've given them the opportunity, then they should fulfill all these things, because some of us, it is difficult for us to come to school if not sponsors. But we know that our districts are there to support us. At least I think we have 3% of their support, but we are not receiving anything. So when they come, they should see to it that there is effective distribution of the Common Fund for Persons Living with Disability.
Thank you so much. Accessibility is also a challenge. How do you want the incoming administration to address that for you?
So we, the visually impaired students, if we complete with our secondary or JHS level, our results does not come early, and our schools too does not come early. But our sighted colleagues have been receiving theirs early, but we don't know the challenge. So we are pleading to the government and the workers that they should try their possible best to sort us out early, if anything possible. Thanks.
Let me come to our gentleman over here.
So to me, what I would like to say about accessibility is that the University of Ghana, for instance, not all our lecture halls are disability friendly. Like our brothers and sisters who use wheelchairs are unable to access some of the lecture halls. So I believe as there's been a change of government, the government will factor into his doings, let's say the things that will make the school disability friendly for us. And I also want to talk about inclusiveness. There are some of the things that are going on in the school that you find out that persons with disability are not given the opportunity to express themselves as to what they are capable of doing. So I believe with this change of government, the government will be able to help us do.
So for you, it's inclusivity for you. All right, let me come to you too. What are your expectations of the incoming administration?
Okay, madam, thank you so much. I'm Sheishika. Please, I want the president or the incoming government should review the Commonwealth scholarship that it gives to persons with disability. In fact, I have a background in social work, and I've been there at the social welfare. In fact, sometimes it's kind of sad when most of the people who want or who needed this fund to advance their business or do some continue with their education, it doesn't come early. The delayance is very high. So if they can do any plans to make the funds come early, and also probably increase the percentage at least from 3% to 5%, like I'll be very happy with that. And I also need employment. I just completed national service.
Sure. Thank you so much. Let me come to you as well. What's your expectation of the incoming administration?
Oh, okay. I'll also talk about scholarship as well for persons with disability. The outgoing administration, let me say, the outgoing administration was trying to implement scholarship to help fund the tuition and others for persons with disability. But the implementation didn't really go on well because we were struggling in terms of paying for fees. Sometimes it doesn't even come. People defer courses and others. So I expect this administration to work on it well for us so that we can get the funds in order to be able to feel comfortable and also be able to learn on campus.
Thank you so much. Let me go to our last speaker here. Let me come to you. What are some of the challenges that you want the incoming administration to address?
Okay, there are a lot of challenges. You see, special students, normally we receive something that is called bursary. It's the money that we normally receive from the government, but the money don't come. Even right now, the scholarship secretariat are owing us. We have waited for them for a long time. So if Mr. Mahama comes, please, you should work it out for us. That's what I have to say.
Thank you so much. So these were the views of some persons with disabilities on the campus of the University of Ghana. Indeed, representation matters. It's time for inclusion, and they have a tall list for the incoming administration to address.
Thank you. That was a very insightful conversation with Portia Gabo, and those are some students with disability at the University of Ghana campus. And they've touched on a number of very important issues that I do hope that the incoming government would also focus on. But let me go to Michael Lugbodu, because he's also seated with another man who's been very vocal when it comes to issues concerning energy in this country. And so he's going to have a conversation with him. And after that, we'll come back and continue with my guests. Michael.
Thank you so much, Bella. So we have in studio with us Benjamin Boakye. He's the Executive Director of the Africa Center of Energy Policy, ACEP. They have been one CSO that have been very vocal and active in the energy and renewable and the mining industry, the extractive industry. And I know you've won a couple of awards for that. Congratulations on all the work you're doing.
That's not always the intention. We're always trying to serve our people. Yeah.
Fair point. Now, we'll start off first with your assessment on the elections, just to find out what your take is on how it fared.
I'm not a pollster. I'm just, but I think everybody was surprised at the turnout and how the shift was so seismic. And I couldn't predict that it would go that way. So congratulations to the NDC.
But you saw a win coming?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I could predict because I hadn't really been on the ground to see where it was going.
Yeah. That's fair. So you have been very vocal about the Nana Addo government, especially with a lot of policies and interventions they are trying to introduce in the energy and the extractives industry. What's your assessment of the 8-year period?
No, we have really been consistent about how we govern the extractive sector and also the energy sector, because it's actually what we have. You look at our budget, without gold, without oil today, the situation will be far worse. So those are important contributors to our GDP and our economic growth. And also, without a power sector, you will struggle to get businesses running. We wouldn't be on set today. So it's extremely important, and that's why we take our job seriously, to try and help government to sit up and do the right things, so that the economy will continue to grow, will continue to benefit from the extractive sector. So it's not peculiar to the NPP government or administration. We've been consistent about how governance has happened over the years. And I thought that within the past 8 years, a lot could have been better. And we kept harping on them, trying to see how policy could shift to optimize those spaces, one, to bring in more revenue. If the revenue comes, the same politicians will spend it, right? And also to ensure that we link those revenues that we're getting to effective development. So we track policy upstream, we track how the resources are governed, and then also decisions that are made in the power sector to keep electricity stable and cheaper, to promote economic development. And we thought a lot went wrong that could be rectified. A lot of them, we didn't get attention, you know, to let them work. We've been talking about, you know, streamlining, you know, some of the defects, you know, ironing out some of the defects in the distribution of electricity, problems with ECG, and we're talking about ECG for the past 10 years, the same problems, inefficiency, lack of capacity, investment, and we're still talking about the same things today. A country cannot run that way without, you know, paying attention to how it fixes critical challenges. And I don't think that we needed to be talking about power sector challenges in 2024. We don't need to be talking about under-recoveries in 2024. We don't need to talk about IPP debt in 2024. We are still talking about them because the politicians didn't care about addressing the core problems that are associated with how the sector is managed. But people were just benefiting from it. The inefficiencies, you think it's inefficiency, but people are creaming it off. People are making money off it. Look at some of the contracts that happen at ECG. It's so bizarre, and I keep saying, you go to ECG today, there is not a single contract that is not at a minimum 2 to 3 times higher than the shelf price of any item they buy. Meanwhile, they are buying in bulk, they are sourcing in bulk. Why is it 2 to 3 times more expensive, sometimes 7 times higher than the shelf price? You cannot run a sector effectively by doing that. And we kept pushing for privatization of that space so that government can take off these billions that we are wasting to subsidize that space. Nobody cared, nobody listened, and it kept, you know, getting worse by the day. I mean, the upstream sector, we're getting over $1 billion from the oil sector today, and we had opportunity to grow it, to get more revenues. I mean, 2017, the expectation for the medium term was for Ghana to do about 500 barrels per day, 100,000 barrels of oil per day. Today, we have declined from 2019 of around 170,000 to now about 130,000 barrels per day. Rather than going up, we declined simply because of politics and you know, decisions that actually undermined investment in that space. So, I mean, we still have opportunity to grow the sector. We still have opportunity to optimize the sector, and that's why we are still here. We're hoping that there will be a new ear to the defects and see how we fix it as a country.
But really, is all hope lost?
Absolutely not. I mean, we still have investors who are interested in Ghana. We still have people who want to put in their money, and the policies must be right to activate those investments. We still have opportunity to fix the energy sector once and for all, take out the hands of government, take out the inefficiency, punish corruption, and allow the sector to grow and deliver power. I don't need to come and sit here every day talking about power sector challenges. We have to be discussing policy. What are the options for us? We don't supposed to be discussing daily shutdowns and power cuts. That's a waste of everybody's time. People have to be effective at what they do and deliver value for all of us so that we can optimize our time. And we are not. We're actually not optimizing. We keep talking about doomsaw, power cuts. Those are too petty for us to be paying attention to. We need people to work. We need to hold people accountable for the job that they are supposed to deliver. And if we don't do that, we'll keep talking about the petty stuff and forget about the big picture.
You spoke about privatizing ECG. We have a new government coming in. I believe this will be some of the top agendas that you will be championing into the next government. But in as much as that's maybe your plan, there are others who also argue that key stake institutions like that must not be put in the hands of the private sector because of the challenge of turning such institutions into profit-making institutions over the fact that they are actually utility providers, if you get what I mean.
I understand you perfectly, but those are what we call, the state enchantment, where politicians put out, some gloomy situations to keep some of those, profitable, if you like, places where they get so much money to themselves. there is no proof that when private sector gets into that space, they would undermine public interest. There's no proof of that. I mean, the telcos are running. We have NCA that regulates them.
Okay.
With all the regulatory inefficiencies, they are better than the power sector. Is it not working? Right? They keep it and they make it sound as if once the private sector gets in, everything will go south. But the reality is that people want to keep those spaces to themselves, and that's why they keep, creating a lot of debt, and the budget is sacrificed to actually take up those inefficiencies that are happening there. The Ministry of Finance should not be paying electricity bills. People have consumed power. They're supposed to pay for the power. If we're giving you a megawatt of power, you should return value, the amount of money that is required to compensate for the power that you've been given. It's not for government to pay electricity bills of anything. And I keep saying, businesses steal power, right? They consume power. They get people who are working for state businesses like ECG workers. They go and destroy the meters, and then they create losses, and the state pays for it. I've talked about procurement issues in the, I mean, it's so bizarre, some of the contracts, and we've been talking for some time now, how a company that doesn't invest in ECG, they don't have a dime in electricity poles or meters or transformers or any breaker. They are only collecting revenues. And the money collected goes into their account. And then they transfer the money into ECG's account at 0.85%. And they keep 0.95%. Everything is so bizarre that we need to fix it quickly to relieve the budget of these kinds of inefficiency. And how the energy sector also even relates, the power sector relates to the oil and gas sector. They are inseparable, essentially, because you have gas companies producing gas, you have exploration companies trying to explore for oil and gas, and the potential of even discovering gas is also there. And you are not sure what becomes of those investments when you put in, because the power sector is not paying for the gas. All right, so all these things create uncertainties for investment that we need to fix the power sector as quickly as possible to stabilize the economy and also the oil and gas sector.
You talk about ECG debts, and we do know that public sector institutions are among the high debtors on the ECG's list. In 2022, the ECG suffered 10.2 billion in losses. Your outlet released a report that says the ECG loses $67 million in revenue on a monthly basis. If we should privatize the ECG today, how different really can this narrative be in terms of the numbers?
So if you privatize it, what it essentially means is that the 10.2 billion is not on government. It's a debt that is not sitting on government, because it's government that has been paying, all these losses that are made. And there is no way that government agencies can consume power to the tune of 10 billion a year. These are losses from inefficiencies and mismanagement of the power sector that we need to clear it. These losses are way more than any perception that the private sector will undermine public interest. This is actually how undermining public interest really means, where we are sacrificing the schools, we are sacrificing the hospitals. I mean, look at what 10.2 billion can do to Agenda 111, for example, or fixing any other issue in that space. Right? We are wasting money that could be available for development, for building the roads and the rest of it. So essentially, that is what it is. If the private sector manages it, government will be responsible. State institutions will be responsible. They would want to pay their bills. Most of these agencies, it's not as if they don't even have a budget. Because they know ECG is government, they don't even prioritize paying their bill. Okay, and we need to fix that.
Okay. Let's now talk about the incoming NDC government. I'm sure you've taken a look at their energy sector manifesto. What's your assessment and expectation?
I think we have analyze them. Usually our problem is not with manifestos. Our problem is with politicians and government thinking in seconds and trying to fix problems with energy, with passion. And therefore, what we're going to be trying to do is to keep at, harping on the key problems that we do have and engaging to see how those problems are addressed. I mean, the top priority for us here is how you fix ECG, right? To free up the space for investment to come in, to provide reliable power. And that will be topmost on the agenda of civil society, trying to engage around what the next government does in the energy sector, and also investment in the oil and gas sector. There are investors who are waiting to see what the priorities of the government will be in the next 3 to 4 months. And we are interested in seeing how policy shifts quickly to actually open up that space for investment.
Okay, so you have written an open letter to the incoming president, a very detailed one. In summary, what were you hoping to achieve with that, Stephen?
Oh, it was just to summarize all the problems as I see it in the energy sector, and to draw attention to how urgent they are, and to highlight that we cannot continue to be that wasteful. And for us to actually fix those problems, we need to go granular and identify the problems as source. The institutions are inefficient. How do we make them efficient? Some of them are oversized, which of course will require that you cut those inefficiencies. You cannot have a corporation growing only in numbers, only in employees, from 250, for example, in the case of GMPC, to over 700 to 800 people, in the space of 8 years, when they have not added a single oil well or development that actually allows for those numbers to actually come in. And it's across the board. A lot of senior level managers have been recruited who are just sitting in the office and driving V8s without any measurable output to actually measure how they are impacting on the operations of those businesses. We need to find a way to streamline those businesses, look at how efficient they have been run over the years, and improve them. That will be the starting point for us to begin to generate value from these institutions.
Man, in your letter, you say that John Mahama would be welcomed with an energy sector debt of about 50 billion cedis on a yearly basis. You've spoken about us finding a way around all of this, but realistically, $50 billion debt under an IMF program, with here we are even hearing talks about scrapping other taxes that would have helped raise more revenue to address these debts. How do we begin to approach this, really?
It's not debt, it's waste. So we're looking at the global waste in the energy sector. You talked about ECG's 10 billion.
Yeah.
We're talking about senior managers who are sitting there doing nothing, taking big salaries, fast salaries. The number of people who have been recruited, you go to some of the organized institutions, people are sitting on the corridors doing nothing. All of those people are drawing down salaries. You talk about the downstream sector. The public is billed over 6 billion cedis a year on activities that can be taken up by the industry without burdening the public with it. So if you put all of those waste together, you're looking at excess of over 50 billion that can actually be saved from optimizing the energy sector. And we're hoping that he will pay attention to how we optimize the energy sector to make sure that some of these waste can actually be converted to revenue to actually develop the country.
So you're basically saying if we find a way to fix these loopholes, we should be fine.
Absolutely.
But it will come at a cost.
It shouldn't come at a cost. It should come at savings for the state and for the people.
In essence, the outcome is of more value than whatever it would take to get it done.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, still on the ECG conversation, Haptel has been in the news over some 200 million cedis that it's asking the ECG to pay it for an app that it was managing for it. What do you make of this?
No, it's shocking. I mean, this is way above what we thought.
Okay.
We requested for information on how much the development of the app was costing the Ghanaian people. We're giving about 172 as the cost of the development. And now we've been told that they have actually issued an invoice of about 285 million Ghana cedis. What is even intriguing is that at the time that ECG responded to the RTI and told us that the contract was 172, this invoice had actually been issued in June. So they actually knew that they were paying way more than what they told us. So, I mean, there's a lot more investigation that will have to go into it to look at what the picture actually looks like. At this point, I can conclude that ECG probably has paid far more than the 285 million to Haptel.
Interesting. Now, one major issue that has been on the lips of a lot of Ghanaians is the high cost of fuel, because you know how all of this trickles down to impact the economy. What are your key expectations in that area for this new government, and how do we begin to tackle that issue to get fuel prices lower?
The fuel prices, I mean, for me, as somebody who watches the industry, I don't want government subsidizing the fuel sector. To a large extent, the external forces, the CD, the cost of the product on the international market, take a significant chunk of the price of product at the pump. Be that as it may, we also have some inefficiencies and some margins and levies that we think could go. I mean, the coming days we're issuing a report that actually analyzes a lot of the levies and the margins in that space, where we think that people are just taking the money into their pockets through contracts and shady transactions. That can be knocked off. Even if not to clear them, it can be converted into tax revenue. That will be used to build the roads, expand access, accessibility, and allow people to move quicker, so that you don't sit in traffic and burn all your fuel. People are complaining because you can sit in traffic and burn gallons of fuel, and you're always buying. If we have infrastructure that opens up the country for people to move freely, we may not feel the impact of the product as we're doing. So we need to optimize that space, clear all the inefficiencies in that space, and generate revenues for development that allow people to feel better in the country.
Taxes on the cost of fuel account for about 40% of the cost build-up. So you're basically saying we should reduce the taxes there, make it more affordable for people, or what exactly is the point?
The taxes are around 13% of the product. It's not 40%.
It's not 40.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you benchmark that to other countries in the world, some are doing even 50% of products. So it's not the worst. But when you bring in the other margins that are introduced by the MPA, the bus margin, fuel marking, transportation, and all those things, cumulatively we're doing about 23%. All right, so you have tax revenue, about 13%, and then you have additional 10-point-something% going into other things that could be managed by the industry. So that's where we probably have to look at to see how we can optimize it and bring some into the basket so that we can be accounted for in the budget and used for development. And even the tax that we talk about, look at the ESLA levies, road fund levy, all of them are going to pay in debt. All right, and we never finish paying them. And it's not because we cannot finish paying them, but because people don't want to finish paying these debts. All right, and it's being mismanaged to the extent that now a $2.5 billion debt, we've paid more than that, and we are still paying. As we pay, the debt grows. We need to find ways to fix it so that those revenues could be optimized for development. The people cannot keep paying for debt and the debt keep growing, with no end in sight. In many countries, the petroleum sector generates quicker revenue for development. So you tax it, and then you can then prioritize other sectors. For example, mass transit, if you're taxing to do transportation, it gives people alternatives, other options, so that you don't even have to complain about higher cost of fuel because you have other options, and you leave that to those who cannot do without with public transport and still want to have their luxury, driving their own cars. But we are taxed to only pay for inefficiencies, and that's where the complaints come from.
So basically, governments can, for instance, channel some of these revenues into building railways, improving the public transport system, for instance, so that gives people some escape of a sort from the impact of high cost of fuel.
Exactly, because you have to always tax with a purpose. You tax for development. Government has no money except what we give it, right? But if you give money and all they use the money for is these inefficiencies, billions every year going into servicing debt that will never get paid because of how they are structured, then we are not being optimal. We are not being efficient. We've taxed, ESLA has been there for 10 years. We're celebrating 10 years next year. All right? How is the debt rather growing instead of declining? All right? We cannot continue to spend all our lifetime paying debt with no end in sight, or, when they will actually finish paying them. And that appears to be the case if we don't address, the energy sector problem. And the way to deal with it is also stop the accumulation, fix the ECG, so that we're not paying more debt, so we can kill the existing debt, head on, and then begin then to channel the money. Because we're paying over $3 billion a year for energy sector debt, and we are still accumulating more debt. All right. The Ministry of Finance projects that on the average, we are doing about 23 to 25 billion cedis of under recoveries and government subsidy in the energy sector. If you do away with that debt, that is significant resources to develop our country. rather than paying debt with it.
Still on the energy sector, we know that the Dangote refinery is upstream now. How do you think, for instance, the new government should what should be their posturing, especially in taking advantage of that refinery and its capacity to supply us refined products at affordable rates, especially knowing that the PAPS system under the AFCFTA allows to do transactions within the sub-region in our local currency?
No, I think it's good to support businesses within our sub-region. It's a major refinery that has been developed. I mean, they could even supply the whole of the sub-region with 600,000 barrels per stream day. So it's significant, but of course it's a market, it's a global market. We have to make sure that there's fuel supply for our country. If it's a competitively priced refined product, the BDCs will go for it. There shouldn't be any hindrance in sourcing from our region. But that is not to say that if it is priced above, what is coming from Rotterdam or anywhere else, we can compel the BDCs to go for a Dangote's refinery.
But there's the advantage of a cheaper freight cost, considering the proximity.
Guaranteed. It's not always guaranteed. There could be other mechanics around the pricing that could also impact on how they supply it. Even Dangote itself has been struggling with imports and the influx of cheap products in the Nigerian market. So the dynamics could be different. What Ghanaians want to see is that we have a competitive downstream market that gives us the cheapest but best top quality product in our market.
Some have argued that maybe it's about time as a country began to consolidate our total petrol demand and auction that to get better deals. Do you agree with this idea?
No. We just allow the market to do it and be optimal at the way we invite the market into it. Get a very strong regulator that can detect inefficiencies in the market. Any catalyzation within the market could be detected and dealt with at the regulatory level, and allow competition to actually generate benefits for the consumer. And that's how we're supposed to do it.
Okay. Now, we'll talk about, let's talk about TOR, NPA, and BOST. What would be your key expectations from the new government in addressing these very crucial energy sector institutions?
I think we have to go full haul on the deregulation that we started in 2015. I mean, before that, government used to create more debt in the downstream space. We subsidize product, and then we are not able to pay, and it becomes debt or sitting in the books. We decided not to subsidize the downstream, and then we deregulated that segment. We're supposed to improve that to ensure that the private sector controls the entire value chain without NPA imposition of some activities that makes them the contracting party. Right, in some of the things that they're doing, like fuel marking, UPPF, and the rest of it. All those things were supposed to be handed to the private sector. And then they are regulated to ensure that whatever government wants to achieve can be achieved within regulation. The state is powerful, and that's why it creates a regulator to regulate the space, so that you may even have your own infrastructure, but the state tells you how you use the infrastructure for the benefits of everybody. So we need to really deregulate the downstream. BOST says it's now a commercial entity. Why are we still paying them BOST margin? Let's shift that money to development and do something else with that money and allow the private sector.
Finally, Ben, before we let you go, on the issue of the decline in production from oil rigs and the lack of investment, how do we tackle this quickly?
We need to get serious investors. We have engaged speculative investors for too long. They didn't have money, but they were promising money. We couldn't detect that they didn't have money. How do we detect serious investors? And the sad reality is that those who were serious were the ones that were undermining. So it's time to actually open the door to those serious investors to actually come in.
Okay. Thank you so much. In your letter to the president, you stated that with the right steps, $2 billion investment in 2025 would be able to attract an average of $6 billion yearly from the energy sector?
I know some of the investors, like the ENIs, Talo, they've been seeking to, get regulatory approvals, streamline systems, to let them invest. And regulatory bottlenecks have hijacked those prospects. And we can release the environment and allow those investments to come in quickly to promote the development of the sector.
$6 billion a year can make a lot of difference in the country's economy where we find ourselves right now. Thank you so much, Benjamin Boakye. He is the Executive Director of the Africa Center of Energy Policy. So, Bella, basically, some very interesting submissions from him. ECG must be privatized, according to him, to deal with the issues of inefficiencies and improve the company's energy positions. These are among the issues that basically he thinks the government must focus on once they take over the helm of affairs.
All right, well, thank you very much for that conversation. There's one question I wish you had asked him, by the way. Would he take up any role in government if he's appointed?
Maybe he would answer that before leaving.
Mr. Boakye?
No, I'm not a politician.
You're not? No, well, you don't have to be a politician, but what if, you know, this government decides to bring in some technocrats, people who really understand the space, to lead some of these institutions? Would you accept any role?
I think the work we do is enough support for any government that wants to listen and do the right thing. The work we do is not to oppose government. We propose policy options for government to take up and work in the interest of the people. And it's good enough to continue doing that.
I see. So those rumors are lies, right? I don't know if you heard the rumors, but I just wanted to hear from the horse's own mouth.
Some people's pleasure, and they can't keep at it.
I didn't quite hear you.
So there are some people's pleasure. They could keep at them.
So it's not true that there's some lobbying going on here and there.
I have no energy for lobbying.
No energy for that. Well, thank you for clarifying that for us, Mr. Boakye. But thank you, Michael, as well. That was very insightful. But my guests are still here, and we still have a lot to talk about, by the way. And so Dr. Palgrave Boakye Danquah is here. He's governance spokesperson on governance and security. We also have Dr. Thomas Anaba, who's the NDC MP-elect for Garu constituency. And now let me get his title right, because already I'm hearing that people are not too happy. So yes, he is Dr. Sharif Mahmood Khalid, but he's an associate professor. So Professor Khalid is an NDC Economic and Finance Committee member. And we're having a conversation about some comments that had been made by some NPP stalwarts. And so I wanted to come to you, Professor.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, Bella, to listen to all of this, especially from Aikwe Otu. And that's quite an interesting perspective. It still tells the residue of arrogance, even in the MPP, in their own defeat. I mean, how dare you say what he said, right?
But freedom of speech.
Yeah, that's freedom of speech and everything. But when I say how dare you, in quotations of what it means to the disrespect of the very people who have voted for the NDC or giving power to the NDC, is disrespect to them. And that's what I'm trying to stand in for. But you see, the eminent statesman, Kwame Mpieni, has said one thing in the heat of, I think, probably the 2020 elections, if I'm not getting the time right. He said that if you dress a donkey and take the donkey to a horse race, right, it will reveal itself that it's not a donkey, it's not a horse, but an ass. That was very profound. The NDC, or the MPP, as you'd see, you know, the NDC, we are very, you know, natural people, organic in and of itself, despite credentials. But the MPP has a way of decorating its leaders and personalities they put on the political front line. I mean, that was evident in Nana Addo when he emerged to be flag bearer. There were sayings that he went to Ecole Polytechnique, he went to Oxford, and all of these things until all of that started fizzling down. It's the same packaging they gave to Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. And I'll read something to you here, which was an interview, recent interview from the Africa Watch. Anyone can grab a copy. This is what the question posed to him was. You have an extensive academic background from 1988 to 1990. You worked as a lecturer in monetary economics and international finance at the Emily Wolff College of Accountancy in London. Anyone who knows Emily Wolff will know that the title of a lecturer of monetary economics and international finance is quite an interesting one.
Why?
We know Emily Wolff. Emily Wolff is not a traditional university. It doesn't have charter status to even be a university in the first place. So this is where some of the decoration starts. It went on to ask again, you also served as an economist in the International Monetary Fund's Research Department. I take that again. You also served as an economist in the International Monetary Fund's Research Department in Washington between 1996 and 2000. You were an assistant professor of economics at Baylor University in Texas. How has this knowledge translated in practice, in practical fruits for your duration in tenure as vice president? This is his response. Let me make a correction, because we're exposing things in the run-up to an election. So this needed to be clarified. He said, to his response, let me make a correction. At the International Monetary Fund, I was a summer intern
Oh.
At the International Monetary Fund, I was a summer intern. I was at the research department during my PhD studies, a graduate student who went on a summer intern at the International Monetary Fund, right? I think in all these periods, my life was modeled as an economist. I leave it there.
So your point is what?
So my point is, these were the decorations. I mean, when he arrived, they were like, oh, he worked at the IMF, he worked at the World Bank, he worked at this and that in the Bretton Woods Institution experience. But as I indicated to you, Emil Wolf, in and of itself, you can still look it up. It doesn't have charter status to be a university. So it's not even a traditional academic university.
Okay.
Right? But he came, he was a lecturer in the UK, lecturing Emil Wolf in international monetary policy. These are the sort of decorations we were being deceived with. Then came the soliloquy of Central University College when an artificial platform was created in the run-up. But because of, the sort of political cacophony that was created in the atmosphere, at the time, the NDC, everything was against us in the run-up to the 2016 election. So nobody paid heed to those self-aggrandizement lectures that happened at the Central University where, in any academic environment, when you say you're having public lectures, when you're done, you follow up with questions. But it became a political platform in which every now and again, chaired by Professor Kwesi Yankah, who was handsomely rewarded in the government at the end of the day. So Central University became a conduit, right? So that tells you that they were buying academic washing to sort of position.
Allegedly.
Well, I mean, it's allegedly. Well, allegedly, if you want, for want of a better word. But we had eminent people like a professor who had been a vice chancellor, rose through the ranks from lecturer in a traditional university setting.
Okay.
Right? To even, many people do not know Professor Nana Gino Pokwajima was part of Women's University as chancellor until the last years where we had to eliminate it because she was there for 6 years quietly. UNESCO, she served with distinction. Right? Education minister, she served with distinction. And we saw the rise, the organic rise of President Mahama as an assemblyman, all the way to MP, to deputy communications minister, to communications minister, to vice president and president. And we saw the stellar performance. So you see the organic nature and growth in leadership and the humility in the NDC, and you see the arrogance and packaging that was being reflected, which has withered when you interrogate it.
If Dr. Bawumia had performed to our satisfaction, would this have mattered?
It matters. That's what has revealed.
No, because but if he had performed, if he had lived up to expectation. That is why
he hasn't lived up to expectation, because of the packaging, not the reality. I'm talking about organic growth and what was packaged and presented to us. You see, you look at all of these things. I'm not getting personal. I'm just being critical and clinical about these things and what happens.
Okay.
He's been the most visible vice president and the most inclusive vice president in the history of Ghana. So for me, scapegoating Akufo-Addo is neither here nor there. It is Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, head of economic management team, and what did he superintend over? Central bank losses.
He says he only
central bank losses. I'm coming. Central bank losses. At the time, we had a central bank governor, right?
Yeah.
Within which they use moral suasion as a methodology in determining their functionality. He comes out to tell us that the losses are insignificant.
Yeah.
That was the kind of disrespect we had. Look at the CD interest rate. Right. So this is what he superintended over. And Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia we were told that because of his economic prowess, the president handed over the economy to him. Right? What did he do with the keys he gave to the IGP?
We're still looking for it.
We're still looking for it, right? So, I mean, these are the things. Then, for me, the arrogance of it is they now shifted quickly to so-called digitalization, the creation of non-functional apps. I mean, who were you dazing? They believe so much in external PR, paying consultancy firms, external consultancy firms from Paris in London to come and insult us. Their first term of administration, the IGPC boss, when they went to the UN General Assembly, held an FT, a Financial Times center spread, paid to tell us how investors were investing in Ghana. Go and look it up. It was a sponsored advert. So they just came with deception. So this vote, right, was a vote that Ghanaians said, look, we are wide awake. The days of disrespect are over. The days of monetary politics is over.
Okay.
We are going for empowerment. We're going for a track record. We're going for leadership. And the reflection of this has been the submarine, but retail campaign, effective by the erudite Professor Nana Gino Pokwajima in a combination of the mass-scale campaign style of President John Dramani Mahama. You saw it. I mean, in Nana Jane's campaign, which I was instrumental part of, we never bashed anyone, right? We never incentivized anyone. It was an organic movement. She goes to a place, if there are 3 people, we speak to them, we move. And we had, you know, and all those, you could see that we had multiple layers of our campaign. You had the general secretary on the other side campaigning, you had the charity chairman on the other side campaigning, and this has been the fruit. But you see, the fruits of our labor. Again, another erroneous impression that is being put out there, which is a non-starter, is that, oh, our people do not vote. So it means that there was voter apathy, ABCD, between the year 2020 and 2004, right? How many voters or new voters made entry into the voter roll? If you want to start a debate, start it from there. So we can make the justification and extrapolate what it is. But we're not doing that and saying that it was our voter apathy, it was...
So you don't think it's voter apathy?
I mean, why should there even be voter apathy? It means something went wrong somewhere. Voter apathy doesn't exist in a vacuum. So if it indeed does exist, it means that the government did not perform and is setting voter apathy even within its own base. And that in and of itself is great indictment for any political party. Right? So, I mean, the resounding victory in itself showed 2/3. You see, and the humility with which the NDC is celebrating this also need to be, you know, acknowledged. When they won the 2016 election, they and their surrogates were all over the place. Right? 1 million votes difference. Blah, 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 everywhere. What has been a resounding victory? Almost 2/3, if not 2/3, majority in parliament. But we are mute about it, going through a smooth transition, right? Bringing everyone together, engaging stakeholders, as you'd see. And exactly what we're doing. Even look, we put up a transition team and they want to poo-poo it. Again, with propaganda.
Well, what have they said?
Everyone knows that Dr. Callistus Mahama, who is a former head of local government services, is not related to President Mahama. Right? But instead of them to lick their wounds in quiet, they decide to go on the propaganda mail again to say that Mahama appointed his relation.
Has there been anyone else apart from Mr. Ikotu who has made that reference? Because as far as I'm concerned, he's the only one.
But he's a stalwart in the NPP.
I understand. I'm just asking because I don't know if...
Social media is awash with that.
Okay.
So all those... And that if Ikotu could state in studio and say that, it tells you that it is coming from the propaganda mail of the NPP. So regardless of who says it. Right? And as you would know, Dr. Callistus Mahama had always been in a transition. By virtue of his role, if you look at the Transition Act itself, head of local government services ought to be. So he's bringing institutional memory into it. So how is this a problem?
Okay. Well, let me bring Palgrave in.
It's the propaganda and all of this, I think, ought to stop. But then again, the people of Ghana have spoken. They've spoken strongly. I say I commend them because the days of money politics is over now. The days of arrogant politics is over now. But the days of inclusion, resetting, and ensuring that the right thing is done in the basic minimum in terms of social and economic needs are met for the good people of Ghana.
And Ghanaians are telling the NDC to also remain humble. Because we all do understand that, you know, power sometimes gets into the head of people. And so, yes, you say you're celebrating humbly at this point. We hope that it remains the same. And you focus on the policies. Because Ghanaians have shown you that regardless of which party is in power, they are not voting according to tribal whatever anymore. They're not voting according to the regions that you people may be strong in. It's really about the policies and how you make life easier for anyone. But let me bring Dr. Palgrave Boakye in. A number of things have come up. And of course, Prof and Dr. Anaba are all saying the same thing, that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia should take part of the blame because of his pronouncements, because of how he was packaged, all of that. It went opposite, directly opposite what, you know, people expected.
You know, Bella, in the Akan proverb, it is stated that so be about the share. Now, as I'm so to it. If someone's beard is burning, get water and put to yours.
Whose beard is burning at this point?
You know, we have lost an election.
So your beard is burning as a party?
Yes, as a party. We have lost an election. It's a very difficult moment for us. I think that one of the things that we would want from all observers and the NDC observers and the incoming government is to not drag us through the pain of what we are dealing with as a party.
Didn't you do it to them?
And so, Bella, allow me.
I will. I'm sorry for interjecting. I just thought that was an interesting point you made, and I'm asking that. Do you remember that you did it to them?
No, you see, Bella, some of the things that I remember, you know that, I'll state something whilst we have the conversation.
I'm listening.
You better understand it. You know, it's, I am not here, really, to troll the president-elect and the vice president-elect. And the reason why I do not want to do that is because they have an elevated role now. In that elevated role, they are the collective responsibility of Ghana's incoming president and Ghana's vice president. So I would not in any way try to denigrate that responsibility that all of us have given unto them. And so I would plead with the NDC, this one I'll say the NDC, that we are nursing our wounds. We are healing from the pain of the loss. This is an unexpected loss for us, and obviously an unexpected victory that we thought the NDC would have. I listened to the lawyer Ayikwe Otu. That argument of the margins in terms of the number that the NDC candidate had and the number that we had, and the argument that there are voter apathy and that people didn't turn out to go and vote, and that NDC appreciated by an extra 150,000 and all of that. That argument can be in context, but there are real issues that must be dealt with.
Okay.
We went into an election, a population number of about 80 million people. These were the number of people that voted. And these were the results. Yeah. We lost. We've accepted that we have lost. It's painful that we have lost. It's not good to denigrate the character and the hard work of an outgoing government into opposition. That we decorate leaders. We decorate leaders and present the leaders and all of that.
Is that false?
I would disagree.
Okay.
To be honest, because you see, people have had a trajectory of their lives. Okay, people volunteer, people intern, but it doesn't rule out the fact that people have had a trajectory of their life. People have gone to university, they've done a master's, they've done a PhD, they've had a career path. And even when you draw a CV, in some aspects of your CV, you put in some things that you did in terms of volunteering. And so if people might have picked things out of context, I mean, this is not the place for us to say that we decorate leaders and present.
You say if people pick things out of context.
We have not decorated. I don't see any leader that has been.
Hold on, Prof. Prof, please hold on.
I pontificated that he worked at the IMF.
No, I said was the MPP.
No, but it's me.
And there's a distinction. So
hold on, Prof. You let him make his point.
Because you see, when Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has had a clear career path of the things that he's done. It's available for people to see where he worked, his contributions he brought in, the organizations he represented, either in Zimbabwe, Africa Development Bank,
IMF,
and all of that. I have not said that.
Zimbabwe was after. They also make Zimbabwe seem as though he worked in Zimbabwe before coming into government.
Let him respond.
Zimbabwe was after he ran and lost. Yeah. Right, that exposed him, and the then chair of the African Development Bank, Kabrusi. He's trying to sneak that in again. But in the decoration I warned about.
But you see, that's why I said, you see, Bella, Obia Bodri is sick. Now was also a good. You understand?
We've not decorated
anyone. So I showed you the stellar performance of Professor Nana-Gino Pokwajima.
He's making a point. So you let him make the point. Let's get the full point.
I cannot even state an idiomatic expression.
That's okay.
Since when did you know idioms? After you lost. The last man standing. Continue to speak.
He said don't drag him in his
face. He his wounds. Let's allow you to nurse it.
You see, and I'm not the last man standing. There are a lot more of our party people that are out there that are communicating. Okay, don't bring attention to me when I don't want it. Because I'm not the last man standing.
But there are a lot of voices.
Please allow him to speak his point.
A lot of people that are speaking.
We're listening.
Bella, we have lost an election. It's very painful. I have not been out of my house till yesterday and today. because it's very painful. It's difficult to come to terms with the issues that are arising even after we have lost the election.
Yeah.
So we are nursing our wounds, okay? But whilst we are at it, we must also be minded of how people try to now re-describe our candidates that we have presented in an election. To be fair, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia did not get a 0 in this election. So there were people who believed in him that voted for him. But the votes did not culminate to what we have all agreed on as a country for that person to become the next leader of the country.
Yeah.
And so we appreciate that. All I'm saying is that the argument of the fact that people did not turn out, those are reflections that we would have internally. But we want to appreciate the integrity of the electoral processes.
Okay.
We want to appreciate that people went out to vote. The EC would obviously acknowledge that the turnout was about 60%. We cannot determine whether that turnout of 40% that didn't come would have either voted for the NPP or the NDC, not. Which is why it's not an argument that must be raised. You understand? But we can have an internal, and those will be like our own internal reflections when we begin to sit as a party and we start,
and you do some introspection.
Exactly.
Would you consider the exit polls of Dr. Musa Dankwa, well, Mr. Musa Dankwa, pardon me, for example, especially because the NPP poo-pooed his, his research work ahead of the elections. Now he's done an exit poll, and it shows that about 20% of NPP voters decided to vote for the NDC. So he says it's not just a matter of voter apathy, but also the fact that people really were not happy with a lot of things that the NPP did. And these are people who voted for the NPP in the 2020-2016 elections. 20% of them decided to vote for the NDC. Is this something you consider as a party as you do your introspection and reflection?
You know, Musa Dankwa of Global Analytics, I know him very well.
Okay.
I've been on platforms with him. He's done some surveys for me, personally, when I was going through an election. In the heat of politics, right? In the heat of campaign, sometimes objectivity goes out. And so you would hear maybe an NPP person saying that one particular survey is towards an opposition party. And then you hear an NDC person also saying that another particular survey, either from SMART or not, is also towards an NPP party. So here we are on this table of objectivity, okay? And that's what I would want to call it. The TV3 platform is a table of objectivity.
Is it really?
Yes, on this dining table, yes.
That's new to us from the NPP.
On this dining table of objectivity, okay, Bella. The exit polling is good for us to be able to reflect upon. It is good that we don't toy away with post-elections conversations, because we need a buffet of that. It is that buffet that, when we take into a reflective moment, would be able to come out stronger.
Okay.
Our flag bearer and leader of the party has said we're going to regroup. In that regrouping moment, and in that stormy moments where we are struggling, obviously in these times where we have lost an election and there's a lot of blame game and people are saying A, B, C, and D, we are saying that these are home matters. Come home, let's have these conversations. But yes, I mean, that's why I made a statement that we cannot even state that the 40% that did not turn out would have voted for either NPP or NDC. So I agree with Musa Dankwa in terms of...
As a party, do you regret pooing Musa Dankwa's polls?
You see, I'm an individual.
Okay.
My views and thoughts that I share either is representative of what government wants me to do, or it's either representative of me as an individual. As an individual, as an academic, I mean, I said that Musa Dankwa's research that he did pre the election at some stages of non-objectivity and the politics of it. Okay. You can be able to come in and say that, oh, maybe it's tilted towards a particular.
Oh, you said that personally.
No, I didn't say that. But I'm saying that, I mean, generally.
As a party, you did.
I don't want to say as a party, but I'm just talking of the generality of the conversations that were out there. Okay, that you would find people state that it's either tilted, because obviously when you do research and it doesn't go in your favor, you don't like it.
Yeah.
Okay, but one of the things that Musa Dankwa said he does and always does is that when you go to the survey ground, you always look for unscattered scattered people to research in your surveying, and then you can be able to ensure that you get the best out of it. But yes, I mean, we commend Musa Dankwa.
You do?
Oh, of course, I personally commend Musa Dankwa for his work. Like I said, I know him personally. He's done surveys for me. I've consulted
Apparently
him.
He did for what, your primaries?
Yes, for my primaries. Yes,
okay.
Yes,
did he get his prediction right in the primaries?
So you see, he got his predictions right, and some of the suggestions that he gave that I worked on brought me up, because there were 5 people that stood in my primaries, and I was third.
You're third.
Yes. Okay. So earlier on, the predictions was that I was stealing, at the bottom, and that
so
prediction also was the same as what the BNI had.
So why didn't you come out having this information?
So, I had.
Why didn't you come out?
Maybe you didn't hear it. I had spoken about it
on TV.
Yes, on Asase and other places.
At the time when he was being ridiculed, to the extent that there was an MPP,
I had spoken about
obvious MPP member who stood on TV with Professor Smart Sapon, and he was mocking Musa Dankwa and saying Musa should come and listen to PhD holders conduct polls as against. You never spoke up against that.
I know, but you see, in the, like I've always said, in the level of objectivity, okay, you always need to speak where you speak, and I spoke about it, and that's why I'm re-emphasizing the things that I spoke about.
All right.
Now.
Interesting. Well, I'm sure the comment section is very exciting at this point. But let me go to Dr. Anaba. I mean, yes, we've talked about all the things that may have gone wrong, but at the same time, Ghanaians are also asking the NDC to be very measured, especially with the promises that they have made, and the fact that looking at the next 4 years that President-elect Mahama has, he may not have enough funds to complete everything that has been promised in the 2024 NDC manifesto. And really, if he doesn't, or he's not able to achieve all those, that could go against the NDC.
Sure, definitely. If a party makes promises and comes to government and does not fulfill its promises, definitely there will be a referendum on that on the election day. But I want to tell you that there are various sources that we can raise funds to make sure we continue and implement the policies that we've spoken about. If you take, for instance, the oral that we are coming to implement. Oral alone, if actually we implement it, and I'm sure we are really going to implement it, we're going to retrieve a lot. Because there are a lot of contracts and other things that have been given out, and we've seen that they are exaggerated too much, and we also think that they are not properly implemented. So going after monies that were loot from 2017 till 2024, a lot of money would be recovered. Okay. Also, remember that in Ghana, we have so many taxes that are crippling businesses, and we've promised to take out some of those taxes and then the rest. So with that application of relieving money and allowing businesses to grow, they would pull in all the unemployed, most of the unemployed people, and that would definitely cause a reduction in demand on government to rather look for money to give to people who are not working. We've promised to put up something like, let me just give an example in Garu, planning to put up a good irrigation project that started and was halted by this current government. That can provide over 15,000 acres of land for cultivation.
It's not one district, one dam.
It's not one district, one dam, but it has swallowed more than 100 of those dams constructed by John Mahama. It's just left with the sewage side to be done, for the canals to be done, for over 15,000 acres of land, irrigable land, to be done to absorb the youth to work. That alone is going to boost income for the people and also generate taxes and then the rest for the people. So I don't have fears about where we are going to get the money. Look at in the health sector, a lot of corruption. We've uncovered a lot of corruption contracts, activities in the health sector. A house rented in Adakulu for COVID quarantine, which was never used. That money must be recovered. Over 20-something million must be recovered. Sputnik V money must be recovered. All the contracts that were given under COVID-19 that were tabletop signatures without any proper contract written, all those monies, if we recover them, they are going to give us a lot. For example, the collapsed banks, the monies that we use to collapse the banks, instead of using $9 billion CDs to recover banks, we rather use 20-something billion to collapse them. All that monies, we have to go to investigate to really see how we got into that. Look at the monies that we borrowed, and a sole company, a sole bank, being the negotiator for all our monies, Data Bank, made a lot of profit. Why did we go for all those loans that have not been used for any proper investment? If they had used them like Muhammad did into Atuabo, into Kotoka International Airport, into Tema Harbor, I think we would have made money. So we have to look for all those monies. Sisi Ledapa, plenty money. They gave a lot of millions of dollars to cleanse Accra, to make Accra the cleanest city. That money, we haven't heard of it. But we've seen monies in people's houses, and their beds, under beds, and under lockers, and all that. ROPA, that oral would help us a lot to retrieve that. And reducing the size of government is another thing, because 120-something ministers versus 60 ministers would play a difference. And that we should invest our money where we can recoup the money. That's what I think JM wants to do, and that's what I think our party is going to do. Once we invest in a place that we can recover the money, self-financing investment, that will leave the money for government to run the other issues that we want to do. Whereby we go for loans to invest in ventures that would bring us more money, like Atuabo Gas, like the Tema Harbor. Definitely we'll be able to. This government has actually, look, for instance, NHIS, as I speak to you, they've employed over 300 people in the last 6 months. National Health Insurance. And they are, Ghana Health Service, they are there currently giving people appointment letters dated 6th of January.
What?
6th of January.
When did these letters come?
Yeah, they are there. I'll provide you samples. You see, people are just trying to sack the country. SIC, they packed so many people there, employed so many people in SIC, doing nothing. And they've collapsed SIC. The same thing as National Health Insurance. Instead of using the monies to pay for claims, they are rather using the money to pay for people who are redundant. All those things would be eliminated. So I think that prudent appointments would reduce the cost of doing business by government. And in that way, we'll have money to run the social policies that the government has promised to deliver to the people.
I wish you had that evidence about people getting letters backdated to 6th of January, appointment letters. I wish you did, so that we can verify some of these things.
I'll give it to you.
Okay.
I'll give it to you. Okay. But what I want to say is that for government to get money to run all the policies are not only money. There are policies that would come and affect the economy. Like if we try to, the district assembly elections that we are talking about, all those things, people decide what they want to do in their assemblies and then the rest. If we also invest in agriculture, that we think we are doing, look, this government is selling fertilizer to cocoa farmers. He has destroyed the forest where they farm cocoa, and our economy has gone down. If we come back and revitalize all those things, definitely there'll be money coming in. And I'm sure the international organizations who lend us money will definitely have to negotiate with them in terms of how they can also relax some of the agreements that this government has gone in with them to free us some space. Because if we actually don't exist, they can't get to invest in us. So they have to free us space to actually get some funding to run the policies that we think.
All right. Prof, so I know you, of course, you are an Economic and Finance Committee member of the NDC. And of course, you probably played a role in deciding that the likes of e-levy, COVID levy, betting tax should all go. Now, as part of the first 120 days plan for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, you intend to hold a national economic dialogue to assess the true state of the economy, prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program for the budget. Now, ISE, Institute of Statistical and Economic Research, they have come out to say that any government that wants to cancel the likes of e-levy, betting tax and all that, they should hasten slowly, because you need to give a tangible reason why that should go, and you also need to give details as to what else can replace it, because at this point we're broke. We don't have the money. Now, if you hold this forum and the likes of ISE and all these CSOs come out and insist and give you tangible reasons why you should not cancel e-levy and COVID levy and bet winnings, at a time when your followers have also said that if you don't cancel this, 2028 you might not return to government, what are you going to do as a party?
I mean, well, if you look at this, I haven't had a full appreciation of what ISE has actually said. Okay. Or haven't read it. I'm yet to probably have a full appraisal of it.
I'll pull up that document.
Yeah, it's okay, but it's welcoming because that's a stakeholder voice. I mean, as you know, we never shied away from economic engagement. Sanchi is a classic example. When the economy was wobbling and the rest, we did call a stakeholder consensus to see how we could move the economy forward. which was poo-pooed. We were ridiculed among all of that. You know, they came into power and decided to hold a town hall meeting across the length and breadth of the country under the taxpayers with sparauding V8s all over the place, right? So, but to look at these things, e-levy, as you would see, what we said, and even the negotiations and the concessions we're making, the proposal they made was very huge. And there was an element, or there's an element of double taxation to it if you look at how it happens, especially from banking transactions and what have you.
Yeah.
That in and of itself, I don't know, that's what I'm saying, I haven't had a clinical look at ISE's report.
Okay.
Because it became counterproductive in the sense that it created loopholes for people, right? I tell you, I had a landlord who I had to do a forex transaction with. She phones me up, this is an elite person, well-educated, well-exposed, and to the shock of my life, she says, Sheriff, don't put the money in the bank. I want to take cash. I asked why. He said there's going to be a 2-3% slap on tax on it. So if we have many of such people moving out of that bracket of the, like, you know, who were rather banked and now going unbanked, I think ISE would probably have to have a full appreciation of this to tell us how they concluded on this. So it's about interrogating each and every of this. So as far as we are concerned, there's a nuisance element to e-levy and an element of double taxation, right, which is shifted to the end user who is still struggling to probably have ends meet. Even Momo. How many of us use Momo transactions? It is the downtrodden that use it most. Now, if we are taxing it again, what does it reflect?
But you know the numbers reflect that there's even been more people doing Momo.
But yes.
In recent times. I have the details.
Yeah, the details are that. No, the point is the convenience of it will not. And we're in an election year where a lot of transactions were happening. So let's factor that there's an outlier effect here. Post-election, we may probably want to look at that again. But that is not to say the convenience of it is very important. If I could sit my home and order fried rice and pay via Momo, with even the taxation, where I have to move my car, I've returned from work very tired, heavy traffic, all of those factors would come in. But that's not to say I have my perspective even on telecos encroaching on the financial space. That's not their core mandate. Their core mandate is to give us voice, text, and data. How much quality is that? What experience are we having in that regard? So for me, they may probably have to create platforms for the financial sector to do their transactions, but their involvement of it is problematic. And we look at the repatriation levels at which they take these monies out of our country. So e-levy in and of itself and the whole conundrum surrounding mobile money, right, and financial transaction ought to be looked at deeply. As I said, I haven't really, but as you know, there's a lot of simplistic arguments that could be put out in the frame. But I think that, Let me
just read a bit of what ISE said.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So it says that in its recent State of the Ghana Economy Report, ISE proposed a phased elimination of these levies as part of the 2025 budget to avoid undermining fiscal stability. Together, the e-levy and COVID-19 levy are projected to generate over 5 billion cedis in revenue, with 2.1 billion cedis from the e-levy and 3.172 billion from COVID levy. Scrap e-levy 2.1 billion, COVID levy 3.172, betting tax, then what is the alternative? And that's what the report is questioning.
My point is,
and they're urging policymakers to carefully evaluate the timing and impact of eliminating these revenue streams, which are essential for meeting Ghana's IMF obligations. If I can just give you the mobile transactions.
I would have expected ISE to say that in the last, post-COVID, in the last couple of years, what investments have what do you call it, COVID levy been used for by the existing government that is yielding anything or bringing any benefit to the economy, right? When was COVID? 2020. Which year are we in? 2024. And we are still paying COVID levy. What is there to reflect as a nation in the national kitty that this is what e-levy is doing? If that is not even existent, then we can't fail it. They would have to. So I expected them, for the rigor of their research and to have a full appreciation of what they are doing and to have a real balance, they should tell us what investments in the last 3 years e-levy has been put through and the turnaround effect of it that is having a significant impact that invariably is spreading through, you know, the entire value chain of the economy, that scrapping it would be a problem. But there are other alternative sources of revenues that one could look at. I've always said that, look, in governance, politics, whistles and bells, all of these things happen. When a government, a new government, wins in and of itself is goodwill of the international community. Right? So as to how you run off with that goodwill in and of itself is important because some investors are there waiting to see what would come in. So I think it's early days. I don't know. In any case, I also expect to see ISE's report when these nuisance tax were introduced, what they thought of it. So sometimes they make us question research in a very interesting way. But it interests you to know that I think I know a key and eminent member of ISED that sits on the African Development ADB board.
Okay.
So I'll be interested to know if he was part of this report and to have full disclosure as to what actually went into this.
Well, they also say
these days we are very clinical in actually assessing what people do.
So it's about the alignment of the
name
people.
of academia.
Well, the report also pointed to the betting tax, suggesting it could be developed as an alternative revenue source, though its specifics remain undefined. Now, let me give you the details of the Momo transactions, because I remember when I said they had increased this year, you said no. You weren't too sure about it. Oh, okay, you were shaking your head, so I wasn't sure.
The election, I said the election year.
I said a lot of Momo this year.
Yes. MPs were campaigning, political parties were campaigning, so there were still transactions happening. So I'm saying, post-election year, can we look at it?
Okay.
This is a special year.
I mentioned this a couple of days ago. Let me just go through it quickly, and then we'll go to the Accra International Conference Center. So we're told that Momo transactions increased in the first 4 months of 2024 at 779.1 billion cedis, which is 41.55% growth rate. In 2023, same period, it was 330.91 billion cedis. So you look at January 2024, it was 198.4 billion. February 2024, 195.8 billion. March, 181.9 billion. Then in April, it shot up to 203.0 billion Ghana cedis. And we're told that according to the March 2024 summary of economic and financial data by BOG, total number of transactions for January alone, 618 million transactions were done in January. February, 609 million transactions. March, 631 million transactions. And then April, 630 million transactions. So, I mean, total value of Momo transactions for 2023 was 1.19 billion. They are saying that we're looking at 1.912 trillion compared to the 1.07 trillion in 2022. Those are the details, by the way. But I'll come back for us to have that conversation because it's very important. Let me just go to the Accra International Conference Center. And, of course, the transition team, joint transition team, is still meeting. They're still discussing the way forward, of course, looking at documents as well. So let's quickly cross over now and listen to them. Ofosu Kwakye is talking now.
Agencies of states, the departments, the ministries and the agencies that fall under the government machinery antenna. So they will be dealing with those ones.
Okay. Aside from those two objections, are there any other objections you raised today?
No. There wasn't any other objections. I would say that it's been a very fruitful and cordial meeting. If there's any other information that we wish to convey to the public, we will put it out.
Earlier in the day, you were concerned about the levels of deliberations in relation to the last-minute appointments and payments. Was that resolved?
Yes, some consensus was reached, and we'll be putting out a statement on that going forward.
Consensus as in
how to address them. But as I told you, that matter has been referred to the government machinery subcommittee. So it will be dealt with at that level, and then they would report to the larger transition team.
I know it's early days yet, but I've withdrawn a budget because I remember.
No, there's no issue of a budget. We have made it clear that we are not going to burden the states with any amount whatsoever regarding budgets. The most we will need is office space and some support staff. That's all. Okay. So there's no issue of a budget.
Okay.
Well, that is yet to be determined because apparently there's a state activity that has to take place, which will take away most of the members of the government side. So by close of day today, we should know when our next sitting will be, and we'll keep you informed.
But aside the issue you raised, any other issues that?
No, there's not been any contentious issues. Arising from today's deliberations. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
As you may recall, the committee pursuant to the President Transitions Act 2012 had their first meeting last Wednesday. And at that meeting, myself and my brother Felix Kwakye Ofosu were nominated to speak on behalf of the committee collectively. So this is our very first meeting, invited as spokespersons to be at the meeting. So today, the business of the day was about constitution of subcommittees. As you may recall, at the first meeting, 3 subcommittees were constituted. And today, additional 6 subcommittees were also constituted, including finance and economy, the social sector, legal and governance, infrastructure, among others. Also, members of the outgoing government and incoming government nominated 3 representatives each, who will serve as members of committee, and 1 from each side serving as a co-chair. The mandate of the committee is to the extent that they are expected to convene meetings and also take the handing over notes as submitted by MDAs to the Administrator General, so that they can go through them and then advise the substantive committee accordingly. There are other members or other persons from the civil service and the public service in general who are also required to give technical support to these committees, even including outgoing ministers, to give support to the subcommittees as and when they are needed to serve. So today, officially, all the 9 committees were duly constituted, and subsequently the co-chairs led by the Chief of Staff and also Honorable Julius Debra, who is a representative of the President-elect as co-chair, who directed that all the handing over notes should be submitted to the respective committees for them to do their work, so that, God willing, a week today, the subcommittees who have completed their work will come before the committees and do submission.
Okay, there are allegations of last-minute recruitment and also dubious payments that are being made. What is your reaction to that?
I was so surprised when I heard those comments. In fact, I couldn't believe my eyes, and I said I have to go online to check if there is any formal statement, until I realized that some interviews were granted that did not reflect the meetings that were held last Wednesday. Let me remind you that the terms of reference of the President's Transitions Committee is what is established by Act. Within the Act, it does not go beyond what the Act does not provide. So I believe that the goodwill and the commitment that the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has shown, together with the President-elect John Dramani Mahama, have shown that they want us to work together and come out with a result that is in the interest of this country. That is what the committee is meant to do, within the confines of the Act and nothing more. Let me also remind you that the President of the Republic, beyond commitment to peaceful election, beyond commitment to free and fair election, had directed after the 2020 elections that under his administration, although there was a convention that outgoing ministers and government appointees were at least by convention allowed to purchase their saloon cars that they were using, in 2020 President Akufo-Addo said not under his watch. No minister should take a car with him or her, no political appointee should take a car with him or her. Subsequent to that, my brother Eugene Ahin issued a statement 2 days ago reminding all political appointees of the President's declaration and commitment that we should not purchase cars, and that every political appointee is expected to submit state property in their possession to government checks by 3rd January 2025. So I believe that was a starting point that we should look at. Beyond that, any allegation of, I don't even know what you mean by last-minute recruitment, because pursuant to Article 57 of the 1992 Constitution and the mandate granted to the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, through the terms of the people of Ghana, that mandate expires on the midnight of 6th January 2025. We are working within a budget year. We are working based on projections and expectations as early as last November, as November 2023, as to our expectations of how much revenue we are able to mobilize, whether through taxation, financing, grants, and what we thought the expenditure or the government chest can contain within the budget year. Government has not departed. There is not a single recruitment happening without the due financial clearance, granting the mandate to the respective ministry to do so. There isn't any contract without the requisite documentation or support or commitment from the Ministry of Finance, which comes by way of commencement warrant or duly allocated budget to the respective ministry to work. And let me remind you, both political parties, leading political parties in this country, have been in government, gone to opposition, been in government, gone to opposition, and I do not seek to equalize. But I remember most of your media platforms have referred to a letter that was written under the hand of Honorable Osafo Maafo on 17 December 2016, advising the then outgoing government on some of the actions that were being taken. But even beyond that 17 December 2016, the government reminded us through interviews and statements made by my brother Felix Kwakye Ofosu, Honorable Mahama Ayariga, that the mandate of their government had not expired and was not going to expire until 6th January 2017. We are here again. It is only that the parties have changed. It is still the same field, the same laws. But I believe if anybody has concerns about any illegality, we shouldn't have concerns about illegality transpiring within 1 month. If there is an illegality, it does not matter when that illegality happened. They can use due court process and other processes when the power is handed to them on 7 January 2025 to address some of those issues and do whatever recoveries they think is illegal and must be done. But just to throw hot air and be the first to run to the media to level allegations and engineer some publications in the newspapers and online. I'm in this space, we know all that. But I'm saying for the peace that we seek and the inspiration that some of us have taken from the President of the Republic and the Vice President of the Republic, we are empowered to support the President-elect and the incoming government to have the smoothest transition to continue government business in the interest of the good people of Ghana. And that commitment we shall honor. But any other matter that seeks to take away from the mandate of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo until the end of 6th January 2025, you and I know is unconstitutional. And I'm even referring you to the fact that as late as 20th December 2016, the former President and President-elect appointed a charade board for us. Because it was a legal appointment, that charade board has been in office since 2016 to date. You get the point. They appointed an NCC commissioner for us. And it did not change because we have to, when they raise points that the mandate says 4 years, not 3 years, 10 months, or 3 years, 11 months. And if there is anything untoward, whatever provisions or policy direction that the incoming government has, they have the opportunity and resources to do whatever they deem fit. But I don't understand why after winning an election and seeking a smooth transition, we still want to go ahead and then throw dust and misinform and cause panic, which will lead to people going out there to cause violence and also to hurt people.
So with all said, are you recruiting people?
I am saying that there is no recruitment which is new after we lost the election. The Ghana Police Service, the Ministry of Interior, since August, made an announcement of financial clearance that they've received since January, if you recall. It's got the processes have been to Parliament, all other places, securing financing. They announced publicly of the intention to recruit. The Ghana Police Service brought a schedule of where the recruitments were taking place in every regional capital. The young people of this country went out there to participate in the process. They were shortlisted, they did their medicals. In fact, some of them were already at the training schools. But the police service deemed it fit that you cannot disenfranchise people because they are under training. So these individuals have to be released to go out there to cast their votes and come back to continue the process. And I'm reminding you that at the military training school, when we took office in 2017, there were people who were recruited who were in training as at November 2016. Not a single one of them was removed or changed by this government, because we make it appear as if some of these processes just come out of the blue. It is not every institution who will even have the financial clearance to embark on these recruitments. And I'm saying these are public exercises, and publications on your respective media houses and online portals will reflect the narrative as I am putting it out today, and nothing new. If there is any evidence to the contrary of people being recruited without financial clearance, without due process, let us give specific instances and mention names. Not that because all of a sudden there is a change in government, we need to change the narrative and create some stories to further denigrate and defame some individuals for what they have not done.
Lastly, as the mouthpiece of government, there's pressure on government to take action on the chaos that we are seeing at the various recollection centers and, you know, the vandalism and all of that. What is the government doing?
We have robust institutions of states that are divorced completely in terms of operations from the political or executive powers of our country. We have the police service. When they require support from other institutions, security institutions of state, they can do so. And I believe if you see the communications and subsequent publications coming from the Ghana Police Service, at least I have seen some on their social media portals, it points to the fact that they have been making some arrests. Some people are remanded, others have been granted bail. But beyond that, clearly, you will do your research and look into the matters as to the source of this vandalism. If it's over exuberance, if it is out of some excitement of assault, post-election.
NPP members, allegedly NPP.
So name and shame, you know them, you know their. If you know NPP members, if you know, and your media houses who did the coverage, post-election coverage, you have reporters in the various regions, if you know for a fact, they should have names and they should have pictures. But to just try and create an impression just to hide the truth, I believe that is something that you owe a bigger responsibility to our country as a media to investigate and find out what is actually going on. But it is, I believe over the past few days, I have granted interviews to a lot of international media, and they are as proud as I am as a Ghanaian that we have vowed that whatever the outcome of every election is, we are committed to a peaceful transition process, that votes are duly counted and persons who have won are duly declared, and we move on as a country. We wish good for our country. If they have selected an alternative, they have the goodwill and our prayers to do well. If they don't do well, another election will just be at the corner, and we'll come back to the good people of this country to make a case.
Okay. Finally, there was an issue of 240 million Ghana cedis that the spokesperson for the Mahama transition team said they had flagged. I want to find out what the outcome was on that.
Let me remind you once again, respectfully, that the transition team's powers does not exceed whatever authority granted by the Act, and it does not place an embargo on the executive mandate that the people of Ghana have given to President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. As we sit here, it's about inauguration, it's about handing over, it's about disclosures and declarations and making sure they receive everything they are meant to receive. It does not take away the powers of the finance minister to pay. Then we should say that in December we are not paying salaries because the transition team should be the one to pay. When you were talking about security situation right now, you didn't say that you are calling on the former president or the NDC to address security concerns. You said we are still in government, so the state should act. The actions of the state does not expire until the executive mandate that you gave to the president expires. So why do we approbate and reprobate? Yeah. On security matters, you want government to show that they are still in office, but on expenditure and decisions, you say, wait, allow a transitions committee to advise you on what to do.
The argument is that these payments are irregular and they are coming at the last minute after the outcome of the December election.
The timing. Let me remind you, and I am saying that, what do you mean by irregular payments? What do you mean by that? Every ministry that is under the consolidated fund, they have their capex, they have their goods and services, they have their program for the year. Those who are not able to exhaust it will go back to chess. Those who required more funding, they presented it before Parliament, and approvals and appropriations have been done. So let me remind you once again, respectfully, that we cannot all of a sudden say because there is change, there is an election, and there is a change in government expected in January, we shouldn't pay salaries. The Finance Ministry shouldn't pay obligations. Ministry of Information, we have procured 40 state-of-the-art LED information rig for the Information Services Department for the retooling. It's at the ports. They have to clear, we have to pay. Is it the case that we are saying the tools that even the civil servants need to work, which was captured in the budget since November 2023, should be shelved because there is change in government? The new budget year, they will have all the control to do the appropriation under the new budget year, based on the resources at their disposal, based on the...
All right, so that was the Honorable Fatima Abubakar, the Minister for Information, of course, debunking some claims made by some NDC members, especially the spokesperson for President-elect John Dramani Mahamed's transition team, Honorable Felix Kwasi Ofosu, that some last-minute recruitments and payments have been made. And in fact, the Mahama transition team has intercepted some of them. We'll come and discuss the things that she has said, because according to her, nobody was fired in 2016 when the NPP took over. We'll find out if that's really true or not. But let me go to Beatrice now, who's taking us on a journey. Where are we going, Beatrice?
We're going to the Accra International Conference Center because the transition team is currently meeting, and we have Noble Crosby-Annan, who is monitoring the events for us. He joins us live now via video call. Noble, what can you tell us from where you are?
Well, Beatrice, the meeting ended about a while ago, about some 20 minutes ago, and they had all the members of the various transition teams. I'm talking about from the NPP and the NDC present in this room where it all happened. It lasted for about some 4 hours, about 3 hours, 30 minutes. That's how long this meeting took. We saw the Interior Minister here. We saw also Bosaiche Mensah Bonsu here, who is the minister responsible for presidential affairs. We saw the finance minister, Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam, here. We saw Dominic Nitul as well present here. Martina J. Kosa was here, and the Honorable Albert Kanapa was here. These people from the NPP side of the transition team. The NDC was also fully represented. The co-chair of the transition team, talking about Julius Deborah, was here as well. We saw Fifi Kwetu, who is a member of the NDC team. Dr. Callistus Muhammad was also here. Dr. Valerie Soa, Dr. Kesa Tuforsing, as well as some other members of the NDC side of the transition team. It started with the spokesperson of the NDC side of the transition team talking about Felix Kwasi Ofosu, making some expectations or expecting some key discussions to happen in this room. Amongst the things that he expected to happen in this room was the continuation of where the team left off on Wednesday after the inauguration of the committee, as well as responding to some critical concerns they in the NDC have had. And with this, I'm talking about the last-minute appointments that the NDC is claiming that the NPP is doing. We're talking about the appointment of the Deputy Shraj Commissioner, as well as some last-minute security appointments, responses that have come from the NPP spokesperson of the transition team, talking about the Information Minister Fatima Abubakar there. He was also looking at going beyond these discussions, if the need be, to talk about issues of subcommittees that will be formed. Already we know that some 9 committees have now been formed, but earlier in the morning, Felix Kwasi Ofosu expected an additional 5 subcommittees to be formed after the 3 had been formed already in the first meeting. And these 3 committees, I'm talking about the Inauguration Subcommittee, Government Machinery Subcommittee, as well as the Presidency Subcommittee. And according to Felix Kwasi Ofosu, it was in line with the Presidential Transition Act that made these subcommittees, these 3 subcommittees, if you like, mandatory to look at the transition from one government to the other. So after the meeting that lasted for about 4 hours, we spoke to the 2 of them, voices which we've had responding to how this meeting went, whether the concerns the NDC had about last-minute appointments and last-minute payments were addressed. And according to Fatima Abubakar, there's no such thing as last-minute appointments or last-minute payments because the mandate of the Akufo-Addo government has not ended. It will end on the evening of the 6th of January 2025. Then on the 7th of January 2025, a new government will be sworn in. In fact, it's making the comparison that when it comes to security issues in dealing with acts of vandalism that have been reported across some other areas in the country, you're calling on the president to intervene. But when it comes to the president exercising his mandate as the executive, making appointments, working within the budget or making expenses, that you have a problem with. So he's making the comparison of appropriating and reprobating and all of that. So these are the things mainly that have happened here at the Accra International Conference Center, where the presidential transition teams, both the NDC and the NPP, have had, if you like, their second meeting. The next meeting will be determined soon, where other courses of actions will be spoken about.
Thank you so much, Noble Crosby Annan, for bringing us that comprehensive report from that meeting with the transition team at the Accra International Conference Center. I'm coming back to you, Bella.
All right, thank you so much, Beatrice. And we're going back to my guest so we can have a conversation also about what the Minister of Information had said. Very interesting. And I was monitoring the comments on our Facebook stream, and I'll read just a few of them. Some of them too harsh, so I'll skip them. But Okulu Godwin says, you know how many medicals I do? I still day sick of Anofi by slot. Okay, can someone tell this lady she's lying? Because as I speak, employment and promotion is going on even today. She's talking too much. That's Frank Mawenya Godwin. Frank, I wish you had told us where exactly this is happening. And then Kingsley Kojo says, I can foresee this MPP government staying in opposition for a long time if they don't learn. Santana says, when did you advertise recruitment into the security agencies? T.E. Jan says, this woman is talking too much. This is what has made you people mini minority, the equalization. That's money, need money. Okay, let me just skip. I'm skipping a lot of them. Jake says she's lying about, you know, about not firing people and about the fact that there are some recruitments that are being done. She says, even payments, you cannot say because they have been voted out, they should not go ahead and make payments. If there are some payments that were supposed to be done in November 2023 and they are still outstanding, are we saying that this government should not make those payments now before they go out of power? So let me just throw it to my guests in the studio. And we'll find out if really it is true that when the NPP took over in 2016, they did not fire people from the various agencies because those people may have looked to belong to the opposition party or not. But Palgrave, let me come to you first. You're smiling.
Yeah, Professor Khalid seems to be very eager about this very particular topic.
Well, we all are. We want to find out what the truth is.
He seems to be very eager.
Because
Professor Khalid and Doc.
Doc was a victim.
It's okay.
Doc was a victim?
Which hospital?
Your turn will come. It's my turn.
Don't worry.
Okay,
when we get to Doc, he'll tell us.
Just calm down.
But is it true that some payment of 240 million Ghana cedis was made to an entity that has conducted business with the Electricity Company of Ghana? We're hearing his Hubtel, by the way.
You know, Bella, before we came to this, there was a conversation we were supposed to have. It's just gone off my memory. I'm sure it's gone off your memory as well.
It's the e-levy conversation. We'll try and come back to it.
Okay, good.
But let's stick to this one.
So let me start with the transitional team. And, to state that it's good that our government is continually committed to a smooth transition of power, and also commend the incoming government's transitional team. I took a particular good look at the people that they have selected, and I know that a lot of thinking had gone into it. I mean, I was particularly excited to see a few old names like Joe Ajaho, Gusitano, Professor Ahoy. I mean, it clearly told me that the new government wants to deepen their roots, really, in the NDC. And so I commend President-elect John Dramani Mahama for such a good team that he's been able to put together. Obviously, from our side, it's all on the constitutional requirements, and so it's really nothing new.
Okay.
To state that, you know, Bella, we need to look at some of the acts very well, because there's an act that has brought this transitional team into being. Minded of the fact that we also have the presidency or the government that has not come to an end. The real question now is, where do you draw the line? Okay, because the budget was read in November 2023, and that budget had things that needed to be done till the last day of government, which is the 6th of January of the next government that is yet to come. In drawing the line, any government that is caring enough would want to draw a line that is not too heavy on the incoming government. One of the things that we would, and you know, I wasn't involved in this level of politicking in 2016, and so some of the things are things that I've either read or watched or heard, and so I might not be able to comment on it much because there's not a lot of comparisons that I can do in terms of, I mean, this is what NPP did in 2016, this is what NPP did in 2012, and all of those. But my level of objective play is that we want to have a very good advocacy during the transitional period. We don't want to have a blaming of the fact that the NPP did this in 2016, and so the NDC is trying to do the same. I have stated that if you look at the level of peace and serenity that you find at the top in terms of the flag bearer of the NPP, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and the president-elect and the commandery that is within the president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and all of the transitional team, it would be good that it is reflected at the grassroots. Because then if you see the people at the grassroots go into state offices trying to ask people to move away and all of that, and I've heard a lot of things, and how maybe you're either hunting for one person who might have been in the ruling government that might have done things against you, but there are other people who are innocent citizens who work at those places who might not be interested in politics at all. The fact that it's been done over the years from one transition onto another transition doesn't mean it's right that it should be done. And so payments that is made. Bella, I do not know, okay, if at all any payments have been done. But I'll bring a reasoning to something, okay? The reasoning is that we have so politicized this country such that there is always a fear of persons that have either done business with a government and the fact that a new government would either have to pay them some works that is done. I think that we need to agree, really, as a country, that if you look at during the transitional period, the transitioning government out and the transitioning government in. The transitioning government out, we need to make a decision on what the Act says. If you can make X amount of payment, maybe 30%, if not 50% or 70%, make about 30% to anybody that has done business, so that when that new government comes, they can be able to either ration the payment or decide how and when they want to pay and all of those other things. You see, we don't want to be in a position where we are saying that because MPP hounded an NDC person out of office and sacked people out of office, it's become the order of the day. I mean, I don't think that would want to live in a country like that.
But the concern is, and Richard Ofosu-Kwakye is saying it, that if you're even paying the IPPs for monies that are owed them, then that would have been an understandable case. But in this case, you are paying a company, and we don't even understand why this payment is being made. What is so critical about releasing 240 million Ghana cedis to them at this point, when we know you owe the IPPs, you have not sorted them out? In fact, yesterday, there was a blackout all across Ghana. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? One of them, and I think my viewers would know. But there was a blackout, and we had been told that we're going to experience doomsday because, again, some of the plants had to be turned off. Okay, so that has not been sorted yet, but this same company that we're told already takes its percentage. So whatever, electricity you buy, it actually goes to them first. They're the ones who deduct their percentage from it before they now send the rest of the money to ECG, which shouldn't be the case. And then, as if that's not enough, we're told that some 240 million Ghana cedis has allegedly been released. Why is that so critical when you haven't paid the IPPs?
So, Bella, I cannot give reasoning to that.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, I cannot give reasoning to, and that's why I said I cannot even confirm at all whether this payment has either been done or not been done. I mean, that's why I said that if you look at the transitional team, I mean, the spokespersons of the transitional team were all inaugurated for the transitional team. So this whole faction of a spokesperson for this and for this, I mean, it's a collective transitional team. It's like a bread and butter.
I see.
Okay? It's together. We were marrying the government so that one can leave and one can come in.
Can you speak to the issue of hiring people during this period? Do you know anything about
the minister for information, my boss, stated that there's not been any hiring. I listened to her.
Okay.
I listened to her very
I have a letter from the Ghana Health Service headquarters. I think this is a memo or so. It says the Regional Director of Health Service, OT Region. I'm showing it to you so that you see that.
You can share it to me. Oh, why?
Hold on.
No,
I want him to see so that he knows that I'm not reading from a vacuum.
Body language
So it says,
is very important.
reassignment of selected regional directors of health. So there's one Dr. Osei Kufuor Afre. Okay, let me just leave the names out, especially because, again, we cannot verify, so forgive me, Doc. But there's one who was the regional director of health, OT region. We're told that per the new assignment, he's now the regional director of health service, Central Region. And we're told that the undermentioned regional directors of health service have been assigned or reassigned as indicated in the table below with effect from Monday, 6th of January. So that was the day before elections. Oh, well, 6th of January is next year. Next year, okay. Then there's another one, Acting Regional Director of Health Service, Bono East, now assigned to Regional Director of Health Service, Bono East. There's one newly appointed to Regional Director of Health Service, OT Region. Then I have another one that also says to all regional directors, placement of 2020 nurses and midwives. This was also put out on the 4th of December. It says, I refer to the recent exercise which afforded the 2020 batch of nurses and midwives who opted to work with the Ghana Health Service the opportunity to select regions, and further request you to invite candidates selected by your respective regions for necessary formalities and postings to health facilities from Monday 16th to Friday 20th December. In line with guidelines for recruitment with the public services, you are entreated to ensure, I see you're drinking water. You need the water. Please drink it. Enjoy it. In order to ensure that all selected candidates undergo pre-employment medical certification at any GHS primary or secondary facility, and ensure that all necessary processes are completed and assumption of duty reports submitted to the Director of Human Resources by the close of work Tuesday, 31st December 2024, to enable the candidate start work on 2nd January 2025. It is signed by the Director General of the Ghana Health Service.
Bella, you see, thank you for reading these things.
Okay.
And I'm sure you'll share them with me later.
Oh, of course.
But let me state some things, okay? So there's been an ongoing process, and I'm sure these nurses who have been filling portals and all of that has been ongoing throughout the year. These persons that are already either regional directors that are being sent from one region to another region are already employed. So you will not find a lot of fiscal burden, because all of these people are already employed. They are either being transferred from one place to another place. And like I said, you see, there are people who have gotten to stages where they need to be transferred. Because you see, we're working, that's why in the transitional team, you have the local government minister, you have the head of local government, and then the head of public services. Because they are civil servants who are due at various stages, because the wheel of governance doesn't come to an end. Once the wheel of governance does not come to an end, the president still is leading, and the executive members like the Ghana Health Service Director and all of those people that are in offices are still governing as it is. And so for me, I don't want us to lay so much emphasis on this, because...
Why shouldn't we?
Because
these are 2020 nurses.
No, the 2020 nurses are nurses that have been recruited. Like I'm saying, the portal had been opened for them already. The portal had been opened. These are things that have been ongoing throughout the year under review.
So why are we suddenly releasing a statement saying that they all need to be recruited before, the end of the year so they can start work by 2nd January?
But you see,
why didn't you recruit all of them at that time? Because I know a number of them had been picketing at the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Finance, asking to be recruited.
If you recall, right, the budget that was read in November 2023 always captures some of these things. Okay, it always does. I mean, that's why there's no way they would be recruited without budgetary allocations made available for them in the budget. There's no way. Okay, there's no way. So if they have gone through all the processes, and this is even 2020, okay, this is even 2020. So the other nurses that have finished their works that have not been recruited or even posted, that are home, maybe 2023, 2022, 2021. It's 2020. Okay, so if you see that these things are happening, it still means that governance is still ongoing.
And you didn't see the need to recruit them until now?
No, you see, Bella, you see,
because you're going out?
No, I don't think so. I mean, but these people are Ghanaians. I mean, the people.
Why are you promoting certain people all of a sudden? They are Ghanaians. So when they were picketing, I remember that a few weeks ago, we had videos of some of these nurses with their babies at their back, and they were picketing at the Ministry of Health. And we all raised concerns about it, that why do you let them go through school and let them sit at home? Some of them have sat home 2 years, 3 years without being recruited. And they were complaining bitterly about it. We didn't see that they were Ghanaians then, and all of a sudden, now that this government is going out, they are Ghanaians.
I don't think there is an all of a sudden decision that is being made. You see, if we look at the whole governance structure, we cannot say that it's an all of a sudden decision. This is a very important decision that is aiding the development of the health system. So we must, at some stages, you see, if we look at everything because we say because the government is in transition, what if it is not because the government is in transition? Because it may not be because the government is in transition. It may be because the wheels of government had already been set in place months ago. And so it is only coming afar of now for us to be able to discuss it. And so sometimes, I mean, I know that people do not want to pat a government at their back, but at some stages, if the government that is transitioning out is doing what they must do in the processes of governance, it helps everybody.
All right. Well, let's go for news and brief, and Safwa is here with us. The lady is getting all the accolades all across the country for her reportage at the regional EC office. Hi, Safwa.
Hi, Bella.
Okay, tell us, what's up?
Right, thank you so much, Bella, and welcome to Election Brief. This is where we bring you all related news updates on elections right on your Election Command Center on Ghana Decides 2024. My name is Safwa Boahene. Let's settle for the stories now. And President-elect John Mahama has expressed deep concern over last-minute contract payments by some para-state agencies and massive recruitment processes currently underway. He has directed his transitional team to, as a matter of urgency, delve into the two region issues. He was speaking during a courtesy call on him by the British High Commissioner Harriet Thompson.
There are few signals that have been raised in respect of some contracts that some parastatals are trying to sign off at the last minute. That will commit government, the new government, even before it was coming to office. And so it's something that we've raised a signal about. And it's my hope that the Joint Transitional Team would take a look at it and deal with it. There are also reports of last-minute mass recruitments into all the agencies, which will be a liability on the new government. And so that's something we've asked them to take up at the Transitional Team meeting and see how we can deal with those issues.
Moving on, National Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, Johnson Essiedu Nketia, has raised concerns over the ongoing recollation of election results at the police training school for 4 constituencies in the Eastern region, calling the process illegitimate. Essiedu Nketia stated that the recollation efforts, which were ordered by the Electoral Commission EC on December 12 for the constituencies of Suhum, Nsaoma Dwejiri, Fantiakwa North, and Akutia, lacked a legal foundation.
That what is happening at the police training school amounts to illegality. It is not founded on any laws of our elections. Neither is it based on any consensus that has been reached between the parties and the Electoral Commission. And so we want to inform the nation and to give notice to any officials of the Commission and the police who are involved in the perpetration of that illegality, to know that there could be consequences of their actions in future. We know the process of our elections is quite clear. After voting, votes are counted and the results entered on what we call the result declaration forms, or the pink sheet, and the presiding officer at the polling station proceeds to announce the outcomes at the polling stations, after which all party agents sign and then are given copies of the results. The reason is that everybody will be having the same figures simultaneously. That is one of the most important checks in our elections. And that is why we always say that elections are won or lost at polling stations. Now, after what has been declared at the polling station, the law requires the presiding officer to paste a copy of the results declared at the polling station at the place where the election took place. And then, after all these declarations have been done at the various polling stations, then the parties, together with the Electoral Commission, will now meet at a constituency collation center, where the originals of the results declared at the polling station, which will be in the possession of the Electoral Commission.
Let's do our last story, where the New Patriotic Party's NPP parliamentary candidate for Nsawam Adwo-Edwiri, Frank Arnold Dompreh, did not accept a copy of an injunction served him by a court bailiff. Arnold Dompreh, who is the incumbent MP for the area, was captured in a video by TV3 walking away and saying, "If you are doing your job, do your job," when the bailiff approached him. The National Democratic Congress had earlier on Friday, December 13, secured an interlocutory injunction to halt the recollation process of the Nsawam Adwo-Edwiri election results. A video captured by TV3 at the Tesano Police Depot on Friday, December 13, shows Arnold Dompreh ignoring the injunction being served by the bailiff. The recollation process, which began on Thursday, December 12, at the Tesano Police Depot, was postponed to continue on Friday, December 13, 2024. That will be all for Election Brief. Many thanks for joining us. I'll hand over to Bella to continue with the panel discussion.
Thank you,
Bella.
Safwa. Thank you, and good job. I won't stop saying it. Yeah.
Thank you.
But let's cross over now to the Tesano Police Depot, where some collation is being done. As of this morning, collation for the Nsawam Adwo-Edwiri constituency was supposed to have happened, but the NDC managed to get an injunction placed on that collation, and so they indicated that the EC chair, Jean Mensah, had been served, and they had also brought one to the collation center to serve on the EC officials and the MPP as well. Let's cross over because George Quainin is still there. We want to find out what exactly the update is on that. And beyond just in Nsawam Adwo-Edwiri, we do know that there are some other constituencies from the Ashanti region whose collation have been moved to the Tesano Police Depot as well. One of them, Obuasi East, and a number of others. And so we'll be finding out what the progress of those collations are and whether there seems to be some understanding some way, somehow, with regards to those. Because yesterday, there was a lot of chaos all throughout the day at the Tesano Police Depot for the other four, Nsawam Adwo-Edwiri being one of them. Yesterday, 3 of them were announced, to whom all 3 of them actually went to the MPP, and the NDC is contesting that. And so there was to whom there was Fantiakwa North, and then there was one more that was announced yesterday as well. I'll get you those updates, but we do know that George is still there. When he's ready to give us that report, I believe that we'll cross over. But let's continue our conversation now, and when George is ready, we'll come to it. So, Dr. Naba, first of all, you say you're a victim of the, how do I describe it? Do I say sacking? Sacking from the MPP in 2016.
Yes.
What happened?
Okay, I was appointed medical director to the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, Rich Hospital. And then I was working there, left with 2.5 years for my tenure to end, when the MPP won power.
Yeah.
And then in the process, I was given a letter by the then minister.
Please hold on. Right. We must really hear the story. And so we'll cross over to George now. Let him give us an update from the Tesano Police Depot, and then we'll continue. Hi, George. George, can you...
for the recollation of some results of some outstanding constituencies. And yesterday, 3 constituencies results were declared, Kwetia, Suhum, and Fantiakwa North, which went in the favor of the MPP. And the outstanding one was the Nsawam Adreji, which couldn't be declared yesterday, so we have to, continue today. So prior to the court injunction, it was smooth. It was actually marred with some sort of challenges, that's pink sheet challenges. The EC's figures were not corresponding with that of the party agent, so it actually stifled progress of the recoalition until the court injunction was placed. And the NDC officials are here. Hannah Bisu, who is the women's organizer of the party, is here. They're ensuring that the process does not continue, and they are waiting for EC officials to leave this very premises, because when they leave, they feel the recoalition process will continue. So I would want to take some few words from her and what the party's posture is, considering this very recoalition of result of some outstanding constituencies. Good afternoon. Good to have you on TV3.
Good afternoon.
So another party has placed an injunction on the Nsawam Adreji constituency. Prior to that, we're actually making a headway. We're supposed to get the results declared yesterday, but we had to continue today until this injunction was placed. And 3 other constituency results have been declared, which of course your Deputy Director of IT and Elections says it's illegal. Are you still standing with that very decision?
Illegal, yes. We still stand by that decision. And of course, we have this injunction on Nsawam Adreji. Because you see, this story of these class of EC officials coming with some funny pink sheets and saying, oh, we got to the office, we realized we made a mistake, so we corrected it. Charlie, we are not running the election based on their point of view or their own mind. No, that's a law. How do you change figures? How do you fill pink sheets with that? The agent of any political party, then, or you give to us at the polling centers. We come to a coalition center, then that's not the same. And then people don't have pink sheet, they are coming photocopies. That tallies with what you've done. No, there's an injunction on it. So that one aside. The other ones, when results are declared, you don't recollate. You go to court. So why will we declare results? Not me, but the EC officials. Then now they've gone to look for this word of under duress. So this was under duress, where even the MP Obuasi is the MP sign the result sheet. He was standing right there. The NDC incoming member of parliament for MP-elect for Obuasi East, the NDC candidate was here. Police officers were there. You make a declaration, and then all of a sudden you say you are under duress. So what was the MP doing there? So those that we've collated, and they came and they are doing another, I don't know whether it's recollation or National Life and the main boss declared the NDC candidate as the winner. Then the deputy appears here yesterday and then declares for another person. All sort of lawlessness is that. And so for us, we are waiting. We heard the EC wants to put out a statement. We are waiting for the statement of the EC. And probably there may be an emergency IPAC meeting. We don't know. We are here. What we know is that the CID, Madam Faustina, we declare her as the National Women's Organizer of the MPP.
You don't have any proof to that? So
no. You see, her actions show.
But she's just here to protect all of us here.
She was protecting the MPPs. She wanted to sack the media. She prevented the court bailiff from handing over the injunction then to another.
Well, I actually watched that very scenario. Another player walked out of in the presence of the bailiff.
Please.
There was no sort of prevention.
Please, the CID, Madam Faustina, is working for the MPP. She is the national women's organizer of the MPP. And nothing will change that one from us because the actions got physical, insulting, Honorable Woyome, Nyamibe and all that. That was very unprofessional of a CID boss. Very unprofessional.
Until we, prove that, let's just hold these words. It's not what it is. And this is national television. I will not really allow you to say that.
Without giving... unprofessional.
No. You're saying that she works for the MPP.
Yes, I would say that. You want my opinion, isn't it?
I do, but...
So it's not, no, excuse me. Yeah. It's not your opinion that I'm going to say here. It's my opinion.
But
what I have
until you prove maybe whether she's a card-bearing member of the party. If you can't prove that she's a card-bearing member of the party.
This is my own. So you can't tell me why if she's a national women's organizer of the MPP, is it an insult? Did I call her an animal? No.
You didn't.
Good. So don't tell me this is national television. So you want to know my perception, my opinion. So let me say my opinion.
So TV3 would distance itself from your claims.
I'm asking TV3 to partner me in what I say. Okay. No, I'm not asking for your partnership. I'm telling you what we as a political party, what we have seen here. And we're also not going to clothe it with some beautiful cloth and let it sound good. It's bad because as a CID, in fact, she has all her subordinates. Why was she so much involved? Insulting that one you think is okay. We shouldn't touch. Let me say one thing. Okay. What has brought us here as Ghanaians is the hypocrisy. Because when the thing is here, oh no, we don't want to do it because no, that one may infame me. And so we are here, we are not moving. Recollection of results that have been declared, state polling centers that have been declared. If you don't understand, you go to court. And let nobody tell us that we are undemocratic. You are my way. I heard the micro-minority leader talking about democracy.
Who is the micro-minority leader? I don't know anyone of that sort.
What's the name of it?
You mean the leader of the MPP caucus, Afenyo Makin?
No. Afenyo Makins, the incoming micro-minority leader.
Is there a new position for him?
Saying that the democracy, whatever. Are you not the same people who invaded parliament with the military? Are you not the same people who shot with your vigilantes, shot us and meme people and kill people? I was ways ago. I'm a victim. Are you not the same people at Techiman South? I know what are you talking about when he talks about democracy? That one day you should shut up. If we want education or something, advice on democracy, it's not him. It's just like somebody saying, if I want moral lesson, I'll not go to a brothel. Okay.
I know the court injunction has a place on in some one region, but I don't know about the others. But clearly, in the morning.
There's only outstanding ones, Tepa and the
but clearly, this was ongoing in the morning. But I think it's also been seized. I don't know if you were reason for that because I know you guys don't want the recollation to take place until officials leave it.
It's illegal. They've declared. Why will you come and recollect? When did we hear that? So they'll keep doing it. Then they seize that they've lost. Instead of them to go and do their homework for next time. You are here and you want to now recollect illegality. Then very soon, because I heard him say, oh, when their candidate conceded, their agents left the polling centers, so they are going to vet whatever. So they will vet what? Vet what? So soon you want to vet the presidential resources. No. And so for us, what has been declared, you don't understand, fine, go to court. What is outstanding is what we are waiting for. But as for what has been declared, we will not allow them to recollect because it's illegal. Declaration has been made. You feel that it didn't go your way, you want to go to court, go to court. But we are here, we are not living until everybody else leaves. Yeah, in court.
Okay. Finally, I know your party chairman addressed the media at around 11 a.m. today, and so corporates in election violence will be apprehended and even go as far back as 2020 election violence, which of course I would say is quite a good start. Are you also on the same page?
More than the same page. I have always been saying that we need President John Dramani Maham's government to give us justice for the victims of Ayawaso Wesogon. I'm a victim. I just didn't go to the commission because I didn't feel the need to. But we have Yaro, whose leg is bad now. We have Mohammed Al-Hassan, who is paralyzed now. We have people who develop ear problems and all that because of the slaps and everything that happened. And so we need justice for them. And then we need justice for the killings of Techiman South, Ablekuma Central, Savulugu, those things that happened. We need justice. And not just that. Even the killings of Edra, even though it wasn't election-related killings, we know that the guys were killed by, the guy was shot and killed by the military. We need justice. So not just me, we are all for it, because Techiman South, somebody's husband died, somebody's son died, and it's a woman, somebody's child died. There's a 14-year-old girl who was shot dead. And so for us, and the president, that's what I'm saying, the president said only few regrettable deaths. Only one death, Mr. President. It's very important. And I refer to the president who is just about to leave office, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So we are waiting for President John Dramani Mahama to come in and give justice.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anabi. So she is the women's organizer of the NDC, and for her, they are going to ensure they guard this very place and to ensure that no more recoalition of results take place here until EC officials leave here. But I've taken the sides of the NDC, but I'm just hoping that I can also speak to the Member of Parliament for Nsom Adreji, who is in the person of Frank Anwar-Domprey, and he's been here since morning and even yesterday. And we want to just take some few words from the Honourable. Good. That's TV3. I think okay, so. That's negative story. No, but what she said, we put a disclaimer to it. The results, we put a disclaimer to it. So we are live on TV3. We want to speak some few words from him. Okay, she's live. Okay. So yeah, Mr. Anwar-Domprey is actually talking to another media house, but we'll surely engage him, pick some few words from him, and let's know his position on what is the current situation now. A court injunction has been placed on this very constituency, pardon me, and we're told that the court will be hearing this case on the 20th of Deputy General of the party. So I've just spoken to Anabisu, who says, there's some sort of illegality with the recollation of these constituency results. What do you have to say to this?
I don't know the law she's reading from. I don't know which law she's reading from. I hold here the CI 127. There's nothing like recollation. In the law, we have what we call recount. That's the only thing that is recognized in there. What we are doing here is not a recollation. Recollation means that it has been collated, signed, agents have assigned to it, the presiding officer or the returning officer has signed onto the document, then you are doing a recollation. The law doesn't know recollation.
But what about some constituencies which, the victors were declared, but we still have to come here to get it reconstituted?
Constituencies that were purported to have been declared, which was done under duress, that petitions were submitted by officers who were coerced to have done that. Those particular declarations were not legally fit, so coalition is set not to have been done.
But also saying that the person that declared it was the deputy returning officer, which of course also announced it.
Were not complete. You don't declare an incomplete without even making variance analysis of the impact of the leftover polling stations. So obviously there's nothing called recollation here. They are doing coalition because of the violence nature of their people, because of the insecurity, how they went and distracted the election materials and what have you. And if you read the CI, in CI 127, Regulation 39, 3B, it is indicated that all political parties are given copies of the declaration of the results. So once that is done at the polling stations, and then the result sheet, the pink sheets have been given the political parties, then you can assemble at a designated place chosen by the commission, and coalition will be done.
I don't know if you watched TV3 this morning. Dr. Kwabena Duffuor, who is the former finance minister, is not really comfortable with the position of this very center. More like police intimidation. Why should we have to do that at the center?
Who wants their comfort? Who wants that he should be comfortable? I standing here in 2012, Zabzugu coalition was not done in Zabzugu constituency.
What was it done, if you wanted to share with us?
In the region. It was done at the region.
But it should be done in the EC, maybe district office?
The point is that there was violence activities in there. Okay? It has to be taken to
level playing fields.
So it went to Tamale. I was there. Alhaji Hudu Yaya was there. And our current MP, who was the candidate at that time, was there. The current DCE was the communication officer for Zabzugo. We were all there. We were intimidated, not even with police, military officers. But we went in. We had our results. The returning officer came, and then we completed the process, and it was declared. The deputy director of elections today, Dr. Rashid Computer, was the director of elections in Tamale, in Northern Region at that time. In 2020, Zabzugu results was not collated again in Zabzugu. It was collated in Tamale, the 2020 elections. It was collated in Tamale, declared, they challenged it, we went to court. And then election petition, we won again. So these are things that has been happening. It is not something new. You see, they have to read the law very carefully. The law is very straightforward. It's not for anybody that you can decide that because you think that you have had power today or you have majority today, you can do what you want. Remember, they would go out of power one day. Okay. And but if this thing is visited on them, how are they going to feel?
Let's peruse the...
Won elections legitimately. They should allow the legal process to go through.
Let's peruse the substantive matter, court injunction on Nsom Adredji. And I just want to know, what is the position of the incumbent MP looking like?
I have not seen any injunction. I have not.
But the bailiff was here to hand over, to serve him?
I don't think there was a bailiff here.
The bailiff was here. We were here. We captured here.
Yes, we had to ascertain the authenticity of the bailiff. So I have not seen a bailiff. The authenticity of the bailiff was questioned. So I have not seen the bailiff. I have not seen any service.
But it was here just to let you know.
That's what I read in the media. But I'm saying that I have not seen any service. And that's what we are saying.
Honorable,
so you can ask.
Whilst we talk, just some few words from you.
No, so let's clear something. Am I live? No, I saw a story you did, and you said that I ran away from a bailiff. You people shouldn't be doing that.
You saw it. Results.
Yeah, you shouldn't be doing that.
Please a disclaimer. The results you talked about yesterday.
I'm referring to that one. I'm referring to the one, the so-called bailiff who was seeking to serve me, and I.
That's what we put on TV.
Yes, it's there. It's out there.
I'll clear that one. I'll saw that one. Okay.
I respect your institution, but if you keep doing this thing, I'll be compelled to not to give you that necessary deference. You know, Chief, a critical time. The story you put out there can have a very far-reaching ramification. Please.
But
I'm not sure of anything.
What do you make of the current developments?
That so-called injunction, it's not an injunction.
What is it?
What is it? It's an application to a court for the granting of injunction. That is not an injunction.
But clearly the process has halted.
You think that is what caused it to halt?
But just what do you make of the current happenings?
No, let's correct ourselves. That was not an injunction. It was an application to a court. The court has not determined that already. They were deceiving us that it was an injunction. It was not an injunction. The reason why we are not continuing is because, if you check, the police and the EC are supposed to give us a directive. That is why we are not collating. We are waiting on them. It is not anything close to an injunction.
So hopefully, you hope that the results will be declared by the close of the day.
I'm confident that it should be done, unless, of course, they are coming to do their own thing again.
Thank you so much, then. So we just heard from the incumbent MP for Nsom Adredji, Frank Anor-Dompreh, who says the fact that the process has been halted is not because of the intended injunction. There's more to that. It's the fact that the EC wants a clear headway to proceed with the whole exercise. And the other, constituencies I mentioned have also halted. And so this is the current development or happenings here at the Tessenal Police Depot. So as and when we get new updates, we'll surely bring it up to you. We are your authoritative media house, Election Command Center. Keep watching TV3 for all post-election related updates. Good afternoon.
Thank you, George. And George is at the Tessenal Police Depot. And of course, that injunction has been served. However, the Deputy General Secretary for the MPP, Haruna Mohammed, says they need to ascertain whether the individual who came to serve them purportedly is a bailiff for real or not. And so as far as they're concerned, they have not been served. As to whether that collation is still ongoing, well, we wait to see, especially because Honorable Arnaud Domprez is still there. He's the incumbent MP for Nsawam Adoejui, and he's hoping that he can retain the seat. But that has been under contention for a couple of days now. But that has not been announced. There are other constituencies, 3 of them that have been announced. Akwetia, for example, has gone to lawyer Ernest Kumi, and he has a very interesting story, because I remember that before the 2016 election, Baba Jamal of the NDC held that seat. And then for some reason, a woman who was described as unlearned, uneducated to a large extent, they described her as a hairstylist, etc., the famous Amase, represented the NPP, and she won the seat. She reclaimed it from the NDC in 2016. And so there was a lot of jubilation, some shocks here and there, because I'm sure many people didn't expect that the, in quote, uneducated one could take the seat from Baba Jamal. In 2020, however, ahead of the elections, when the primary was held by the NPP, there was this assertion that now they need a learned person, in quote, to go into parliament to represent Akwetia. So that's where lawyer Ernest Kumi came in. And there were concerns about how Amase, there was some, conniving here and there to take her out. And so in 2020, they lost the seat to the NDC. But now it has been announced in favor of lawyer Ernest Kumi. Even that is under contestation. And then also yesterday, they announced for Fantiakwa North, and Kwame Apia Kodua was announced the winner. That's also one of the seats that the NDC is saying was not pronounced or announced according to CI 127, and so they have a problem with that. And then Suhum as well, the NPP retained the Suhum seat, but not with the incumbents, because for Suhum as well, the incumbent MP decided to go independent after he lost the primary. So he was one of those 4 MPs in Parliament who underwent that whole declaration of seats not being in existence in Parliament, the whole whether it's a minority, there's majority. You remember that story. He came in as an independent, but he did not secure the seat. It went to Frank Asiedu Bekoye. Everybody calls him Protozoa, by the way. But we're waiting for the others as well to be collated. And as for Nsawam Adoejui, we're waiting to find out what the plan is. But let's come back to the studio. We'll discuss this issue concerning Nsawam Adoejui in a bit. But let me go to Dr. Anaba, because he was just telling us about how in 2016, when the NPP won power, they kicked him out from his position as Director General of the Ridge Hospital. Please
Medical Director.
Medical Director,
yes,
pardon me, of Ridge Hospital.
Ridge Hospital, yeah. In 2015, there was a vacuum there because the Medical Director was going on retirement. It was duly advertised. I applied with other 3 people. We went for shortlisting. We went for an interview with the Ghana Health Service, supervised by the Public Service Commission. Then I was cleared to be the Medical Director. So I was appointed the Medical Director to take over the hospital. In 2016, after the NDC lost the elections and Akufo-Addo was sworn in, they appointed the Minister for Health, and his first letter to the Ridge Hospital was my dismissal letter. So I
just like that?
Yes, that I was not competent to run the hospital based on what they want to do with the hospital.
Which was what?
I don't know. We don't know. That was a very simple letter they wrote to me. So I dared them and asked them to give me the reasons why I'm not competent enough to run it, as I was cleared by the Public Service Commission. So I had to take them to court. So I took the government to court. The judge prolonged the case. At the end, ruled that the president had the power to hire and fire anybody.
Okay.
Then we proceeded to the Supreme Court. Then finally they ruled that the president had no power to fire me. They told me to go back to the University for Development Studies. They never wrote a letter to the University for Development Studies for me to go back. They never compensated me. They never did anything to me. So if the Minister for Information is telling Ghanaians that no one was sacked when Akufo-Addo came to office, I'll tell him this is life. I am sitting here telling him that she is my sister. She's from Garu.
Okay.
His brother, Dr. Thomas Winsom Anaba, was fired by Akufo-Addo's government. And I challenged the government, took them to court. So he should always talk the truth, say the truth, and be exonerated, but shouldn't peddle falsehoods. I don't think we should entertain such people in our high offices. We must always be factual. If you don't have the facts, you don't talk. As an information minister, if you spew lies, it means the whole government machinery is not truthful to the people. and I'm not happy about her statements. I know other people who were equally sacked. Is it Metro Mass Transport? Hassan Ligby was also fired. There was one officer at the Waterworks who was also fired, an accountant. He was fired. Some other doctors in other places, well, equally fired. They saw us to be aligned to NDC from what they think. But we were patriots and we were public servants, we were civil servants. We were working for the government, but we were fired. And one sad thing was that in the president's oath office, somebody was fired. A security officer was beaten. He was not only fired, but he was beaten.
For what reason?
Just because they thought he was associated with NDC, Nanka Bruce.
Oh, the Nanka Bruce.
Nanka Bruce was beaten and thrown out of Flagstaff House. So that is not true, that no one was sacked. I am here telling Ghanaians that I was sacked. Many people remember me very well because of Rich Hospital.
Yeah.
I'm sure he should go back and check her own notes.
But that issue about firing people when a new party or government comes into power, this is something we need to look at. Because to be fair, can you say on authority that the NDC also in the past has not fired people purported to belong to the MPP at a point when they came into power?
I don't have that record.
Okay.
I personally don't have that record. I think senior colleagues who are here will tell you, but I don't have that record.
Okay.
Since I came to Ghana. I've never heard that. I only know that people like Potofi and then the rest, when MPP took power in 2000, they couldn't get to their offices again. People were sacked completely. They couldn't even go back they couldn't even go back to handover. And when they just won the elections, they couldn't go back to their offices and they were quickly sacked. That one I remember very well. But I don't remember any civil servant who has been sacked by NDC.
But is this something that we need to look at moving forward, so that if really the person is doing a good job and they're competent enough to occupy that space, they should not be fired because they may align with one party or the other?
Sure. No one should be fired simply because he belongs to another. Even if you are a card-bearing member of any party and another party comes to power and you occupy a position that you went through legal processes and administrative processes to get the position, there's no need for you to be fired because you were appointed for your competence. You're not appointed based on your political lineage. For that one, I don't agree to it. But this last minute, the only problem is the last minute appointments that they were doing, that people were looking for jobs you were not giving to them. Now you are going out and there's a transition. As a good corporate body, you don't have to, you are in transition changing your CEO. And at the same time, the outgoing CEO is making appointments. Definitely, if it's any good corporate body, they would wait for the new CEO to come before any new appointment or promotions are done. This is seen to be like they're even trying to create problems for those they are promoting and those they are appointing. It will look as if they are doing favors for them because of their loyalty to them. So I would even advise that if you are getting an appointment today, kindly wait. Let the new government come and appoint you, or else you'll be taxed.
But what's the guarantee the new government will appoint them?
No, they'll definitely appoint them because Mama has promised that when he comes, he will make sure he complete all the hospitals and appoint all the nurses.
But you have to look at the finances as well to know if you can pay them.
But has this current government looked at it? When we know the government, the situation is not good. So definitely, it's rather good to wait for a new government to come to appoint you, for you to be free of tagging, for them tagging you as an MPP member or whatever, so that you are free.
So if they accept this appointment, what's going to happen to them? Are they going to be disappointed?
No. If they accept, no one is going to disappoint anybody. But let's make it clear that in 2017, when they won elections, people were in police recruitment, had training halfway gone. This government came and abrogated it. People were undergoing military training. Halfway, they came and abrogated it and sacked them to go home. It is a record of MPP that they always cancel appointments and training of people in process when they come to power. But NDC hasn't got that record. So we will look at it to make sure those they are appointing are not politically based, but they should be genuine, qualified people with needed skills to man the offices that they are appointing them to.
All right. Thank you. We're going to cross over to a very important interview, and my guests, please just be patient with me. We actually have the former minority leader belonging to the side of the NDC in the house with us, and he's also the MP for Tamale Central. In fact, the first time, pardon me, Tamale South, thank you very much, Honorable. The first time we heard about the Tolon shooting and killing was from him, when he had that conversation with Cookie on the day of elections. and he told us that someone had been shot and another had been injured as well. He joins Beatrice for this exclusive conversation, and the question is, could he be the one taking over the reins of the NDC in 2028? Those are questions that people are asking as well. But Beatrice, please take it away with that.
Indeed, we'll go into that as well. But thank you very much, Bella. And good afternoon to you, Honorable Haruna Iddrisu. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure, and thank you very much for the opportunity. I've been enjoying following the conversation with your diverse personality in general, and we are certainly excited about the fact that President John Dramani Mahama is back to the presidency. What's important is that you remember the campaign slogan of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, it is possible. So it is possible that John Dramani Mahama is back to the presidency, and President John Dramani Mahama will not disappoint the Ghanaian electorate. He would be guided by two important cardinal values. One, his unmatched experience as former president, vice president, MP, minister of the Republic of Ghana. And then he would persevere, but he appreciates the fact that he comes to the presidency and he would grapple with a struggling economy, growing unemployment, and growing despondency of the Ghanaian people. My own assumption of the outcome of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary election is a public repudiation of the New Patriotic Party government of Nana Addo Dankwa and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And the two of them must accept responsibility for subjecting the New Patriotic Party to the most embarrassing and undignified position of the New Patriotic Party, given the outcome of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary election. Projections we did, you remember that I was at TV3 here, and I said we would have a majority of 147 to 153. That was my public projection, but we've passed that mark to 185 to 188.
Confirm to us how many you have now.
No, you need to have a public declaration by the returning officers of the various constituencies. What we do know is that President John Dramani Mahama has an overwhelming majority of parliament. Indeed, a two-thirds majority, which is unprecedented. Since 1993, no president have achieved that feat. And as he himself have assured the Ghanaian public, he would use that majority responsibly to respond to the aspirations and needs of the Ghanaian people. For me, the 2024 presidential election is a mark of Ghanaian anger and frustration at the ruling government. So what President John Dramani Mahama and the NDC needs to avoid is to avoid the pitfalls and the wrongs of the New Patriotic Party government of Nana Addo Dankwa. One, arrogance, impunity, listen to the public, don't take them for granted, don't take their concerns for granted. And one of the major lessons we also have learned from this is that money, sometimes when citizens are angry, money has no space in the politics. I mean, just thinking that you can compromise the electorate by sharing money or sharing government booty is not enough. So for President Mahama, this victory comes both as an opportunity and a challenge. An opportunity to seek to respond to the aspirations of the Ghanaian people. I've heard many people talk about President Mahama. He would work faithfully with his honor, with the manifesto pledges of resetting Ghana in our governance processes, using parliament responsibly, and not borrowing excessively, not crashing the country debt into unsustainable level that you cannot control it, but subject Ghanaians to an unacceptable debt exchange. John Mahama presidency would not do that. John Mahama presidency will not get the Bank of Ghana to engage in quantitative easing and printing money to help government. Recall that President Mahama, even when he was president between 2015 and 2016, there was less and zero financing from the Bank of Ghana, even when he left office in 2016.
So we'll go into that.
He will keep faith with that.
Yes, we'll go into that. But this supermajority, as many are beginning to call you now, I know we've heard the former president say that he's going to use it responsibly. We've heard other NDC executives say that as well. This is your 6th time going to Parliament, am I right?
I should think so.
You went there in 2004.
People of Tamale South, this would be, if I'm able to complete this tenure, I would have done 24 years as Member of Parliament for the people of Tamale South. I can't thank the chiefs, the opinion leaders, and the people of Tamale South for their faith, trust, and confidence in me. They've always reposed in me. I would seek jealously to safeguard and protect what their interests
before
are.
the elections, we had Dr. Keselato Forsing as the leader of the NDC group in Parliament.
Yes.
You've been in Parliament for that long. When you talk about or reiterate what the incoming president has said, how are you going to ensure that that is evident in Parliament now? Because with this 2/3, you can do a lot. How do you intend to ensure that?
I think that the country is governed by law, and President John Dramani Mahama will uphold the rule of law in all its tenets. He will seek to govern and provide opportunities for a just society. He will create prosperity for all Ghanaians, not family and friends. And regardless of what business you are doing, he should be able to secure and protect Ghanaian businesses that provide employment for Ghanaians. And he himself has promised to chair the National Export Council. We need to work at that. I've heard many of you even argue that can John Dramani Mahama do 60 ministers? He will. He will. I mean, President Mahama would not run Ghana with more than 23 ministries. From what I get from some work that has been done of a team he's tasked to work, there should be 23 ministries that he will run the affairs of state with. Out of it, there will be 19 cabinet ministers that he would appoint, consistent with Article 79 of the Constitution. Probably those cabinet ministers may have deputies. So if you add 19 plus 19, you get some 38. And even if you were in 23, then he probably, in accordance with the decentralization regime, appoints some 16 regional ministers for all the regions of Ghana. That's important because they would then represent him at that level, supported by district chief executive. But I'm sure many of these matters, he would interface it with the party and its leadership together with the Ghanaian people. And I should also thank the Ghanaian civil society. They played a role in ensuring that they also kept President Nana Addo Dankwa, Dr. Bawumia, and the MPP accountable, not just to their words and deeds, but to their actions and inactions that led Ghana to be where we are today. Unprecedented hardship, unprecedented cost of living, unprecedented unemployment. Those are the sins John Dramani Mahama presidency should respond to, and he will. And
we'll go deeper into that, but I'm still staying a little bit more in Parliament because you have now over 100 people coming in as newcomers, and people are concerned about the attrition rate in Parliament and the quality of conversations that we're going to have. Fortunately, you were there with over 20 years of experience.
I think that the NDC as a party would want to win the 2028 presidential election. That will depend on the performance of President John Dramani Mahama and the legacy he leaves behind in his 4 years. I trust that President Mahama will undertake some major constitutional, administrative, and legal reforms of the country. He will take advantage of that comfortable parliamentary majority to do what the Ghanaian people have asked for, that a review of the 1992 Constitution to respond to the political aspirations of the Ghanaian people. I think what he would do, remember that President John Evans Mills appointed a Constitutional Review Committee. What President Mahama will do will be to put together a Constitutional Review Implementation Committee so that they will just fine-tune the recommendations of that committee and then bring it to Parliament. Those that are entrenched and non-entrenched, some he has to walk through the Council of State. That's the requirement of the Constitution for amendment of the Constitution. And those that he can walk straight to Parliament, he would do. But there's not going to be any consultation again. After all, there was a Constitutional Review Committee. So President Mahama will put together a Constitutional Review Implementation Committee. So theirs will be to find the dots and the T's of what needs to be reviewed under the Constitution, and then he can get going. That will be one of the remarkable legacies John Dramani Mahama would leave behind as president of our republic.
Just a few days ago, you said that...
So, John Mahama presidency, it is possible.
It is possible, you're saying. Now you're taking it and bringing it to the 24-hour economy.
It's possible. There were those naysayers who said that it was not possible for John Dramani Mahama to come back. You know, my mother shared a proverb with me. When you sing funeral dirges over a sick person, when he wakes up, you lose your voice. So those category of people who said it was impossible, it is now possible.
You're saying it is possible, but a few days ago, you said that the outgoing
I couldn't
government...
campaign with it is possible. We will rule with it is possible, but we will rule with President Mahama resetting Ghana. The economy is in dire state, terrible economic conditions, but the transition should reveal and expose many of the wrongs of this administration, and then let us know the true state of the Ghanaian economy. Where are we with debt? Where are we with inflation? Where are we with commitments that have not been cleared by government? President Mahama will sanitize all that.
At least before you get to know the real situation through this transition process, we do know that inflation is over 23%, am I right?
Unacceptably high.
We also do know that unemployment is 14.7%. Debt is over 700 billion Ghana
Those are the sins of Nana Addo Dankwa
and I remember you saying just a few days ago that this outgoing government had handed the incoming government a very difficult economy.
Yes.
Yet in the midst of all of this, we've seen the promises of the incoming government.
President Mahama will naturally renegotiate the IMF extended credit facility, and probably he would work to secure an investment of up to $2 billion US. If he's able to do that, because remember, he cannot borrow that outside the concessionary loans that he will get. Ghana may not be able to go commercial in terms of our borrowing. But the new Patriotic Party government of Nana Addo Dankwa was simply just reckless and irresponsible with borrowing, even though they campaigned that they were superior managers of the economy, better managers of the economy. I was listening to Dr. Anaba, and many of you, the media, you have to go back to memory lane. What happened in 2017 during transition, that a professional like him, respected professional, meritocracy is important for this country if the country is to have a future. Why would anybody want to embarrass him? You haven't studied medicine. He spent his time, life, and money to study his medicine, service to the country. But just because of his political color, he had to suffer. That is not acceptable going forward into the future. But is that not the kind of politics we do in Ghana? Yes, so adversarial politics, yes, and I think that into the future we have to discuss that. I've had cause to say in Parliament that the winner takes away principle is the bane of Ghanaians not benefiting more from what you call a democracy dividend. But what's significant is that Ghana arguably is going to go through another successful seamless transition, which will remarkably or incredibly add to Ghana's standing as a worthy democracy of a kind. Ghana's democracy will remain a better example for many African countries. We've seen transition of power from one political party to the other, from the other government to the other. But John Dramani Mahama will exert accountability. That is what the Ghanaian people expect him to do.
Exert accountability.
You are talking about Nyankpala.
Before I go to Nyankpala, hold on, Ms. Adresu, before I go to Nyankpala, I was going to ask you about all these things that are already in place, even before you see the reality on the ground. And yet there are a lot of promises in terms of tax cuts and some quote-unquote freebies, as it were, as promises within the 120 days.
There's no freebies.
Well,
John Dramani Mahama will honor his commitment to the Ghanaian people as expressed in the manifesto of the NDC.
If you would just allow me to land, he's talking about scrapping e-levy, COVID-19, the 10% levy on bet winnings. He's talking about emission levy. I know he's also looking at taxes on imported vehicles for industrial and agricultural purposes, all of these things that are coming in. And you've already admitted that this economy is difficult. How is he going to get that done?
Notwithstanding, to borrow the words of the MPP again, President Mahama is coming to do away with nuisance taxes. There are nuisance taxes. I mean, e-levy, we're told, will bring in 6.9 billion. That's not the case. It's not achieved that. And President Mahama is committed to growing the digital sector of our economy. I anticipate that President Mahama will have a minister responsible for his 24-hour economy, with some budget to get it going and to get light manufacturing sector supported and strategic industry across the country that will generate employment to address unemployment, which itself is of great concern to him as president. Now, yes, all these pledges will be honored.
One other thing that the NDC has been championing has been the Operation Recoverall. There are some people who express doubt about it. How is the NDC going to do that? I know you're targeting the National Cathedral,
I mean, look at National Cathedral. You don't keep God in a deceptive mood. You can't deceive God. So even that, you remember, at an opportunity here, we said that even Nana Addo Dankwa cannot honor his promise to God. He promised God a cathedral, and he could have done it in a much more smarter manner than using public funds. When he came to Parliament and we asked him questions about it, we were told that no public resources will be used for that purpose. He could have used the private sector. You can get corporate sector, even corporate responsibility, to support that. Now, you cannot have $38 million sit down in that hole. You have Palugu factory where $12 million which can build a clinic anywhere from any rural community. So when President Mahama talks about recovery of loot, it will be a systematic process. Believe me, many public and civil servants are beginning to talk to the president and reach out to many of his officials and sharing very critical information.
Do I hear you say that as part of the constitutional review that you're going to do, perhaps you may want to touch the immunity that protects presidents so that the outgoing president could be held accountable for this National Cathedral?
No. President John Dramani Mahama is not coming to pursue President Nana Addo Dankwa. No, that's not part of his aspirations. He's coming to govern Ghana. He respects the office of the president and the office of the former president, but he would exact accountability in a manner that satisfies the request of the Ghanaian electorate and in accordance with law.
In other words, he's not going to witch hunt.
No, it's not a personal issue for him, no.
It's not a personal attack, as it were. I'm not using your word.
It's not a personal issue or personal vendetta for President John Dramani Mahama. Not at all.
How would you rate
He would want to keep the unity and stability of the country, but he would exact accountability.
How would you rate the performance of the
public servants did not use public resources well, and public resources find itself in wrong hands. It's only appropriate and lawful that he recovers that. How will I rate what?
I was going to go to the IGP, but I want to stay a bit longer on the judiciary bit. And the concern is that
Inspector General of Police, his performance overall or his performance before, during, and the process of the election.
I'm just asking a question.
There's law and order in Ghana. I think that we should measure that by the incidence of crime, and the incidence of recidivism is what we should look at. He's done his best. At least there's peace in the country. Crime rate is low. I'm not too satisfied with some of his performance at the election. I mean, for instance, but I'm told that the persons who were involved in the shooting in Nyankwala have been brought to Accra. They should, and they would face the full rigors of the law. I mean, I'm a candidate and an interested person. I don't walk to a polling station with a pencil or a pen in my hand.
And I know
Why would you carry a weapon or a gun into a polling station? That is not allowed. That is criminal. And then when you journalists and the media say elections are free and fair, You must have an understanding of what it means to be free from fear. When you shoot at a polling station, then that election cannot be described as being free and fair. It must be free from fear. The electorate must have the confidence to go and vote the way they like. Some are scared away with gunshots. They may probably will not walk back even to the polling station. What happened in Nyankpala, and eventually it probably may have affected the outcome of the elections in Tolong generally. Nyankpala is a stronghold of the NDC. We all know that Tolong used to be our seat. And why gunshot? I'm told that the regional organizer of the MPP and some others were in some Land Cruiser which had some of those weapons. Even me, I think that my bodyguard and aide also facilitated the arrest of a vehicle which contained arms, which was meant for Miang Yendi, that road. We managed to ground that vehicle. I'm sure I'll share the videos with your team.
I don't know whether...
And you appreciate the extent to which some persons were determined to unleash fear and violence on their political opponent. That is not the way to be.
When the incident happened and you spoke to us earlier,
yes,
you said that it was coming from the MPP because the party was so hungry to... It will stop at nothing.
Power.
Exactly.
You know, I just don't talk. At the time I was talking, I knew the persons behind, and I'm still following the police to see what they do, because, you know, you are now in the digital world. There are videos, there are pictures, there are persons who are running whistle, were able to film. And therefore, the police must administer justice.
The Information Minister, Fatima Abubakar, spoke to the media some minutes ago. He said that she said there's no evidence that the violence going around the country is being done by MPP
so
supporters.
To Fatima, you are minister, be honorable. The violence in Nyankpala Tolong was MPP. I'll challenge her today and challenge her.
That the NDC is
I'll challenge her for the rest of her life.
You take over power.
I say I'll challenge her for the rest of her life to accept one truth. We know those who have been arrested, and we know their political background. And I'm saying that we even grounded another vehicle. We found arms in that vehicle. Believe me, I should thank TV3 and Cookie. It was not for nothing that I told Cookie that I would only speak at 2 p.m. because between 12:30 and 1:30, I was gathering my evidence. And therefore, if I didn't have concrete things to speak on, I certainly would not have spoken on that matter. That's why I said that primarily I was not at Tolong. But arguably, overall in Northern Region, John Dramani Mahama have done very well. The Upper East and Upper West Region have always stood very strong to the NDC. This year, Northern Region came up to support them. Northeast was competitive, naturally because Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia hails from that. But we managed to pull some surprises in Yonyo and Cherpune and then Bunkrugu, because some work was done. I mean, we lost Nalergo to Ego, and the NDC's own competitiveness between Nalergo versus Gambaga kind of politics. So, it's not because President Mahama or the NDC was not popular.
So you're calling out the Information Minister on what happened in Nyankpala. What about the people who besieged the office of Ghana Gas?
As for Nyankpala and Tolong, Fatima, you are honorable. You cannot, and don't let the power of state or government. We've been there before. I've been Minister for Communication. You see, we are to serve this people of Ghana fidelity to the law and fidelity to sincerity. Elsewhere, she can say what she's saying. But for Tolong and Nyankpala... She didn't mention
Tolong and Nyankpala
so
specifically.
Maybe
she just said
and I say
that the information that the MPP is behind the violence may not necessarily be true, because there's no evidence to prove that it is
But
MPP
in the past, we saw their violence in Techima. So what's he talking about? They've had a history. We note what happened in 2020 when lives were lost. This time, President Mahama have pledged to investigate the loss of life. I mean, we shouldn't go through an election and at every count you are losing life because people must exercise the right to vote. That's not good for the future of our democracy. But I think that Ghana's democracy is stronger and better with the MPP losing. And I think that President Mahama will not disappoint the Ghanaian electorate. He will do his utmost best to honor the pledges in the manifesto within the constraints of the economy, he would. But I think that he would turn the fortunes of the country around and build the Ghana that we want.
I was asking you about those who besieged the Ghana gas, who are alleged to have been
No,
NDC
all those are criminal conduct. But you see, some of it, I'm encouraging the media that probe it further. In Tamale, even before the NDC joined the MPP to undertake those criminal looting, I don't support it. The police must deal decisively with any person involved. It was the MPP supporters who were running after their own candidates, who took products in the name of this election, motorbikes, roofing sheets, and failed to share it. So it is the MPP people who showed the NDC people that our candidate here has motorbikes hidden here, which was meant for the campaign.
So
he didn't share it.
investigate that?
I say let the media be interested in it. But in Tamale, it was not just the NDC, but whatever it is, whether NDC or MPP, we should condemn those acts and allow the police to deal ruthlessly with it. I've had opportunity to make a phone call on radio, calling on the people and the youth in Tamale to take it calm and easy. Let's see and witness a seamless transition of power, and pray and support President John Dramani Mahama to succeed. And for them is to wait to have their opportunity as to what government will do for them, but not to engage in any criminal conduct or act.
The earlier comments you made about the Nyankpala one, you suggested that fortunately the media was able to capture a lot of the things on record.
In fact, TV3 which got the IGP to act.
Yes.
And because I was high profile, they just couldn't sweep that under the carpet. So we should thank you for that.
It suggested to me that you may not be completely impressed with the performance of the IGP. Is he going to be maintained?
I have not come here to pass judgment on the Inspector General of Police.
Do you know whether he'll be maintained?
That's not why I'm here. I'm not the President of the Republic. John Dramani Mahama will certainly, I don't want to put words even into his mouth, but every president has some, he will pump some energy or overhaul within the advice that is available to him. As I said, the unity, stability of the country is important to President Mahama, and he will seek to work to safeguard that. But as to what he does, let's wait. I mean, the most important thing now is when Parliament comes back, Parliament must, as matter of urgency, look at appropriation, expenditure in lieu of appropriation. We have to get the country running, and Parliament, regardless of what the differences may be as to who is majority or minority.
But it's
I
clear
think
now,
that
isn't it?
natural factors have resolved that. So maybe we should have more peace and ease looking into the future. But Parliament has to get, you can't have a budget until there is a policy program of President Mahama. That will take some time, January, February, March, when he constitutes his government. But we have to pass what we call the expenditure in lieu of appropriation, pursuant to Article 179 of the Constitution, allow some expenditure that are urgent to be accommodated within it. I'm sure probably that may be one of the factors motivating Speaker Bagbin. And I've seen TV3 even do a short list of Haruna Idrisu to be Speaker. I'm not interested in becoming Speaker of Parliament.
So which ministerial appointment are you gunning for?
I don't know. I'll serve the President in any capacity he deems fit. But as I said, even in the 8th Parliament, I saw the Honorable Okudzeto Ablak, Honorable Ayerga Atuforsen, Honorable Amabua, and a group. They were urging me to run for Speaker. I disappointed them that I was not interested in being Speaker of Parliament.
Speaker is number 3 in our Constitution. But perhaps others have also suggested you want presidency.
I'm happy in my role as Member of Parliament for Tamale South. I've always said that I don't know tomorrow, and therefore
you don't want the presidency.
My eye is on the ball, but I don't know about tomorrow.
So it's likely we may see you run for president.
It's also likely I may not live to see tomorrow. What about that?
But you haven't answered the question, actually.
And I say I may not live to see tomorrow, so leave that to leave that to fate.
So
and
I should take that as a no.
God,
that you're not looking forward to it.
I say leave that to fate. My eye is on the ball.
Your eye, which ball?
I say my eye is on the ball.
Which ball?
My eye is on the ball. If you are watching a football match, watch how the football is
There are a lot of balls, so which of them?
I say my eye is on the ball. but I'm not sure that I'll live to see tomorrow, so I'm not worried about tomorrow.
You're not worried about tomorrow?
I have today, yeah.
You haven't answered the question, but
I said I have today.
I would move on.
So pray for President Mohamed. Success on his behalf. I should thank the Ghanaian people for the utmost faith and confidence they've reposed in him. He would not let the Ghanaian people down. And probably I'd like to continue listening to your other panelists.
Yes, but we'll wrap up very shortly. I was going to go to the judiciary and the fact that the NDC has bastardized the judiciary. We've heard even the incoming president say that the outgoing president has packed the Supreme Court and the judiciary with MPP pro people. Even the Electoral Commission prior to this year's general election. Are we going to see changes? Because I know that the Constitution also empowers
the Constitution
the
says that the judiciary shall not be subject to the control of any person or institution. President Mahama will respect that, but he would expect the justice system to be just and do justice to all Ghanaians. That has work to do.
I want you to react to what the information minister said about the recruitment issue that Felix Kwasi Ofosu talked about.
I don't have the details about it. What I do know that some acts of government are lawful up to 7th midnight of 6th January 2025. Some actions of Nana Addo Dankwa are lawful within the premise of the 1992 Constitution. He's still the president of our republic, albeit a lame duck president, an outgoing president. He must prepare his handing over nose together with the handing over nose of his ministers. He has an opportunity to decide whether he wants to address Parliament for the last time, and then he would bid us farewell, as Ghanaians have bid him farewell. But essentially, Nana Addo Dankwa haven't done well. His party has poorly performed, reflecting the poor outcome of his policies and governance, arrogance and impunity. So I've said that President Mahama must declare zero tolerance for all the wrongs of the MPP. He can't afford to repeat any of the mistakes of the MPP. Ghanaians will not forgive him and forgive us if he did that.
Is Jean Mensa staying?
Jean Mensa, chairperson of Electoral Commission, you see, so she now knows that she doesn't declare elections. The electorate, with their thumb, they decide, and you announce. That's what is happening to Jean Mensa. Whatever thought she has in her head, God answered the prayers of Ghana, and God answered John Mahamad's prayers. So Jean Mensa, you remember, when we were fighting here, then I was minority leader, when she wanted to deny over 500,000 Ghanaians, 500,000 votes, in the name of national ID card. So national ID card now go around the country and complete it, so that into next election, we now can say that national ID card is the basis. But when you haven't completed it, people don't have national ID card, then you say you won't accept the other process. It's a public good, national ID card. We need it. But make sure, in fact, and I shared this with you, I traveled to La Barga, the last village in my constituency on the Yendi Road, and Togo on the Yendi Road. My electorate woman walked out. I'll share the video with you and said, Honorable Aduna, ID card ma tekale. We don't have the national ID card. And that when they came here, they didn't give them the opportunity. So national ID card, a public good. We want it for every deserving Ghanaian. But when you don't make it available, you cannot make that the sole basis. So Jean Mensa, Electoral Commission, you are only relevant when political parties are relevant. And you are only relevant when democracy is relevant. But at least she's done well. This time she had no hesitation because the results was now known. I should thank Dr. Omani Buama, the eagle eye. At least he had learned his lessons of what probably happened to him and the NDC in 2016 and 2020. And he sought to improve it. And you've seen Doctor now, Office of the Vice President. I don't know if he wants to remain there. Doctor sitting with Alif, sitting with Dr. Anaba. So at least John Mahama have helped you make history. So you now can have aspiration because Professor Jane Nana is Vice President of the Republic. Who knows? She probably may be the first female president of our republic. It is possible.
Is she saying? I mean, I'm asking that question because 2 days ago we had Joyce Ba Mokhtari saying that Jean Mensa perhaps should resign 2 days. I mean, should resign before.
That who should resign?
Jean Mensa should resign. Should she stay? Are you going to keep her?
Over what? Charlotte Charlotte Asai was chairperson of Electoral Commission. They had issues with her because of something. Yes. Procurement. If Jean Mensa too has procurement issues, that may define her future. I don't know.
So you think she should go?
No. Why would you change an Electoral Commission chairperson? These are not matters that is of primary concern to President Mahama. I'm begging you, know where Jean Mensa is. Jean Mensa doesn't determine who rules Ghana. Ghanaians determine who rules them. And they have spoken eloquently that they desire change. President Mahama must reflect that change in order that he does not disappoint them. He has to address unemployment. He has to address the growing cost of living. He has to address the growing cost of business. Many businesses in Ghana are packing out. So when you are analyzing the taxes President Mahama is going to review, you are looking at it in terms of revenue. No, to the extent that a review of those taxes give live support to businesses is the right thing to do, and he will do it. So don't look at it in terms of he bringing taxes down. Does that help Ghanaian businesses? Does that help Ghanaian enterprise? If it does, he should not hesitate to proceed with it. E-levy, nuisance, COVID, nuisance. He will do away with them. But he must wait. We have to swear in the members of parliament. We elect a speaker, elect 2 deputy speakers. President Mahama announces his cabinet. Parliament has to constitute the appointment committee to look at it, examine it, make a report. So the country will run. That's why for me, Parliament coming next week, the most important thing is to look at the expenditure in lieu of appropriation. And then, you know what President Mahama's fortune may be, the Heritage Fund into next year. You know, in all this struggle, Ghana has some Heritage Fund. I spoke to Honorable Setekwe last 2 nights, yesterday I think. I was trying to know the value of it. And then for me, legacy projects. If there is a heritage fund, for me and the people of Tamale, we want Tamale water done. So for John Mahama, if he wants Tamale as good as it was for him in 2024, 2028, he must walk back with me saying that he has fixed the Tamale water crisis, which affects Damongu. Chereponi has a similar crisis. And believe me, those of us around him must help him succeed.
So
for
what
instance,
you're essentially saying,
no, there are some things he must do. Saboba Chereponi, Yendi Chereponi Road, Bunkpurgu Nakwanduri Road. I will sit, and those roads will not be fixed within the next 24 months. Whoever goes there, we will remind him that some road, including even Solawa, is in such a bad state. And then when you turn from Sisala, from Clement Apagoin, so some roads, and then I said Chereponi, there's a bar road I pass, and then the OT area, Pasa area. All this, President Mahama will do. But let me give you one assurance. Every good project started by this government, consistent with the directive principle of state policy, President Mahama will execute and complete all those projects, subject to value for money and an appreciation of what went into the initiation of those projects, whether it was a hospital, it was a school block, or whatever.
including National Cathedral.
Completion of National Cathedral, but not with state funds. President Mahama is smarter than that. If this country needs a cathedral, he will, together with the church, sit down and decide what to do with it, but not with state resources, not with public resources, and not the waste we are seeing over there. And when we say exerting accountability, how can $38 million and you are swimming in it? What have you seen? Is that worth $38 million?
You're a former trade minister. Ahead of the elections, and that's my last but one question to you. We heard Guta and AGI and some other businesses crying out to the government to deal with the cedi depreciation. I know it was one of the issues. It's not the same as when the former president, now incoming president, it's not the same as when he was in power at the time. He's coming back to meet a dollar cedi rate. Now it's 14 point something. What would you tell them, these people?
President Mahama, to borrow the words of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and Akufo-Addo, he will seek to arrest the depreciation of the cedi through policy, not knee-jerk reactions or response to it.
Do you have an
How we
idea?
process gold will affect that. the foreign reserves. How we export gold will affect that. The Export Council he will chair will affect that. We need to rake in at least some $2 billion, which he would do by stimulating some strategic investment into the country. So once again, let me commend TV3, commend your, and all of you. I think that you've done a yeoman's job. Everybody in Ghana is glued to TV3 because of your election brief and what you did to keep Ghanaians abreast with the outcome of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. I want to express gratitude to you and express gratitude to every Ghanaian, to all Ghanaians, for the faith reposed in President Mahama and the NDC. And I trust that we'll work with him to live the expectations of the Ghanaian people. My pleasure.
Your final words, especially for the over 1.6 million extra people who voted for the NDC.
The NDC, President Mahama, would not disappoint you. Have faith in him, pray for his success, and let's work together to build the Ghana.
If you could kindly speak through that camera for us so they know you're talking directly to them.
I wouldn't know that I'm speaking to a camera. Me, I know that I don't know that I'm speaking to a camera. What I know is that I'm responding to questions. So yes. That's what I know.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Want to thank the Ghanaian people for their confidence reposed in President Mahama and the NDC. We would work to justify that faith and confidence, and he would work to build the Ghana you want. He would work to create opportunity for the prosperity of every Ghanaian. He would protect and preserve every Ghanaian business.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Honorable
you
Haruna Iddrisu for joining us.
My pleasure.
And congratulations
I wish
again.
I stayed longer, but I have some primary thing which I can't be kept.
Yes, but just hold on. We'll all get up and then we can go. So just a second. I know you're running away, but just one more minute, please. So that'll be it for our conversation. I'm coming back to you, Bella. Quite interesting one. Former Trades Minister, former Minority Leader, and the re-elected Member of Parliament for Tamale South in the Northern Region. Just heard him there.
Well, indeed, and that was very interesting. We were here laughing the whole time. He had very interesting answers to all the questions that you asked him. He says he has his eyes on the ball, especially with regards to whether he's eyeing the presidency or not. Well, I have a message from one of our viewers on Facebook, and he's Baba Abdul Razak. He said, the undisputable Gangdu, Honorable Haruna Iddrisu, whether you like it or not, we'll make you the president. So, Honorable, all the best with that, because
don't put me in trouble.
your people are already asking for that, but we enjoyed it. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. We're very grateful.
Thank you for coming.
Yes, indeed. And when there's a chance, of course, we do understand the Information Minister Fatima Abubakar would also want to make some give some clarity on a matter, and so as and when we have the chance to speak to her, we will. But we're happy that you're also watching. So that confirms Power Grace's assertion earlier that you are all watching us, and we're very grateful. Please, when you call, let us know if we've done a good job or not. But let me go back to my guest and to continue the conversation. And I know Dr. Anaba has to go, and so we'll just take your final words very briefly before you leave us. You are going into Parliament.
Yes.
This is certainly good news. Right. What do you have for your people?
Oh, let me say, for my people in Garu, I've gone around the constituency. I've met all traditional leaders and then landowners, every stakeholder in Garu, and collated information about their needs. And we've assessed that, and we've tabled that, and we are trying to solve them in order of importance. We made them to classify their problems in order of importance so we could solve them in that way. But the main challenge we have in Garu that we need to solve is one of the problems Haruna Iddrisu mentioned, water problem in Garu, and the roads in Garu. There's no single tarred road in Garu because it was peeled off by the current MPP government, promised to retar the whole town. And for 1.5 years, none. So pneumonia is rising. So that is the main thing that we need to tackle very quickly, the water issue, and tar the roads. And then the other projects that we have in the manifesto, luckily, NDC has added the Tamne irrigation project as one of the main projects that it will do, and the road network from Kolungungu to Gushegu to join where Haruna Iddrisu mentioned. We are going to work with His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to make sure that project is completed. But to Ghanaians, I'm bringing the little knowledge I have in health and then the rest into Parliament to join my colleagues in Parliament to make sure we come out with policies and projects that would benefit the entire Ghanaians. Especially, we are going to push quickly for His Excellency to uncap quickly the national health insurance that Ken Ofori-Atta capped, whereby monies that are accrued into the national health insurance from the levy is being used for other things other than health. So we'll make sure that one is quickly uncapped, and then the hospitals completed very quickly to make sure we employ the teaming young nurses and doctors who are coming out to make sure we provide the needed health care to meet the universal health coverage that we all aspire to.
Definitely.
To get. So I think there's a lot we will do in Parliament, and I think...
You donated an ambulance to your constituency.
Yes, I did that.
That must have cost a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a lot of money, but it needs to be done. It needed to be done because the National Ambulance Service had an ambulance that every 2 days it breaks down.
The same ambulances that were given to every constituency?
Yeah, the same ambulances, they break down very, very quickly. Remember, I criticized the type of ambulance they were buying for Ghana then. I said they could use the one they've bought to buy tray. If you buy the Toyota Land Cruiser ones, they are hard to break. And that is what the Arabs are using because they are very durable. They are not beautiful, but they are durable.
Are they more expensive?
You don't buy ambulances that are first class, that needs first aid, that needs those things because our emergency system is not stay and work. We scoop and run. The scoop and run needs an ambulance that would move very fast and durable enough not to be breaking down every day. So even NGOs, they buy the Land Cruiser ones. The one I bought was one that that was the one I could buy. I gave it to them to make sure they augment the services of the ambulance services there. And I renovated I repaired myself, I serviced it myself.
You service yourself?
I serviced it myself. It's only when you are traveling outside Garu to Bolga or to Tamale, you only put fuel. But the driver is a volunteer. I don't pay him, he's a volunteer. He said he's doing it for free.
Wow.
Yes, so that is just like we are collaborating to help the constituency. So that was something a little I could give to my people. I didn't have enough wealth like my competitor, who is the wife of the just past Secretary General of ECOWAS. He had a lot of wealth, he had a lot of resources. He was seen, he's a president's friend, Kufuor's one of his friends. So all contracts in Garu were given to her, all contracts, from electrification, from boreholing, from road renovation, from whatever, even fertilizer distribution. Agri service workers were taken off. She was running all, but thanks to my tactical moves and the appreciation of the people of the little I can do for them from my own resources, I think they gave me an overwhelming victory.
I see.
And showed Ghanaians that no money can buy votes this time. So we are taking a cue from that to make sure we serve the people and gain the rewards and not wait for election time to start dishing out to people.
Would you take up the role of health minister?
I am in to serve Ghana. Anywhere the Ghanaians think I'm competent enough to serve the country, I wouldn't reject it. But yes, I'm in to serve Ghana, whether it's whatever it is. If I go to Parliament, wherever they put me and I think I have competence, I am for one. If I can't do a job, you give it to me, I'll tell you in your face I can't do it. That is how I am.
Would you fight for compensation for being wrongly dismissed from your position as the medical director for Ridge Hospital?
I'll look at the coffers. If the coffers of Ghana is too weak, I wouldn't bother for it.
If it was the MPP that retained power, would you have said the same
thing? If it's the MPP, I would have gone for it.
But now that is your party, you look at the coffers.
Yes, I would like to.
I see. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Anaba, for joining us. And Dr. Thomas Anaba is the NDC MP-elect for Garu constituency in the Upper East region. We wish you the very best in Parliament.
Thank you very much, and greetings to my people in Garu.
All right. Well, Prof, hold on. We're taking a quick break. We'll come back to you. I know you have a whole book. And you want to speak to all the issues. So you hold on.
All right.
Maybe we'll have a public lecture.
That's fair enough.
Except this is not Ashesi.
It's not Central University.
I see. Well, we'll be back. My two guests stay with me. Dr. Pagwe Boachidankwa is here, and Professor Sharif Mahmoud Khalid is also here as well. Dr. Anaba leaves us, but this is the absolute stretch on your election command center. We have about an hour and 30 minutes to go, so we still have time to talk about lots of things. Keep watching. We'll be back.
My name is Parkwesi Asare. I'm a broadcast journalist with Media General TV3. It's just a couple of days to the December 2024 general elections, and I'd like to encourage you to go all out and vote. Cast your ballot as part of your civic responsibility. Beyond exercising your civic responsibility, do not do anything that will jeopardize the peace we're enjoying in Ghana. All we have now is Ghana. That's all we have. I encourage you to do everything within your power to ensure peace before, during, and after the elections.
Hi, I am Koki, co-host of TV3 New Day. In just a few days, Ghana approaches this critical decision moment. It is imperative to remember that peace is the bedrock of our democracy and national progress. It's not supposed to be a battleground or a battlefield, but a reflection of our collective voice. Now, to our leaders, to our candidates, and to the entire citizenry, I pray and hope that we all choose words that inspire and not incite. Let's deal with each other in a very civil manner. Let's also choose words that build and do not break. There's only one Ghana, and our Ghana is bigger than the 2024 elections.
A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our mind to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okansi. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media General. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace.
Hi, my name is Johnny Hughes, host of 3FM Sunrise on 3FM 92.7 and also Johnny's Bite. We're going to the poll one more time to elect 276 parliamentarians and a president. Peace is essential. We all have a role to play. Play yours, let me play mine, and let's have peace. One Ghana.
It's another election, and as Ghanaians, we've been called upon again to go out in our numbers and vote. But there's one thing that stands out: peace being the only option. I am Mawena Igbeta. Let's choose peace.
We've waited 4 years for this, and now that time has come once again. 7 December 2024. Another time to elect possibly a new government. Just go to the polling stations, vote, and then leave peacefully. What I would like to advise is no violence so that we maintain the peace here in Ghana and we have a peaceful and successful election.
Hello, my name is Judith Brown. I'm a broadcast journalist here at TV3 in Media General. The election is here and is our mandate to maintain peace and stability. Remember that peace does not only start with our political parties, peace starts with you and me. Let's stay safe because there's life after elections.
The core of the democracy we are practicing as a nation is peace. Peace. Democracy simply means free your mind, make a free my mind. In Twi, we say kembima min kembi. The politicians are having a say. You can also have your say with your thumb. Go out on December 7th, vote, go home, watch TV3 as we bring you extensive coverage of the elections. I am Martin Esiedudate, and I stand for peace.
It's important to note
that the power of the thumb is mightier than any weapon you can find. And that's why I want to tell you, encourage you to maintain and sustain the peace as we enter into the December elections. Remember, when you vote, go home, stick with your election command center and await the results. If you win, jubilate judiciously and responsibly, and if you lose, don't be a sore loser. There'll be another 4 years, another chance for your candidate of choice. Let's not throw away the peace of this republic. I'm Kameni Amano, and I encourage you to maintain the peace this election.
Yo, what's up, Ghana? What's up, world? I go by the name Stone Boy, and all I want to say is that come the elections on December the 7th, make sure that you go with a peaceful heart, with a grateful heart, that you are alive and living and everything is going to be all right. You don't need to fight nobody from any other political party. Just stay true to yourself, go in there, go vote, and go home, wait for results, and be happy. It's Christmas, you know, so we can't jinx it up. God bless you, stay safe, one love, Stone Boy. Beep.
Hello, my name is Roland Walker. This election season, peace begins with you and I. Make sure your utterances, your behavior, your relationship with everybody else, could be your brother, your sister, your neighbor, a friend who is in the other political party or doesn't support your cause, be right. As you do that, go to the polling stations peacefully. After voting, make sure you leave that polling station and vote right. Peace is needed right here this election season. Be a good citizen. Ghana needs peace.
My name is Parkwesi Asare. I'm a broadcast journalist with Media General TV3. It's just a couple of days to the December 2024 general elections, and I'd like to encourage you to go all out and vote. Cast your ballot as part of your civic responsibility. Beyond exercising your civic responsibility, do not do anything that will jeopardize the peace we're enjoying in Ghana. All we have now is Ghana. That's all we have. I encourage you to do everything within your power to ensure peace before, during, and after the elections.
Hi, I am Cookie, co-host of TV3 New Day. In just a few days, Ghana approaches this critical decision moment. It is imperative to remember that peace is the bedrock of our democracy and national progress. It's not supposed to be a battleground or a battlefield, but a reflection of our collective voice. Now, to our leaders, to our candidates, and to the entire citizenry, I pray and hope that we all choose words that inspire and not incite. Let's deal with each other in a very civil manner. Let's also choose words that build and do not break. There's only one Ghana, and our Ghana is bigger than the 2024 elections.
A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our minds to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okanse. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media General. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace.
Hi, my name is Johnny Hughes, host of 3FM Sunrise on 3FM 92.7 and also Johnny's Bite. We're going to the poll one more time to elect 276 parliamentarians, and a president. Peace is essential. We all have a role to play. Play yours, let me play mine, and let's have peace. One Ghana.
It's another election, and as Ghanaians, we've been called upon again to go out in our numbers and vote. But there's one thing that stands out: peace being the only option. I am Mawena Igbeta. Let's choose peace.
We've waited 4 years for this, and now that time has come once again. 7 December 2024, another time to elect possibly a new government. Just go to the polling stations, vote, and then leave peacefully. What I would like to advise is no violence, so that we maintain the peace here in Ghana and we have a peaceful and successful election.
Hello, my name is Judith Brown. I'm a broadcast journalist here at TV3 in Media General. The election is here and is our mandate to maintain peace and stability. Remember that peace does not only start with our political parties, peace starts with you and me. Let's stay safe, because there's life after elections.
And to all of you who are saying that we've done an excellent job, we're very grateful for the accolades and we hope to serve you even better. This is your Election Command Center and it's the extended coverage of the 2024 general elections. Your afternoon shift is on, and or afternoon stretch, more like it. So my gentlemen are getting ready to do some analysis on some of the constituencies that are up for contestation, and so very shortly we'll cross over to them very shortly. But before that, of course, my guests are also in the studio. I have Dr. Palgrave Boakye Dankwa, and he is in charge of governance and security, in fact, the spokesperson on governance and security at the Jubilee House. And then also we have Associate Professor Dr. Sharif Mahmoud Khalid. He's an NDC Economic and Finance Committee member. And we're continuing our conversation. There's a lot that we need to touch on. A few things have come up as well. And so, Doc, we'll take it from the recruitment, because I know you want to
it's a lot of recruitment, but I think that, again, some erroneous impressions is being created around the transition team in and of itself, which I think we need to address on set to get it right. Because the point is, if you look at, I think that the NDC has put up the most robust transition team I have seen. I know that there's a certain level of criticisms as far as gender issues are concerned, which I think is a fair call. Right, but I think it was elating that when I attended the inauguration ceremony, I noted that the eminent lawyer and former Attorney General, Marietta Brew, has been incorporated as an ex-official member, and that was refreshing to see as far as the gender balance issues are concerned. But you look at the lineup to it, right? Dr. Kalisus Mahama has been in the last transition by virtue of the fact that he was head of local government services. Right. The Honorable Julius Deborah has been in the last transition by virtue of the fact that he was Chief of Staff. Now, if you look at it, or you look at the whole Transition Act, right, these were stipulated rules that are mandated per the Act to be part of a transition team. Now, to see President Mahama mimic that as a government in waiting is refreshing, because you would see institutional memory play a role, and then you see their existence. Right. The issue of eternal existence is not here. It is one of experience. Now, you have the party's general secretary and chairman. By default, there's a struggle to have the gender card play here, because by their roles already, they are gendered in a certain bracket. So it's quite difficult to sort of water that or to iron that to bring a balance, because you have Fifi Koite, you have the Honorable Fifi Koite, you have General Mosquito. Right. Then Guzi Tano, a very refreshing addition, as many would know in the last couple of years, has been a policy and stakeholder anchor of the party. right, in the run-up to this election, and played critical roles, as you would see. So you look at all of these activities moving on and moving forth, that a lot of thought has been gone into it in the selection of the members. Look at Professor Ahoy, a doyen of local government and governance in and of itself, and has seen many transitions. There's actually a joint book between him and Dr. Kalisus Mahama on transitions, and any student of political science who want to have better knowledge about transitions might probably want to look at that. So you'd see that it was just not done willy-nilly, but a lot of thought process went into it, right? As I said, yes, the gender call is a fair one, but it was by default positions. And we hope that we have more women standing up for political party positions that have been, you know. But again, we also have the eminent former chief of staff, Valerie Sawyer, who is also part of it, comes with a lot of experience, you know, the policy space, she's been phenomenal. So I think that the NDC has actually assembled a very effective team, and we're hoping that they will do a fantastic job. And you could see Felix Ofosu-Kwakye is doing very well with his communications. But again, let's go to recruitment bid, which
of course you say that because he's the one that has brought up the issues
concerning that. So it's actually a good stop to for me to transit into that. As you know, we are in transition. You see, the MPP, I don't understand where they come from with all of this hula baloo about countering, countermeasures, and also trying to equalize. And they are so quick to always read back to history to say this is what was done. I work closely with Nanka Bruce. Right. A few days ago, when the president-elect and vice president-elect turned up at the Flagstaff House,
did he escort
to say hi to the president or to pay a courtesy call, Nanka Bruce was part of the delegation, as I was. So when we emerged and drove in, emotionally I could see his face. I said, Nanka Bruce, what feelings do you have? You could see near tears coming to his face with what they did to him at the Flagstaff House. For what crime? Imagine if there was no timely intervention. They could have lynched him to death. This was what happened in 2016 under a government that was in transition. Are we seeing that?
Well, we hope not to.
No, but that would have happened a long time ago. I mean, did you see NDC youth besiege the Flagstaff House to go after a presidential guard?
We hope it doesn't happen.
Well, I said it will happen a very long time ago.
I'm just saying that moving forward as well, we hope it doesn't happen regardless
President Mahama
of which
called for
party
calm in all of his speeches. Did we see that in 2016? We can play back all the speeches that were done. But President Mahama was emphatic. Our General Secretary has been emphatic. Our chairman has been responsible and emphatic. So we are in a euphoric mood, but as I said, we are doing it in a measured form. And we are still respecting. But even in transition, you could see the information minister disrespecting Ghanaians. Instead of being humble enough to dissect the issues, you are rather bringing back history to make comparisons that are very needless, not fit for purpose. Why can't this government ever be humble?
Which of the comparisons are you referring to? Is it the appointments of the
appointments and say, and all of that. That is disrespectful. I mean, so if it happened 8 years ago and it's being raised now, you must go back to it. I thought we've moved on. Governance is a continuum and progress at that. So if you keep doing this even in transition, it means the very reason you were voted for, you have not learned from it. You have voted out of power, you've not learned from it. In any case, look, we all agree that there's partisanship and politicization of a lot of roles whatsoever and happens in government. But play back to the PNDC all the way to the NDC. You have elements of the MPP tradition who were working happily as civil servants and in even leading capacities. Tarzan is a classic example. He worked at the Energy Ministry in a very decent capacity, right? Until he started his politics that meant that he was very antagonistic towards the government. But today, to even be a headmaster of a secondary school, it has been politicized. To be, middle management civil servant roles or civil service roles, be it procurement directors or what have you within state institutions and corporations, have been politicized. This is how we've reduced this country to. And that is the enormity of work that is going to be put as a burden on the president and vice president elect.
But can you say for a fact that the NDC governments will not do same and look out for
no, I did admit that we did, but we never degenerated the country to the level of which I'm pointing out to you. That middle level managers' roles ought to be political and partisan, right? Headmasters of second cycle institutions ought to be partisan and political. Look at what we've done to our first class schools. It's like that they can't even make noise anymore. We Simon headmasters to Accra, left, right, center.
Yeah.
This is what we've done to the country.
A number of them have said that if they speak up, they get transferred.
They get transferred.
So
we're living under siege for 8 years as a country. And I think that all of this ought to be acknowledged, that this is where we are as a country. And moving it would be a Herculean task. We can run away from the fact.
But you will attempt?
Of course. You know, President Mahama, all embracing.
Okay.
Why not?
So we should trust you on that?
Why not? You should trust the leadership of President John Dramani Mahama.
And so if you don't do it, how should Ghanaians react?
Well, I mean, there's not anything to say about if we don't do it. There's no ifs and buts about it. He's going to embrace the country as Ghana, right? You've been listening to him. It's very reflective of his speeches. You've seen the diplomatic community paying homage to him and giving him congratulatory messages and all of the responses he's giving. And again, we must recognize the black hole in our budgets and national kitty that we are going to inherit. I mean, central bank running losses, domestic debt exchange, right? Its ramifications are going to bite back hard at the economy, right? So these are inheritance that we are taking from this government.
Okay.
Right, the haircuts, external debts. I mean, when we even start, we have to start engaging external debt holders, domestic debt holders. And this is what the spending spree and borrowing spree of Ken Ofori-Atta has brought this country to. When he was on the bond market, celebrating Kenke with it, this is the results of it. And this is the burden a government, because we had an IMF program. Not a doubt about it. At the time we're leaving office, right? The IMF program was ending. They came to enjoy the benefits of the IMF program. We are inheriting, let me make this clear, we are inheriting an IMF program that has very little impact on the economy, very infinitesimal. I'll tell you why. Look at the IMF program we joined. After they all said we're not going to the IMF, right, including their deputy ministers and all of that. We went to the IMF, and to assess the tranches, there were a problem. Each time there was a set date, it failed. Now, what happens is that quite often than not, as we'll know, IMF programs and the likes of them, because you are dealing with a sovereign nation, they are boilerplates, they are tick-box exercises. So people would know, business people who understand the market or watchers of the market would know that, look, when the money hits the central bank's kitty, the CD would appreciate a bit. And if I have my Forex, I can go into the bad business expansion I want to do. It disrupted the market. And the market has never been the same. Because businessmen get ready with their Forex, nothing happens. So to have that a couple of goals, what it means is that the only inheritance that we as a government is going to get from it is the somewhat financial discipline, right? And watchman role that the IMF is playing. As we speak now, the IMF is the central bank. We have a watchman at the central bank looking after a sovereign nation. And yet you go to commission a new central bank building that is not habitable, that cannot be functional, a national security asset. A central bank building is a national security asset, and you decide to be political about it.
Okay. So the concern then for a lot of Ghanaians would be that the success or failure of President-elect John Dramani Mahama would be about the people he appoints and surrounds himself with.
Well,
because he may be a good man, may have very good intentions for the country, but it's really about the people that he appoints into power.
But the leader I know...
Can we trust him to appoint the right people?
The leader I know in President Mahama will do that.
He will do that. Okay. Let me bring Dr. Palgrave Bachie-Danquah in there, because, I mean, we've heard...
I mean, he's already exhibited that in the formidable transition team he's put together.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't mean that he didn't have excesses in his government prior to the 2016 elections.
You know,
there were a few bad nuts.
The former Rawlings' chief of staff, who's the father or the godfather of transitions, is a consultant to the transition team as well.
Okay. Okay.
Right? So it tells you that a lot of thought has gone into it. And the evidence of the leadership that we're looking to see in President Mahama has been reflected in the eminent transition team he's put together already.
All right. Let me bring Dr. Palgrave in, because would you describe what the information minister said about not firing anyone or sacking anyone when the NPP took over in 2016 as a lie, especially after listening to Dr. Anaba indicates that he was one of the victims who unfortunately was relieved of his role as medical director at Ridge Hospital just by virtue of the fact that he is an NDC man?
Bella, I'm sure you said you're going to call my boss.
Yes, we're going to call her. I believe my producers are working on that.
And so I'm sure my boss will respond to that.
Okay.
But I have mentioned that my family, like I mentioned, in the pre-NDC era into NDC, also suffered some fate, where my father, as a medical doctor and ENT specialist at Kolebu, was relieved of his role. The rest, like we know, is history. And so it's not something that we would want to see repeatedly over the years, regardless of which government is in. You heard when the very revered and respected Honorable Haruna Idrisu mentioned that there are people that are professionals that have earned their merit to be where they are as public servants. It would be good for the maturity of our politics and our democracy and our governance that such people are treated with that level of respect that is needed. I mean, I can appreciate that we have overly politicized this country such that there appears to be no neutrals within the entire ecosystem and the space that we find ourselves. But it's important that we try to rise above it. We don't want a repetition of that in 28 or 32 or further on. It's something that we should all try and condemn so that it's not repeated from government to government.
Okay, I see. Well, that's good news. And again, like we said, Honorable Fatima Abubakar, when we get the chance to reach out to you, we definitely would. But one of the things that I wanted to ask as well, the issue about NAPCO. And NAPCO is still, in fact, at this point, they've been left with no choice than to petition the President-elect John Dramani Mahama to see if he can sort out their allowances. And that's per an update that they gave me just about 2 days ago. In releasing monies for some of these institutions, in sorting out these 2020 nursing trainee, the nurses, etc., why could we not prioritize NAPCO? And again, those Farm D, students who also were waiting, well, not students, they were graduates, who were also waiting for the allowances and never received it.
You know, Bella, NAPCO is a very huge concern in terms of the allowances that had not been paid. There's really not much I can say about it because I've not had any feedback or I've not had a conversation with the NAPCO director and how far this thing has gone. But I think that is something that we need to be able to address. People that have worked that have not been paid over a few months, that it will be good that their salaries
There's not few. There are some that are like 12 months.
Yes, I mean, so a few months makes to 12 months.
It does? Well, I remember that I was the one who asked Dr. Mahmoud Baumia when he was addressing the media.
I recall that question.
I asked him, and he said that he was going to check with the finance ministry and get back to them. It's been over a month since I asked that question. Prior to that question, he had also responded to them and said he's heard from the finance ministry. They said they'll release some monies, and so he'll follow up on that. And then I asked him again, and he said he'll go back to them and check.
It's
been about a month or two since he spoke on that matter.
It shouldn't be difficult for us to call the finance minister and ask him. I mean, I know he's in transition now, but it will be good. We can also call him.
Is it priority to your government?
No, I think that every single thing is a priority.
Are you sure?
Honestly. I mean, I think that, because you see, Bella, like I always tell people, I'm a simple citizen in this country. I go about my normal duties like everyone does. If people work and they don't get pay, it's difficult. I've heard and seen videos around about people who didn't vote, and even those that voted against that stated that either their spouses had not been paid over a period of time, and so that made them make a decision to go and vote against us and either even withhold from voting. It's a huge concern because these are about people's lives. People have worked, And it's important that if people have worked, they are paid for what they have.
Did you hold this position a few months ago?
I have always held this position. I mean, people who know me would always know that I've always held this position.
Okay.
I've always been very objective in my analysis and very clinical, like my prof would say.
So would you say that this government has been unfair to NAPCO trainees and to FAMD trainees as well?
So what I would say is that if I'm supposed to use your word unfair, I would say that the government maybe and you want a headline, right?
No, it's not about headlines. I'm genuinely concerned about them.
No, but
because
I mean, yes,
I'm one of the people they've been reaching out to help fight this cause.
I think we all have relatives that were involved in NAPCO at the time when it came. It was a very good flagship program for government. Everybody applauded government for the initiative because it was supposed to be a skill set preparation into the job market. And so the government has not ended yet.
Okay.
I would say that it would be good for us to relook at it. So
you haven't answered my question.
No, but
you've gone round it. Has this government been unfair?
I'm learning from the conversation. Okay.
Has this government been unfair to NAPCO trainees and to FAMD personnel as well?
No. That's what I'm saying. What I would say is that government originally had brought up NAPCO to be able to meet a particular need. Okay. Government hasn't ended. We've got a few more weeks for us to end. It will be good for government to look at the payment of NAPCO allowances and the FAMD. It will be good for us to look at that if we are able to pay them. I think that would be very, very good.
You still haven't answered the question. I guess you're deliberately ignoring. I'll ask you one last time.
Oh, Bella.
Has this government been unfair? And would you admit that they've been unfair to NAPCO trainees and in fact deceived them and used them for political gains and then left them hanging?
I think that would be unfair for you to make that statement, that government used them for political hanging.
In 2020, I remember those billboards. Remember your NAPCO trainee or so?
No.
Remember me.
Remember me.
Oh, I also remember those billboards.
Exactly.
Yes.
And then after the 2020 elections, when the MPP retained power, they forgot about them.
No, so that's why we're having this conversation. So we're having this conversation that before the MPP fully transitions into the new government, okay, it will be good for us to look at some of the allowances that have been unpaid, particularly to NAPCO, FAMD, and any other person whose allowances have not been unpaid.
So can you assure them that we'll get their monies before?
It's not me. You see, Bella, you see when you
spokesperson on governance and security, so I'm just assuming that
Bella,
you might know something.
A spokesperson is only speaking when he has been given information.
I was hoping you would have gathered your information before.
No, it hasn't come. Oh, of course.
Oh, it hasn't come.
It hasn't come.
Can you please text them and check with them, whoever it is,
Bella, so
Finance Minister, Dr. Amin Andam. Can you find out from him when they are going to receive their money?
I'll send him a message.
Please tell him that it's a humble plea.
I have checked my facts before coming here.
Okay.
All the conversations we have had have all been fact-checked. I prepared very well before coming.
Tell him it's a humble plea.
Okay, yes, it's
67,000 of them have not received their monies. In fact, before the whole NAPCO, initiative was truncated at a point, the Heal Ghana people had complained bitterly about being owed 7 months of their allowances. And then months later, when we had a conversation with them, some of them now said that it had increased to about 12 months, etc. The NAPCO trainees, group sent me a message, and I just want to read that out. Now they're saying that a formal petition will be submitted to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, requesting a comprehensive forensic audit into the NAPCO scheme. The purpose of this audit is to ensure accountability and transparency regarding the allocation and utilization of funds, particularly in relation to payments made to NAPCO drivers. The reported expenditures under the NAPCO program are excessive and warrant thorough investigation. So they said we should stay tuned to see. I've asked this question already, but I'll just ask Prof again. Is this something that your government should look into?
Yeah, why not? But again, we're just not going to look into the payment of the monies owed. The entire NAPCO initiative should be audited to determine. Because look, there is, signals of ghost names that existed under NAPCO. I said signals, allegedly. So a proper investigation ought to go into the entire institution as NAPCO in and of itself to see where these payments went to determine. But yes, we all share in the plight of these people. Again, when NAPCO emerged, some of us were very critical of it. And we're being insulted by the MPP without having an intellectual engagement. I mean, if you look at labor market in and of itself, The most dangerous creation one can ever make in a labor market, right, is to offer a temporary employment to someone, right, give them a different status in life, allow them to live a living, and abruptly truncate it. It's the most dangerous space to ever put someone in socially, as far as labor economics and its social attendant vices are concerned. Right? It can lead to a whole host of issues that may have crime implications, that may have, medical implications in the long term, among other issues, because they've earned a living and it's been, truncated abruptly, and they are not seeking to earn. So those who are not very disciplined enough then have seen that, even though it was not anything to go by, but some people earn something. Again, the recruitment process of NABCO, very politicized, right? Most of the beneficiaries, it went to party faithfuls to augment votes. He speaks for governance and security. Employment is a national security issue. So how come he is not fully abreast of the fact that payment issue, which is very sensitive? You are going about paying ECG contracts, rushing to pay them, saying that government is a continuum. NABCO is not a continuum. National security issue. Why wouldn't you rush and pay them before leaving? That's a more legitimate thing to do. But someone is trying to get a kickback and trying to say, okay, let me pay a contractor at ECG. And they're coming out. No one is halting anything. Look at Felix's statement he reached. Very responsible statement from the transition team. And this is where Ghanaians ought to know the difference in political party and governance, and the government in waiting, how responsible. Look, he wrote, agreement. I read, permit me.
Okay.
That's coming from Felix Ofosu-Kwakye, spokesperson of the Mahama transition team. He says, agreement on last-minute appointment, payments, and recruitment by the outgoing administration. At the second meeting of the joint transition team, held on Friday, December 13th, 2024, it was agreed that all ongoing significant payment, recruitment, and other such activities must be submitted to the transition team for consideration on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
We did not say no, don't pay anyone, as the information minister is trying to paint as though we're saying that their government has come to a sudden halt. No. We do recognize the fact that they still have a constitutional mandate. And that's what Felix's statement states.
Okay.
It says this brings clarity to the status of these payments and recruitments and offers amicable structure for satisfactorily addressing the issues involved.
All right.
So now...
I'll let you hold on. Please don't forget your thoughts.
Okay.
We've gone a minute beyond, or in fact 2 minutes beyond news brief. Please forgive us. We should have done it on the hour. But Safwa is here. Please update us.
All right, Bella, and welcome to Election Brief, where we give you all updates on news updates right here on your Election Command Center. Let's settle for the news right away. And a founding member of the New Patriotic Party, NPP, Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo, has said the outcome of the 2024 elections was a revolution by Ghanaians to oppose the bad governance by the Akufo-Addo government. Speaking to TV3, Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo noted that the election results was an indication of Ghanaians demanding a change after being sick and tired of this government. Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo cautioned politicians to take a lesson from the loss of the NPP in the 2024 elections and not dilly-dally with citizens. He also advised the NPP to make changes in its leadership, stating that the current nature of the party does not reflect the true image of the NPP. Let's do some more stories. And President-elect John Dramani Mahama has expressed concern over last-minute contract payments by some para-state agencies and recruitment processes currently underway. Speaking during a courtesy call on him by the British High Commissioner Harriet Thompson, John Dramani Mahama, he has directed his transitional team to, as a matter of fact and as a matter of urgency, delve into the issues.
There are few signals that have been raised in respect of some contracts that some parastatals are trying to sign off at the last minute. That will commit government, the new government, even before it was coming to office. And so it's something that we've raised a signal about. And it's my hope that the Joint Transitional Team would take a look at it and deal with it. There are also reports of last-minute mass recruitments into all the agencies, which will be a liability on the new government. And so that's something we've asked them to take up at the transitional team meeting and see how we can deal with those issues.
That'll be all for Election Brief. Many thanks for joining us. I'll hand over to Bella to continue.
Thank you, Queen Safwa. Thank you very much. And that was News in Brief. But quickly, let me go through some messages and then I'll come back to Prof. Arthur says that Bella kindly asked Dr. Palgrave. I'm not asking you to answer now. I'll let Prof finish and then. But he says kindly ask Dr. Palgrave that when our Teacher Trainees Association of Ghana, TTAG, National Secretariat Teacher Trainees receiving their allowance, I mean their arrears. Hey, tough question. Where will he get the answer from? Anyway, is this really Palgrave talking like this? Godfrey Kabna Bilson, they're actually shocked. Why are you talking in a different way? Anyway, Ivan Shinabua says, please, with NAPCO arrears, they made us fill our timesheets and we were awaiting payment since November. Until now, no show. Okay, let me move on. People are saying I'm bad. It was just a question I was asking. I haven't done anything. But special shouts to you, Frank. I love you back. And then, okay, let me see. So he will answer the question you just asked him. Allow Palgrave. He says he'll check and get back to us. I've asked him to humbly ask the finance minister if there are any allocations for Farm D beneficiaries and also the NAPCO trainees. Kukua Adepa says, Bella, nurses of 2020 are still home, yet to be posted, and the referral batches don't even know their stance now. We've been home close to 5 years now. I read a letter earlier, apparently from the Ghana Health Service, asking for all 2020 nurses to be recruited and absorbed into the system. So please follow up and check. Maybe your name is part so that you can also get your job. Hopefully NDC won't come in. Scatter is for you. James Ayama says, God bless you for speaking for NAPCO. Any day, we're hoping that you can get your allowances. You say, I have a cold, Kuse. I have a terrible flu. It's in the air, so protect yourself as well. But let me come to Prof. You're making a point.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. I mean, look at how we're exhibiting discipline and embracing all stakeholders within the transition, right? That mimics the kind of government we are bringing in. And again, that humbles us, and I hope Palgrave and his people are learning, right? We are not going to say, you're going to be in opposition for 30 years. That is left for the good people of Ghana to decide. We are here to serve, and President Mahama is here to redeem himself and to really show the leader he truly is that we all missed. So you look at all of these activities. But you see, this government has done a lot that is going to saddle the next government. We're not giving excuses, but we need to flag these things for Ghanaians to know. Look at the Cape Coast Winneba Road. That has been started. Because we are talking security issues, that's where I'm bringing it. Palgrave speaks for security, among other issues.
Yes.
Can they indicate? I mean, quite often than not, when you have a contractor at site, there's a board that indicates who the contractor is, right? Who the consultant is, among other issues. The Cape Coast Winneba Road, is there any indication of such?
No.
Work has halted on that road. The dredging that they've done, weeds are growing there. Where is the funding coming from? Right? These are the things. Or is a governance of holes, just like they did to the cathedral? Is that what we should keep doing as a people? You deceived us to National Cathedral, use government money to start. Initially, you stated that you're not going to invest any money in it. After digging a hole, destroying homes of judges, civil servants, national monuments that existed, you left it there. It became a big hole and a big dugout. The Cape Coast Road, you've done the same. To this day, you can indicate who the consultants. You're not bold enough to put it on a billboard. Come out and tell us where the funding is coming from. So when we come in as a government, we have to deal with this.
Okay.
Right. We never promised the people of Cape Coast an airport, but these are things we need to do. And why are
you give them an airport?
No, they promised.
Okay.
Dr. Bamia said the good people of Cape Coast.
I thought you were also promising an airport.
No, we would not say what is not. We deliver.
Okay.
Kutoka is there, repaying itself. The Ridge Hospital is there. UGMC, which to even operationalize was a problem. And Mahama legacy was a big problem. When COVID hit, what happened? They were forced to. So you look at all of these things, it's so sad going back. I think Fatih is trying so hard to take us back to history. We are not. We are a progressive party. And Ghanaians are progressive on itself, and this has reflected on the vote they've given us and the mandate, the two-thirds majority among others. We are responsibly guiding this, and we are using it to deliver on the real good governance. Right. So the reset agenda is on, the button has been pressed, and as I said, the good governance and the reflection of the government has been seen in the eminent and robust transition team put in place. The responsible communications, the Honorable Felix, MP-elect, Ofusukwachi is churning out. is there. The 10 points of priority that President Mahama, never has this been done in the history of this country. But when they came into power in 2016, what did we see? They were chasing cars and saying, oh, chassis numbers were being changed whatsoever. At the end of the day, it was all what? A wild goose chase. Harassing people.
Okay.
Chasing people into traffic. Is that what governance is about? Have we seen any of that since the NDC emerged victorious? Have we been running around town saying that we've beaten them by a margin of 1.4 million? No.
It's actually 1.6.
Well, I'm just being charitable here.
Okay.
Right?
Almost 1.7.
Almost 1.7, getting there until the final declaration is made as far as constituencies that are being held are concerned.
Okay.
But when they had 1 million votes, they said it was historic and made noise about it. They, not just them, they and their surrogates made noise. Preacher men from the pulpit made noise about it. But what is happening today? We're all humble. But it's good to see a very humble Palgrave in studio today, right? If this is what opposition looks like,
Hasn't Palgrave always been humble?
I'm surprised. I don't know about that.
Oh.
The listeners will judge for themselves.
He's a reverend, though.
The listeners will judge. The listeners
is a reverend.
The last time
a man of God.
The last time we were on set at the weekend, he threw a microphone tantrum.
I didn't throw a microphone tantrum.
Right?
You have to put it in context.
Okay, so what happened?
I didn't throw a microphone tantrum.
What happened?
What happened?
Let me explain.
Okay.
Bella.
No, but when you get your time,
no, you brought it up.
No, when you get your time, you explain.
Don't do that.
You let him explain this just so that we can have continuum. Then what happened?
You are aware that there are mics that are placed on the table.
Yes.
On that key point show, everybody on that set had mics in front of them and had an additional lapel in here.
Okay.
I didn't have any.
You didn't have one on the table?
Listen to what I said. I said, there are mics on the table. On that key point show,
yes,
everyone had a mic on the table and had a lapel here. I didn't have any lapel.
That stopped your voice from being heard.
You understand?
Did that stop your voice from being heard?
Hold on, Prof. At the time when the engineer came to put it, and I was like, I believe in equity.
Okay.
In my life, Bella, I don't feel that at a stage anybody should be cheated. So when I feel that one is not being equitable, I called it out. So it's not that I wanted to state that I was not being given.
But did you think it would be deliberate that will give everyone a
microphone? No, but it's an issue that is even passed. So I'm even wondering why.
But you know it was not deliberate.
No, but then
the point is, Bella,
because that extra one there was a backup.
Bella, unless of course he tried to speak. And nobody heard him on TV. That's where he.
But they were hearing him on TV.
Everyone heard me. But everyone heard you.
Of course, that is where you. No, that's why they brought it to me.
Because they weren't hearing you.
Because they were not hearing.
They told you that.
They told you that.
No, that's why they brought it to me.
No, they told you that.
Of course, they were sending me messages.
No, your listeners told you they were not hearing you.
No, you see, it's not an issue.
But let me say, it's a technical problem. It wasn't deliberate. It's not as if we were giving other people preference.
Bella, it's not
over you.
You couldn't take the joke. You couldn't take the joke.
That issue.
Let's carry on. You couldn't take a joke. Let's carry on and talk about transition matters.
Talk about transition.
Okay.
When you say that it's good to see a humble Palgrave, as though I've been proud and arrogant.
Oh, well, but read the messages, Bella. No. What are they saying? Nobody said it, but at least you are humble.
They're actually shocked that Palgrave is speaking like this, but nobody has referred to humility necessarily. They're just shocked that...
But no one is saying you're arrogant.
No, but that's what you're trying to say.
My brother, no one is saying you're arrogant.
Palgrave is a very nice...
You are an evangelist. No one is saying you're arrogant.
Hallelujah,
but it's good
brother.
to see you more humble. What is wrong?
Hallelujah, brother. Let me just let him land on his points and then we'll come back.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
So as we're saying, right, you look at all of these issues coming through. The NDC, Bella, you need to pat us at the back. Resounding victory.
Oh, for your victory?
Yeah, not the victory, in how we, exhibiting ourselves with the win and how we are engaging in all of the activities compared to what happened in 2016, at least, because going by Fati's judgment, because that's what Fati wants us to do.
Okay.
Well, we are saying we are a progressive party. We are moving on. But as I said, the NAPCO issue, very important, but a real audit needs to be done as far as NAPCO is concerned.
Let me just say that as you're expecting us to pat you on the back, we've seen supporters of the NDC at the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center shattering louver blades just because of delay in collation and announcements. And so that has been of concern, especially because they were not supposed to be allowed into the perimeter. For some reason, they managed to get in there and they were being quite aggressive. And so we've had cause to worry with that. We're glad that the party leadership eventually told them to go back. I remember some judge was there. He asked them to step out, and they did. So as much as you want us to pat you on the back, yes, you've done a good job, but there have been instances where it hasn't been so good.
I mean, elections in any part of the world, elections in any part of the world, I mean, whether we like in the developed or developing world settings, there are actually a few skirmishes here and there, right?
Okay.
If that were to happen and we didn't call for calm, you've acknowledged Sam George, the Honorable Sam George's
yes, and
role.
even the leadership of the party,
coming out to calm. But in a pluralistic society, you're meant to always have that. I mean, even me as a member of the political party, driving through a party crowd, you know, they came after my vehicle and they were not attacking me in any way. They didn't even know it was me. They were having their jubilations whatsoever, right? I did understand. I was calm enough. You know, the crowd moved past me and I moved away. Nobody knew who I was whatsoever. So sometimes these things are either overplayed or I'm not saying or justifying any wrongdoing. But then again, it's quite also difficult to determine whether indeed they were even members of the NDC.
Which ones? The ones at the Greater Accra?
No, I'm not saying the ones. I'm on some of the skirmishes. I'm not arguing on any point. I'm just saying but we condemned everything, as you see. Well, the flag bearer and President-elect in his speech made mention of the fact that we ought to celebrate in moderation.
Yes.
We need to be responsible in whatever we do. Then the party chair did. The general secretary did. And you had MPs who were playing key role as various coalition centers calming people down, as you indicated, which was evident in the role the Honorable Sam George played. So I'm saying that we are exhibiting responsibility.
Okay.
That's far.
All right.
Right.
Dr. Notedua, good afternoon to you. And he's been a key member of the Election Command Center. In fact, always sending in messages and stuff. He said, who has done Palgrave defe? Now he defers to his bosses. Look, I don't know if I should ask this. I guess it's a rhetoric. But how much does he earn when he was parroting that the position he's holding now is one of naysayers and nation wreckers? I'm not sure I get that. But Palgrave is now a naysayer. Ask him if the Bank of Ghana headquarters is functional. Well, we've been told that it still needs to be completed to a large extent. This one, what does a planqué mean?
A planqué? Like a mate. You never sat in a church hall.
He says now you are an planqué spokesperson. So now you've taken a position of mate. Anyway, the Peace Council has released a statement, and I want us to look at that. I've also seen another statement from Yafosu Kwakye, and so when it's verified, of course, I know my producers are working on that. We'll get into it. But let's look at the Peace Council and what they're saying. And they're saying, follow due process at Tesano Police Training School, National Peace Council. Says that the National Peace Council is aware of a delayed collation exercise for 3 Eastern regional constituencies at the Tesano Police Training School in Greater Accra region. Our understanding is that the Electoral Commission moved the collation of results from Akutia, Nsawa Madrejiri, and Fantiakwa North constituencies to the regional level and now to other collation centers around the country. Our checks with partners have also confirmed that the collation exercise at Tesano Police Training School was at the instance of the EC and not any political party or the Ghana Police Service. The NPC, which is the National Peace Council, calls on all political party representatives to avail themselves of every legal avenue available to redress these concerns to ensure that the safety of all participants at this stage of the electoral process. The NPC calls on the EC to convene an emergency inter-party advisory committee IPAC meeting with all political party representatives and other important stakeholders to discuss and agree to an amicable resolution to the impasse. The NPC also encourages the media to continue its diligent efforts to report and broadcast election-related activities to the Ghanaian public to ensure transparency of the electoral process. The NPC continues to speak with all relevant stakeholders to resolve this matter and ensure a peaceful resolution. And at the end, they didn't write it is finished, but they've written end. So I don't know if that's another way of saying it is finished. But Mr. Kojo Chumbwafo, good evening. It's 5:20. So yes, he says, please tell my brother Palgrave that I said, Enchena nipa ye mobo. Nipa, nipa ti se kusia enchena wa ye omelette. I see. Mr. Kojo Chumbwafo, thank you for your message.
But Chumbwafo of the NDC.
Yes.
I'll say hi to him for me.
Oh, he's actually watching now.
He's watching, okay,
yes,
all right.
That's why he sends this message. Palgrave, your friends have gotten you.
Yes, it's okay. You know, Bella, you see, me and I'm a permanent one.
And I don't buy.
And I'm a demon one. You know, Bella, like I said, we'll be a body shake. Now I shall so easy.
Nowadays,
this your proverb is not working.
You've been stuck on one proverb.
This your proverb is not working.
Why? Allow me to put my proverbs out, okay? It's helpful because, you see, on hindsight, there are a lot of things we all learn, okay? But let me have my pick on Felix Ofosu-Kwakye's
Yes, we were trying to confirm that.
Oh, you were trying to confirm?
Yes, I've sent it to the producer, yes.
Oh, okay, I have it as well. Oh, you're trying to confirm whether it is accurate? Or...
Yes.
Oh, okay,
usually we like to confirm before.
So I shouldn't make a comment on it.
Shadrach, is it confirmed if he wants to speak to it?
I can wait. Let me just...
We're working on it, so please hold on, yes.
That's fine. Peace Councils is a stakeholder in this election. You know, like I said, this is my 6th election. Some of the things that have happened in the electoral processes I have not seen in all of my voting years, with the exception of this. So this is indeed a very different election where the flag bearer of the ruling government conceded before the Electoral Commission came out to declare, and where the various returning officers, especially with places where there have been issues, have had to move the collation center into Accra and to the police training center. I cannot question why, but maybe they find a lot more security there, and so they would want to do it there. Maybe the Electoral Commission is not a good place they would want to do it because of the numbers and all of that. I mean, I have watched, you know, all the electoral officers and how some of them declared some MPs as MPs elect. And at a point, from my security angle, at a point, I wasn't too sure whether this was Ghana or it was another country, which I don't want to mention the name because of our bilateral relationships and honesty of respect that we have for them. But I think that it's important that we are very civil because Parliament is a very honorable house. You would want to be there to represent the interest of your people. However, the process of getting there is through the people making a decision on you. We would ask and join the Peace Council in calling for an amicable resolution on the issues that have arisen, because I think it's just about people not agreeing on the numbers, and some people having pink sheets, others not having pink sheets, others having photocopy, others not having photocopy, the EC having all the pink sheets, and all of the various issues. Whilst we are at it as well, I know that there's been a lot of condemnation of all the rows that have happened around, which is why I say that if you look at people setting up electoral offices on fire and all of that, I wasn't too sure whether this was Ghana, because you would find that in other sub-regional countries. I mean, it's not something that is akin to us. And at the very level of democracy, the deepening of our democracy, we are as good as our roots. And so if Professor Khalid and I are exchanging right hand of fellowship of camaraderie and respect, we would want that to be at the grassroots as well. And we don't want to see that reoccurring, because, you know, I told my friends that it was only up until yesterday and today that I've been able to come out. Because we needed to be safe within the environment, and we wish that all of these things can be done within the space so that we can know the number of MPs, especially for us as a New Patriotic Party, and then be able to know those that will be sworn in on the midnight of the 6th. And then we can have the 9th Parliament in peace.
All right, before we carry on, we've confirmed that statement, so I believe you can react to it now. There's a statement signed by Felix Ofosu-Kwakye, who's a spokesperson on the NDC transitional team.
Well, you doubted that I've read a statement not confirmed?
No. I know, but usually because of how we operate here as well,
that's fine.
We need to make sure that
just on a lighter note,
so that we don't get him reacting to something that is not.
That's fine. That's fair. That's fair
real.
Enough.
So, Pagwe, what's your concern about it? And maybe I should read, or you? Okay.
No, I think it's fine.
Because our viewers don't know what it is about.
Oh, please,
so
go ahead.
Let me just read that quickly. This is agreement on last-minute payments and recruitment by the outgoing administration. At the second meeting of the Joint Transition Team held on Friday, December 13, it was agreed that all ongoing significant payments, recruitment, and other such activities must be submitted to the Transition Team for consideration on a case-by-case basis. This is to bring clarity to the status of these payments and recruitments and offers an amicable structure for satisfactorily addressing the issues involved. All public officials are therefore strongly encouraged to comply without fail and resist any undue pressures. But let's go back to the Tesano Police Depot, and the NPP, we're told, is officially addressing the media. Let's listen.
We are not here to threaten the police. We are here to speak to the law, and the law must work. No individual has the individual right to threaten this nation. Let us all be set and know that political parties are there to govern and go. They will go, others will come, and they should set a good record when they are leaving.
You mentioned that there are a number of police centers.
Others will be speaking, perhaps. Yes.
So I mean, ask a direct question to you. You mentioned that a number of police centers have been gazetted. Is the Tesano training school also part of those gazetted police centers?
If you care to know, I have followed elections keenly. In 2012, I was the IT director for the Zabzugu constituency. My good friend here, the deputy director of elections for NDC, was the director of elections in the northern region. Collation was completed at the regional EC office, which was manned by the military. I was there personally. It's not that I'm reporting from anywhere. In 2020, the collation of Zabzugu, same constituency, was done in Tamale. So the collation of resource is done as a designated place. But when you go and disrupt the place and there is anarchy, insecurity, the Electoral Commission can choose a place that is secured enough to protect the vote of every individual in the country.
So is there no place in the Eastern region secured enough for this service?
Is there any bad thing at the police station here in Tesano where we have asked people who are Ghanaian citizens, who protect our lives, who does our internal security, cannot protect an internal coalition of resource? Is there anything wrong with that?
You know, in the Eastern region, the EC office wanted to do this coalition. We were there. And what happened there was an eyesore. The same hoodlums prevented a peaceful, continuous coalition of the results. We went 2 times. This was also moved to the Kufuria sector. But we couldn't do it because of this same insecurity. And that is what informed the EC to transfer this coalition to this place where adequate security can be provided. So let nobody think that this thing happening here is illegal. How can it be illegal if all these police officers and the security measures has been put in place? How can it be illegal if the police high command have not accepted and agreed with the EC that this should be done here? These are key questions we must ask when the NDC say that it is illegal. And I'm sorry to say that threatening police officers who are doing on their line of duty won't help our nation. So they should stop those things. They've won the presidency. We agree that. Let us move on as a nation without violence, without threatening. Let us move on. Let us go to our parliament. Those who have won, let us count. If the NDC believes that they've won these seats fairly, let us allow the EC to do the collation. When they are done, if they believe they've squarely won it, it will come out and everybody will see. Why are they preventing the EC to do their job? This is unacceptable. We must have one nation with President John Mahama as a leader. He's now elected as the incoming president. We will all have to support him in his bid to rule this country and make Ghana a better place for us all. So why do we threat people? Why do we threat police officers doing their work? Government will go, government will come. We should respect these legal processes. And that is all I think we want to say.
So this is the NPP reacting to an earlier press briefing by the NDC that this whole exercise going on here is illegal. I'm sure you missed the part of the NDC, so I want Mr. Rashid Tanko to give us a summary of what they said before the NPP reacted to these claims. So you held a press briefing before the NPP. Can you summarize what exactly you said? I know it's based on the grounds that everything that is happening here is illegal.
Yes, that is the summary, and simply short is that whatever is going on here is completely illegal. It's completely illegal. You cannot do recollation here. What they are doing is illegal. By inviting our political party leadership from the constituencies so named to travel all the way to Accra to come and do recollation here when those constituencies were already been declared. And so we're not going to accept it.
But it seems like they are trying to say that you don't really know the law, but what they've cited C1, 3 and all that in B, it looks like they feel if you look into the law on their part, they're saying what is right.
He was quoting the wrong law for you people. And I'll quote it for you. He was talking of Regulation 39. There was nothing like that about recollation. He didn't mention anything about recollation. The regulation is very clear, and I'll quote it explicitly for you. I have it.
And then when it's under duress, they can do recounting and all that.
Who duress? Go and tell the court that you were under duress. What's your definition of duress? Can't we see the police here? Do I describe them as duress? We are working under duress. Where the declarations were made, there were policemen there. To the extent even some place there were soldiers there. So do you describe it under duress? They did it voluntarily because they were under protection. So where from that?
Mr. Commissioner, if it's illegal, I know some party agents are here. Your party agents is here. So why would you even start it in the first place if it's illegal?
That is why we injuncted what they were doing, because we saw that it was illegal. That's why we placed injunction on it. The other one, we asked them to stop it. They should stop it because whatever they were doing there is illegal. We're not going to accept it. And I want to go back. I'm holding the CI here. The CI is very clear. You see, you don't go there and quote anything because he thinks that he just bamboozled you people. He was quoting 39, right? Regulation 39. And I'll read for you how Regulation 39 is about results of elections. Oh, it's 39. Regulation 39 of the CI is talking about results collation. That is results of elections. That's why he was quoting. And he said the 3, the presiding officer shall the announce of the results of the voting at the polling station before communicating the results to the returning officer. It's not talking about collation at the collation center. So he was quoting a wrong law for you people. Completely wrong law.
So you are calling for the suspension of this whole exercise, and you want the EC to, hold an emergency IPAC meeting. Is that what going to settle everything?
Yes, because we think that this is ambush tactics. We are in our office only to hear that you are bringing Mankraso, you are bringing Tepa people, you are bringing Techima staff. You have not given any communication whatsoever. And you're asking them they should come to Accra for recollation. Why?
And now your fear is if you leave here, the process will continue, so you want to be here till midnight.
Yes. Until we hear from the Electoral Commissioner office, we are not leaving here. Until they come and order their people to vacate here, we are not leaving here.
So, Mr. Rashid Tanko Computer is the Deputy Director of IT and Elections of the NDC. Like he rightly mentioned, they are going to stay here until all EC officials leave here because they fear when they leave, the EC officials will continue with the process, which they've tagged as illegal. And then they're still continuing with the press briefing by the NDC, so we just want to put it live for you.
He was at the Obuasi East Collation Center, and so he would have an opportunity to brief the media exactly what went on. And whatever he would say would not be something that he's making up now, because the media were present at the Obuasi East Collation Center. And I have watched media reports on TV when the EC returning officer declared the results. So, lawyer, I think you can go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, I am dumbfounded by the serious allegations made by the Obuasi East MP. Why am I saying so? I was at the Coalition Center on the 8th of December 2024 when they were collecting the results. 14 polling stations. Our polling agents failed to sign and gave reasons of overvoting. The returning officer intentionally overlooked on those polling centers. When collecting the results and realized it is still in favor of NDC, he gave the numbers that belongs to NDC to MPP and that of MPP to NDC. So when our agents was about to sign for the declaration form, he realized the differences that has been made and drew the attention of the returning officer. We were all there. So it brought a lot of tension in the collation room. So the police who were present took the returning officer from the collation hall and placed him in their car. After engaging the two political parties, including the sitting MP, we realized that the returning officer has intentionally turned the results. So the MP, the sitting MP, agreed that they should bring the returning officer to do the right thing. When the returning officer came, he consulted the sitting MP. All the police, the divisional commander, the district commander, and the media were all there. When the right thing was done on the pink sheet, when it was done on the pink sheet, it was the sitting MP himself who signed that declaration form. And who was having that gun? Was it the police? You see, that is why I said I am dumbfounded about the allegation being made by the sitting MP. Because you don't sign. You see, if you look at the video, I have it here. It's in the domain of the media.
And he was signing.
And if you want it, we'll release it so that anybody who sees the video would authenticate the veracity or otherwise of the claim by the Obuasi sitting MP. Because you cannot sign a pink sheet, a declaration form, take your copy and go back and come and say that you sign under duress. That is preposterous. And that is serious for our democracy. You see, he is claiming that he was invited to the regional coalition, the regional EC office for us to bring our peace. That was not what happened. You see, what is going on was exactly what happened at the regional EC office. I was there. He knows I was there. When we went there, we told them that Obuasi East constituency elections has been declared. And declaration of elections, when has been done, it's like a court judgment. You have to obey. Now, if you have any issue, you can go to court with it. The returning officer was there. We had media men there. So are they saying that no media man could capture an NDC tag or whoever who was holding gun under his head? You see, we need to state facts. They are claiming that NDC tags were all over the place. That was the reason and the basis why they brought the re-coalition. They said it's not re-coalition, it's continuous coalition. What kind of continuous coalition is that? Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. In Mankranso, 5 NDC supporters were shot and 1 was killed. They were denying the fact that the person who was killed was an NPP member. That is false. As we speak, Nimo is in the morgue, and it was NDC who placed him in the morgue. When they were shot and they were bleeding, we wanted even the district ambulance. The DC there refused so that we can take them to hospital. In Tepa, Ahafo North, let me say it to the media today. When you see all this police station you are talking about, when we collected the results of the presidency and they realized that the president has won, because if you check Ahafo Southwest, Mankranso, the president-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, won. And in Ashanti region, any skirt and blouse is in favor of parliamentary candidates, not the president. So when they realized that the president has won, they started the shooting. It happened in Tepa. Tepa, when they collected the presidential results and realized, it was then that the military came in. And do you know the funny thing that has happened? When the military came in and there were chaos, everybody ran for his life or her life. And the district election director left her phone over there. And we had custody of that phone. And if you see the kind of conversation, WhatsApp conversation that has transpired between the MPP parliamentary candidate and the district election officer of that constituency, it will marvel you.
It's not an invasion of privacy.
What kind of privacy are you talking about when your phone that has conversation? Nobody has invaded your privacy. You left it over there. And you see, in law, in criminal law, no matter how I get the evidence, when it is supporting my fact, if it is invasion of privacy, you can take me to court for invading in your privacy. But when it is supporting my case, it's better. No matter how you get that information, even if you steal it, when I finish, charge me for stealing. But now, that WhatsApp conversation is supporting our case in Tepa. And when you read the WhatsApp conversation between the election, the district election director and the MPP parliamentary candidate, it's an issue of love affair. And it was she who ordered the parliamentary candidate to bring the military inside. And now you are here telling us that MDC tax are all over the place threatening people. That is not true. So please, Obuasi East, the parliamentary candidate, who is the sitting MP for MPP, he signed a pink sheet and he's saying that in camera, and media men was there, and he is lying to the extent that it is under duress. It was not under any duress. He signed it willingly, and when he was being declared, his opponent was being declared, he was standing by him. So we want to put all these things on record, that all that the MPP is saying is false. They are all false, and for that matter, here that we are, it is a detective training center. It is not a coalition center. And if you look at what the director of CID, who is in charge of the detective training center over here, is doing over here, the media will attest to that fact. The media will attest to that fact.
Okay, so I still want to engage Dr. Anna Bisu. Doctor, my concern is, if it's illegal, you claim this is illegal, you could have made things easier by not even providing your party agents to, monitor the exercise.
No. If we don't provide our party agents, they will declare things in our absence. We are here to stop them. That's why we are here. We are here to make sure that the right thing is done. I mean, to say that, oh, it's illegal, so we'll not come. When the EC and all these police officers at the command of the Madam Faustina and the MPPs are here with pink sheets that are not in the ballot boxes. Please, we are here for that, to stop them.
I think one last word that came out from the MPP side was that we should ensure there's some sort of law and order, and moving forward, it's one Ghana. That's what we are craving for. So all these things, I think, don't you think there's a right time for us, go to the drawing board and go like, this should be the end of, election, related challenges of this sort?
No, you see, the NDC, we are the midwives of the Fourth Republic, and we do nothing to jeopardize this. Historically, electoral violence always emanated from the MPP. Post-electoral violence emanated from the MPP. I'm a victim of MPP post-electoral violence. The lies, the maligning, the attacks. People's mothers were beaten in 2016 and they were passed through the bush to my house. What was it? What was it? And when that was when, MPs, your own will come first. They started beating up people. NDCs who were building their houses, the houses were pulled down. Motorbikes were burnt. You see, lies were told. Hanambisu has killed people. They started macheting people. People were running. There were people in my house for 2 weeks. My house was protected by the police. They had to take me out, but they said I should leave. Maybe that one will bring what's the name? Some sort of peace. But people stayed for a long time, and some even left the constituency. You see, anytime we win elections, we say, oh, let's see Congress. Then MPP will come and they will unleash on us. But that is not the case. You told us you have 1,000,001 ways to win elections. Yes, you do. 2020, and I stand here to say this. And that woman at Tano South, and I use that woman because I don't even want to learn her name. She knows. 2020, there was no coalition. Zero. When I say zero in terms of zero. What happened in Techiman South, that was the same. Only that Techiman South, people died. My place, when they were shooting, at one point I had to now raise my hands and ask them to shoot me. Okay? And so you did zero coalition. We sat down. You said you're doing administrative work. By 7 a.m., I was going to charge my phone. When you brought a sheet that we should sign, we didn't sign. 2020, NDC did not sign, not for presidential parliamentary. Didn't they declare? They declared. And asked us to go to court. When we were in court and we were asking for recount, the EC office was burnt. Now, this time round, I'm shocked the way that the MP is lying. Look, let me tell you, just be honest with the truth. Because they've gone for this word of under duress. So they are trying to bring, they've now written some press release.
And earlier, the MPP addressed the media and essentially Ghanaians, speaking on some concerns they had with regard to the collation at the Tesano Police Depot. And they're saying that no individual has the right to threaten anyone. I believe it's in relation to the injunction that has been placed on Nsawama Dwejiri and the other, no injunction has been placed on the other constituencies. However, the NDC, through its Deputy Director of Elections, Dr. Tanko Computer, has said that whatever is happening at the collation center is illegal and should stop with immediate effect. And, well, the NDC has also spoken on this matter. Let me just start off. Was I with you? Okay, I was.
No,
okay.
It was me. I was going to talk about Felix Ofosu.
Oh, but you spoke on Peace Council and I haven't even come in.
I spoke on Peace
No,
Council.
I was going to let him speak on Felix.
Right,
okay, so let him just. Okay. So no more Felix Ofosu. Let's talk about this because we don't have time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So, well, I think that the tensions in Tesano, it needs to be mellowed a little bit. It really needs to be calmed down. Like I said, elections have been done. I'm glad that there's clarity on the fact that the Electoral Commission and the Ghana Police or the Election Security Task Force had agreed that the coalition be done at the Tesano Police Training School.
Yeah.
We would want to see an end to this, really. There's no way anyone would take advantage of an election that has been decided upon by the Ghanaian electorates. We would want to see an end to Nsawama Dwejiri, and for us, the New Patriotic Party, it's a prayer that it turns blue, as it has always been in the case of what we have had in the 8th Parliament into the 9th Parliament.
I see. Prof.
Well, I mean, I was just about speaking to the issue when I saw the eminent pollster Musa Dankwa walked into the studio, and I thought that I need to take a bite at it before, because I mean we all need public education in this regard, and also given that we are within academic space, we need to speak to the issues. I mean, he's done a fantastic job. They labeled him the Zongo Lotto forecaster.
Oh, is that what they called him?
Oh, that's what they were calling him. They were teasing him, the MPP.
No.
That's, as I said, as part of the arrogance spree. But you see, the interesting thing is that they tried to match and ridicule him with Smart Sapon of the Technical University in Kumasi. Interestingly, I was one of the few people who made the first call to call Daily Graphic out, which was a national daily. I called the editor of the Daily Graphic out when they pitched out Sapon's work and labeled him to give him credibility. Yeah. They said he was in the political science department of the Kumasi Technical University.
Okay.
And on your sister station, Multimedia, I told them that Kumasi Technical University does not even have a political science department to start with. But this is how they were tickling themselves and laughing by trying to build credibility to counter Musa Dankwa's work. We went on CTFM, myself, Musa Dankwa, and Smart Sapon, where again he came in with a statement trying to poo-poo Musa's work, ridiculing him that you don't have polls, that daily polls are problematic. And I pointed out to him that even on election day, on polling day, D-Day, polls are held. When polls are closing, polls are still held. We were having polls every day to review how we're doing, to respond to that. Then he said, oh, it was a matter of semantics. He produced a whole statement, which was not even user-friendly to people to understand, which was all a cut and paste of research meta salad.
Okay.
Right? Without a justification of what it was. And that was the danger of the engagement with this polling issue. And I think that is about time media houses really know who they bring in as a pollster and to interrogate the real issues of what it's meant to be. When I challenged to say that, look, statistically, it wasn't possible to have had that margin in terms of the sample, instead of him responding to it, he was rather attacking why I am not going after Musa's own, which had a larger margin. But I saw Musa's sample as well. So these were the interesting things. He's disappeared since. Paul Adomotri, who attacked Musa as well, using his channels. Where is he today? His phone was found in the UK airport. Because he knew he could be traced. He doesn't want anyone to know where he is.
Oh, well, we don't know exactly why that phone ended up there.
But Paul's phone.
Maybe he forgot.
Well, let's pray so.
Maybe.
Right?
Maybe.
But this is the kind of system we run. This whole deception, packaging, and presenting what is not. It's unfair. You speak for security. Polling is a security matter. Absolutely. And we all saw what Smart was doing and how.
I've commended.
Yes, I'm not saying you haven't. On that same set, your director of communications was poo-pooing on Musa Dankwa's work and saying that his friend Smart Sapon's work was credible. And you look at whatever was going on with what he called polling was more of a survey than even polling. Then you ask yourself, what are we doing here? Are we having a real intellectual exercise? Are we serious about these things, or we are just trying to counter issues? Today, Musa has been vindicated. But they don't learn. Musa should have been vindicated a very long time ago because their own primaries.
Yeah. He got a lot.
He got a lot of it right.
Yeah.
But you see, again, as I said, they don't listen. I told them that, look, Vice President Baumia's struggle to make a 70% in that poll was a rejection. Because usually, they whip everyone in line. Incumbency advantage was used. Government appointees were forced en masse. And he struggled to make a 70. So his own party even rejected him before the national poll. But again, they won't listen.
Well, let me find out from Paul Graves. Since Musa is in the corner here, Paul Graves, from your heart of hearts, from deep within you, what would you tell Musa?
Oh, you know, Bella, I have always stated, Musa Dankwa will bear the same name. Dankwa,
yes.
You know, different spelling, different orientation. But I've commended him for his works. I mean, I know he did some pollings for me in my primaries. I used that to get my position that I had in the primaries. I will consult him again.
Okay.
In the future.
You consult him. Will you consult Professor Smart Sapon?
Oh, Bella,
it's just a harmless question.
Bella, I will consult Musa Dankwa.
Oh, you are stating emphatically on TV that you will not consult.
I said I will
Professor
consult. I will consult Musa Dankwa.
You prefer Musa.
I will consult.
You trust Musa.
I've worked with him before.
You believe in Musa's
Right now, you are gospelizing me. Right now, you are gospelizing me.
Okay.
No, but I mean, I really would want to commend.
So Musa is the poster Messiah.
I would commend Musa Dankwa.
He's a Messiah.
He does a good work.
He's a Messiah.
He does a good.
He's a whiskid.
He does an extremely good work.
Okay.
And we'll commend him for his work. I mean, I think that for me, postering, surveying, I mean, there are a lot of politics that comes in it.
Yeah.
And so beyond the politicking, you would want something that would bring a lot more sanity in the environment.
Okay.
Obviously, there are people that will not believe it until it is done. Then it builds a lot more your credibility and your status and all of that. But,
all right.
I mean, Musa Dankwa, we commend you. We salute you, sir.
Would you apologize on behalf of the party to Musa Dankwa while he's here?
The party is bigger than me. I mean,
but you speak for the party.
No, I speak for the government.
Oh, for the government.
Yes, I speak for the government.
But today you're not in government, so you're wearing
and I'm a member of the party.
So would you apologize on behalf of the party?
Musa Dankwa, we apologize on your behalf. Headline.
You and
right?
Who are the we?
Can
you be specific?
Right? Headline, right?
Can you be specific? When you say we,
headline, right?
You are saying as if the three of us here apologize.
No, but you see, that's what I say.
Who are the we?
No, but that's what I say. You see, Bella.
This is your camera.
Oh, my camera. Okay,
Reverend.
I'm almost behaving like honorable.
You want to use the
I'm almost behaving like honorable.
Reverend, that's your camera. Your final words.
Not too sure which one is my camera.
On behalf of your party, this one I've pointed it. This one.
Thank you very much.
The one with the red light. Let's go back to it.
Okay, I've seen it.
Please be specific.
Like I said, I mean, we appreciate the work of Musa Dankwa. His work is credible. We would wish that he continues with his work. We wish him the best of luck. And I mean, for us, as a government, even as a party, there are some issues that he raised that I'm very certain that in a regrouping stage, we'll look at that, because he's brought a post analysis as well.
Okay.
That's about 20% of our members voted.
Yeah.
For the.
Do you believe in that?
Of course, I did say that. I did say earlier on that the argument that is being raised that 40% of the people didn't vote would have voted for NPP is neither here nor there. And the argument, the fact that Dramani Mahama only appreciated about 100,000 is also neither here nor there, because the composition is very different.
All right.
And so yes, we commend.
Time is up. You swerved my final question about the apology. That's why I gave you a camera for.
My final words to Ghanaians to thank them.
I appreciate Musa Dankwa.
But you don't apologize on behalf of the party.
I appreciate it.
To express my.
I have 2 seconds.
2 seconds. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, on behalf of the party, I wish to thank the good people of Ghana for a good job done, and the confidence they've put in our leader, President John Dramani Mahama, and Vice President-elect, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. And we thank the leadership of the party, Dr. Omoni Boamah, Director of Elections, and the Chairman and General Secretary, and all those who've played significant roles. We are not going to take this for granted, and we're calling all and sundry to come on board and let's deliver this country.
Thank you so much. So, Associate Professor Dr. Sharif Mahmood Khalid. He is the NDC Economic and Finance Committee member. And Dr. Palgrave Boakye Dankwa, he is the spokesperson on governance and security for the Jubilee House. And so thank you all so much for joining us. And it's good you finally came out.
Thank you.
We're happy you did. And we enjoyed your conversation. I mean, I saw a lot of messages also saying that you're a very fine gentleman. They appreciate you.
Thank you.
And thank you also as well, Professor. But let me throw it over to my colleagues. I hope I haven't been too mischievous this evening. I guess
okay. I don't want to. Let me behave like Harry Naidoo. I don't want to pass judgment.
Anyway.
Bringing you coverage of the election. I think it's been amazing.
Yes.
I think we finally come to the climax of our session.
Yes.
And then another session on the 28th of December at La Palm, where we should celebrate all of the happenings, the party for the Christmas, the holidays will be happening. That's all we'll get.
Well, I see Margaret says he's going to be there. That's
he will be there. He'll wear the same shirt.
He'll wear the same shirt.
Yes. This shirt is multicolored. It's multicolored.
Well, it is indeed.
We need a white.
There's a white still in it, so I mean, there's a white still in it. It's all white part.
Anyway, guys, it's been wonderful, is it not? Over the last almost 1 week. It's exactly a week we started this, and We've exceeded expectations. I think we're all proud of ourselves.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Over to you, Joe Latte.
Thank you so much. And still live here on your Election Command Center, Ghana Decides 2024, the continuous coverage. The last 6 hours of our extensive coverage of this election is what we're getting into right now. Stay with us because Musa Dankwa, the man that a number of you have been celebrating, is going to be with us for the next 6 hours. He's done his first exit poll of the 3 swing regions. Well, it appears right now those regions are really losing their swing status because of what's happened in the outcome of this particular election. Musa is going to be joining us for the last lap of this extensive coverage. We'll get into the exit poll and then also the Free Senior High School conversation as to why it did not do the trick for the MPP in this election. Plus, other matters related to the outstanding results of the Nsawam Adrejuri constituency. We're looking at Hafuanon Southwest, Hafuanon North constituencies as well. We understand all those have been brought to the Greater Accra region. There are legal issues as to whether what is being done at the Tesano Police Training School is legal or otherwise. We'll have a conversation on that here on your Election Command Center. So stay with us. After this quick break, the conversation continues. My name is Alfredo Conse. Welcome.
The core of the democracy we are practicing as a nation is peace. Peace. Democracy simply means free your mind, make a free my mind.